This is Audible.
Dear to My Heart, The Susilauma Wolves, Book 1. Written by Whit Valentine. Narrated by John York. Chapter 1. Riley. It was a gorgeous Friday in late May, just a week before the full moon, and I was elbow-deep in the engine of my brother's ancient, custom-painted purple and gold Dodge Ram truck. I still hadn't narrowed down the rattle in the old rattle trap that was actually causing the problems with turnover, and it was bugging me to death. "Riley!" Somebody smacked my ass hard enough to make me yelp, and I almost ate the intake manifold. Sometimes I got so involved in my work that I didn't hear or smell people until they were right on top of me. It was pretty lame, and my siblings teased me to no end. I stood up and glared at the triplets, my sisters, Donna, Tina, and Kim. $20 said it was Donna who'd spanked me, and I glared extra hard at her. She winked at me. "What do you want?" I asked, wiping my hands on a greasy rag. "Nick needs this truck fixed by the next horse auction, and it's not like I don't have other stuff to do." "Oh, settle down, baby cakes. We just brought you some lunch," Tina said, proffering a plate. I sniffed the air. Peanut butter and jelly with potato chips. "Gee," I said blandly, "you shouldn't have gone to all that trouble. I always knew you were my most thoughtful sisters." "Okay, fine. We're here for a favor," Kim said. "Do you want the sandwich or not?" I was actually kind of hungry, so I took the plate from Tina and started munching the chips. "It's probably going to cost you more than a PB&J, whatever it is. This isn't even strawberry jelly. You know I don't like grape," I said around a mouthful. Donna flung herself into a lawn chair in the corner of the garage and gave me a sister look that meant trouble. "Oh, come on! We just want you to go with us to check out some used cars. It's high time we replaced our wheels. We've been looking online and have a couple of ideas, but we don't want to get swindled." "How many cars are we talking about?" I asked warily. The last thing I wanted to do was spend any more time with the triplets than I had to, without any other siblings to deflect some of the attitude. "Just 4, Tina said. "In Carbondale," Kim muttered. "Man, I should have known. No way," I said. It was an hour drive to Carbondale from where we lived in Narston, on the edge of the Shawnee National Forest, and who knew how many hours I'd have to be test driving and checking under hoods besides. "We're asking nicely," Donna said. "Do you want us to ask a little more forcefully?" She curled her lip, fangs visible as her face elongated just a tad. "Don't go flashing your wolf at me. I'm not scared of you." Of course, all 3 of them knew I was. They were twice my age. They were seriously butch for women, even wolf-shifter women, and they never took no for an answer. Not that they were bullies or anything. My parents would never put up with that. But they had ways of getting what they wanted, and those ways could be uncomfortable. My other 8 sisters weren't nearly as scary. "Come on, Riley. It's not like you've got anything better to do. All you ever do is go to work and work on cars, then come home and work on cars. You're way too boring for your age," Kim said. Even though it was kind of true, the comment hurt a little. At least cars were cool, and I liked my job. "I'm sorry I'm boring. Why don't you take Yuri or Cole instead?" I asked testily, referring to my boss and coworker at the garage in town. "Because you're family. We know you'll do us right, even if we have to twist your arm a little," Tina said. It was becoming clearer and clearer I wasn't getting out of this. Jeez, they were pushy. Why couldn't it have been Jenna who wanted to look at used cars? "Can Jenna come?" I asked. "Whatever," Kim said, hauling Donna to her feet and snatching the empty plastic plate from my hands. "We're leaving tomorrow at 10. Be ready," Tina said, and the three of them waltzed away, Tina's and Kim's hair blowing in a spring breeze. Donna's was too short to blow anywhere. "I have work tomorrow," I called after them. "We already talked to Yuri. You're cleared for takeoff," Tina called back. I sighed in resignation and turned to lose myself in the truck engine again. If they'd already talked to my boss, I was stuck. Yuri wasn't afraid of my sisters, but he also tended to take the path of least resistance, so he wouldn't argue with them if they wanted me. Maybe an hour after the triplets had left, I heard someone approaching but didn't bother to roll out from under the truck when I smelled it was Jenna. "Hey, Rye," she said. She was the only one who could get away with calling me that. "Sup?" I called. "Hand me a rag, will you? I got grease on my face earlier, and I think it's about to sweat into my eye." I stuck my hand out from under the truck, and a clean rag dropped into it. "You're in serious trouble, Rye," Jenna said. "What for?" "For wrangling me into a car shopping trip with the triplets. That's what for. What makes you think I want to go anywhere with those nut bars?" "I didn't think you want to go," I said sheepishly. "I just didn't want to go with them on my own." "Brat," she muttered. I heard the creak of the lawn chair and knew she'd settled in for a while. She probably had a library book, so I didn't bother trying to keep up conversation. "You could just tell them no," Jenna said after about 10 minutes. "Did you, when they told you that you were coming too?" "Well, no." "My point exactly. Why do they pick on me so much?" "Because you're the youngest, you're easy pickings, and you're their favorite," Jenna said without hesitation. I rolled out from under the truck and pushed up on an elbow to look at her. "Say what?" "Come on, you know you're their favorite. Everybody knows it. They've been doting on you since we were born. Why I'm not included in that, I'll never know. I'm only a couple minutes older than you." "Not a chance. They torture me. I've got too many moms as it is. I don't need those 3 hellhounds giving me any kind of special attention," I complained. Growing up with 11 older sisters had been a trial, to say the very least, even if Jenna was only older by less than an hour. "You should respect your sisters more," a familiar voice said from somewhere out of sight. "Yuri, what are you doing here? Is it okay to leave Cole alone in the garage?" I asked. "Is okay for a while," my boss said, coming into the garage and slumping into a lawn chair next to Jenna. "Friday is slow day around here for some reason. Maybe car repairs do not seem so urgent on Friday, when Saturday is coming. People wait until off work. Anyway, this helps Cole build confidence, yes?" Yuri was the owner of Susilauma Auto Repair in town. He and the other employee at the garage besides me, Cole, were not members of our family, but they'd kind of been adopted in and lived at Susilauma. Cole lived in a cabin with Yuri because Yuri had been acting as a father figure to him since bringing Cole to Susilauma 2 years before when the kid was 15. "If you say so. Let me know if you need me to come in, though. I've got a few days before Nick needs this truck, and I know it's going to inconvenience you when I go out with the triplets. Sorry they made you give me the time off, by the way. They didn't ask me first." "I have lived here since 1985. I have known triplets longer than you have. I understand there is no way to win when they have plan." Yuri laughed. Jenna and I joined him. "Did you come here for a reason, Yuri, or are you just shooting the breeze?" Jenna asked. Yuri didn't normally leave the auto shop during business hours. "Just a little parenting, and I wanted to check in about tomorrow after triplets called. But yes, Cole is in a bad mood.
so I give him responsibilities. He is not my own son, and he is teenager, so I cannot really punish. But he can still learn lessons, yes? So I teach him that if he is disrespectful to me, he does not have to suffer my company."
Harsh, I chuckled. Poor Cole. It was tough to be a teenager anyway, never mind a teenage wolf shifter with no parents, except a 400-something-year-old Russian mechanic that looked like a hairier version of Patrick Stewart in his Star Trek days. And he didn't talk about it. I knew Cole had a rough time before he came to Susilauma. He was usually pretty quiet and respectful, but I guess even he could have an off day. Yuri was right. Cole would be fine for a couple hours alone. All he'd have to do would be to answer the phones and take in cars, maybe top off some fluids. We didn't allow him to use the hydraulic lifts or anything by himself, so he wouldn't get too overwhelmed. "Well, when you go back, tell him I said hey, and I could use his help on this truck if he's free later," I said. "Also, let him know Mom wants him over for a chat sometime soon. She doesn't get to see him much at family meals, since it's always so hectic," Jenna added.
"Yes, I will tell him. I suppose it's time to be getting back. Maybe I will stop for ice creams on the way to make him even more relieved to see me. It is not good to punish for too long, and boys need plenty of love, even if they think they don't want it."
Yuri said with a wink. Yuri had adult children somewhere in Russia, and he probably missed his family. Cole was lucky Yuri considered him a surrogate son. Yuri was one of the sweetest men I'd ever met, and I counted myself fortunate to know him. "I think I'll head out too," Jenna said, stuffing her book into the huge pocket of the floral apron she always wore. "I have to get started on mixing feed for the rabbits."
"Dandelion time, right?"
Yuri said. "Right. It's a lot of work, but it's worth it," Jenna said. She'd learned years ago that feeding dandelions to her pregnant does resulted in a lower mortality rate in the babies once they were weaned. "Let me know if you want some help. I wouldn't mind a break," I told her as I rolled back under the truck. "Give me 10 minutes to find my sun hat and round up some baskets. Then I'll meet you over by the first garden. There are usually plenty of dandelions there." "Got it." "Bye, Yuri," Jenna said.
"Bye, kids,"
he replied. Then I was alone again. For now, alone never lasted long at Susilauma Farm. Chapter 2. Quentin.
"Did you get the video camera set up, Quint?"
My brother Roz was busy checking all the batteries in the flashlights. "Yeah, it's right here." I gestured to the tripod holding the camcorder, which my father swore was one of the absolute best cameras on the market for capturing ghosts and other paranormal activity. Or at least, that's what he'd read online. Where he read that, I have no idea. I doubt the Amazon reviews included stuff like that. Great quality recordings, lots of memory on the cards, picked up all the ghosts at my daughter's birthday party, and made us a ton of money from the press coverage. My other brother, Brody, smacked the back of my head as he walked past me, making me spit out my cough drop onto the dusty floor, coating it in enough fuzz to make a pet mouse, and I whipped around to glare at him. I couldn't afford to buy cough drops often, and I hated to waste one. "I could have choked on that," I said.
"What about the one for the vlog?"
Roz asked, ignoring the interaction. We had 2 cameras, one to film ghosts and one to film my family filming ghosts. Yep, my entire family had a website, blog, and vlog dedicated to our, mostly their, efforts to find, capture, annihilate, and otherwise interact with paranormal creatures. Floyd and Sons on the edge of reality. Ain't that the truth? We didn't just hunt ghosts. Oh no, we also hunted vampires, werewolves, forest apes, Bigfoot to the uninitiated, and any other mythical or legendary creature you might hope to see. I still hadn't seen any of them. Except for me, and you could be darn sure I wasn't going to let my family know about what happened to me every month. Yeah, I've got everything ready, Roz. I know the drill, I said. Brody walked by and smacked my head again. Quit with the tone, Quint, unless you want us to tie you up and leave you for the ghosts, he said. Will you all just shut up? I'm trying to calibrate the decibel for the audio equipment. This is our last chance before we have to move on, my dad said from the other side of the small, shabby room. We were in a run-down Victorian-style house in Carbondale, Illinois, built about 1 million years ago. Nobody lived in it now except for ghosts, apparently. At least that's what my family had been there trying to prove for the last couple of days. Sun's going down soon. Y'all ready to go in here? We got Subway, my sister Harley said, her head poking through the front door. She and my mom would be waiting by the RV. They didn't do grimy, musty, moldy old houses. Technically, neither should I, but I didn't get a pass like them since I was a guy. I took a hit of my inhaler. It didn't help. Ah, sweet! Did you get me that teriyaki chicken kind? Brody asked. He stepped over power cords and other cables to get to the door. Roz stood up to join them. Duh, Harley said, disappearing back outside with my brothers. It was just my dad and me inside now. You need any help, Dad? I asked. Nah, you go get something to eat. We gotta get right back in here to make sure we get the good stuff on camera, Dad said, still bent over the audio interface. I wandered outside to find my siblings already stuffing their faces, sprawled in various camp chairs. Harley was the youngest of them, and she was 10 years older than me. I was an accident, and I was not often allowed to forget it. My other siblings only had 2 years between their ages, and were pretty tight. Where's mine? I asked Harley. She jerked her head to indicate the rig, so I opened the front passenger door and found a 6-inch tuna sandwich. She knew I hated tuna, which was why she got it for me every single time. For a moment, I considered taking my dad's foot-long roast beef, but he didn't like tuna either, and he'd know it was me that took it. I wasn't in the mood to get my butt belted, so I sighed and took the tuna sandwich. There wasn't nothing else to eat, and I was starving. I knew for dang sure she wouldn't have got me a cookie or chips. Once we get these ghosts, what's next on the menu? My mom asked when my dad finally appeared outside and settled into a camp chair with his sandwich. We're not too far from Shawnee National Forest. Word on the web is there's werewolves in the woods. I already have a campsite picked out for when we're done here. Another paranormal hunter recommended it. That's just right down the road, isn't it? Mom asked. Nope, you're thinking of Trail of Tears State Forest. Shawnee is on the eastern border, runs along the Ohio River. We'll wally dock and stock up at Sam's in Marion on the way, since we'll be boondocking at the park. How long are we staying? Roz asked around a mouthful of roast chicken. His sandwich smelled amazing. I gagged on the fishy smell of mine, but still forced myself to take a bite. I wouldn't be getting anything else. I know there are plenty of people in the world who love tuna fish, and more power to them, but curse them all the same for creating a market for the stuff. Full moon's in a couple of days. We'll set up camp, get some trail cameras in place, and ride out the whole week, I think.
3 days before, 3 days after the full moon ought to do it," Dad said.
"Floyd, do you want my pickles?" My mom always gave Dad her pickles. I don't know why she always got them, except maybe to give them to him. Why she didn't just order him extra pickles.
"Yeah, sugar lips, pile 'em on."
The sun was nearly down by this point, and I could go to bed. My dad and brothers would be back in the house, hoping to catch Casper, but they didn't let me come in for the actual ghost hunting parts. They figured I'd mess it up. They didn't have much trust in the youngest Williams. Not like I wanted to go traipsing through a ramshackle old house in the middle of the night with my jerk brothers. I'd much rather read and learn stuff, since I wasn't allowed to go to college or get a job. But I always secretly wished they'd at least ask me. Surprise, surprise, the ghost stakeout was a bust. Not a single ghoul or specter to be seen on any of the footage, and the only audio was my dad and brothers whispering, tromping around, and swearing when they tripped over something. Roz was adamant he saw an eerie shimmer at one point, but of course the camera was pointed in the wrong direction.
"I wish we could stay around a few more days to check out that sighting Roz had, but we've got to get moving if we're going to get a good spot to hunt us some werewolves at the full moon. Gotta hit the road. Quint, break down that video equipment and get it put away," Dad said. I was in the middle of collecting all our trash so we could dump it in a gas station dumpster somewhere instead of living in it. "Yes, Dad," I muttered, tying off the bag and stowing it by the motorhome door. I hoped we'd stop at a laundromat on the way to the campgrounds, because I was not looking forward to washing everybody's clothes by hand in a river somewhere, and I knew I was down to one clean pair of boxer briefs, which meant everybody else had probably 3 or 4 days worth of clean underwear, and then the camper would reek. More. By lunchtime, we were on the way to Shawnee National Forest to sneak in without paying and use firearms we weren't allowed to have in a public park to shoot at non-existent wolfmen under a full moon. Or at least, my family were going to shoot at wolfmen. I'd be otherwise occupied. Chapter 3. Riley. The next morning, the kitchen and dining room were already rowdy when I arrived for breakfast. My siblings were filing in and out of the big kitchen, taking platters of food to the dining room table so people could serve themselves buffet style. "Good morning, Riley." My mom spied me and beckoned me to come help dish link sausage from her giant cast iron pan into a bowl. "Morning," I said, planting a kiss on her cheek. My mom was petite, with long blonde hair and a braid down her back, a sweet smile, and a permanent smell of wild strawberries and sweet cream that surrounded her like a soft blanket. It was in all her soaps and personal care products. She was well over 100 years old, born in 1870, but she didn't look a day over 25. She hadn't met and mated my dad until the 1960s, which was why none of my siblings were even over 55 years old, and all looked under 30. Most of my siblings that still lived at home were set up in small, off-grid cottages, or in the case of the triplets, who marched to the beat of their own drum, a yurt, around my parents' 500-acre property. Though my sister Barbara and her husband Wesley had a house several hundred feet from the big house. Since they had a bunch of kids, her twin Brenda lived there to help with the kids. Jenna and I, along with Nick and Cara, were the only ones besides my parents that still lived in the big house. Add in Yuri and Cole, and there were about 30 of us all together on the property at the moment, and pretty much the entire clan showed up for meals. Unless the weather was bad, we tended to spill out onto the lawn and eat at the dozen picnic tables out there, or in lawn chairs around the fire pit. "Hey, Riley! I heard the triplets roped you into spending the day with them," Daniel teased. "Yeah, but I got even. I caved and begged them to take Jenna so I wouldn't have to be alone with them," I joked back. Daniel laughed so hard he almost dumped the tray of pancakes he was carrying. Then he saw our dad and hurried over to talk to him, my situation forgotten. "Way to stand up for yourself, Riley," Kara said, jabbing an elbow in my ribs with a grin, her loud sundress almost blinding me. "Are those girls causing trouble again?" my mother asked, shaking her head. "Aren't they always?" Kara said as she buttered a stack of toast. "They're making me check out cars with them out Carbondale way," I clarified for Mom. "While you're out that way, can you pick up the groceries for next month? And the feed supplies? No need to waste gas on 2 trips, and it's close enough to the end of the month you might as well get them now. I'll give you the list and the debit card," Mom said. Even though we were largely self-sufficient, we still bought in things that didn't grow well in southern Illinois, or on our type of land, or that we couldn't make ourselves. Usually we went to Sam's Club in Marion and bought bulk items like rice, peanut butter, toilet paper, laundry, and bath soap ingredients. Stuff like that. There was also a grain elevator that had organic oats and things for our horses, since we didn't grow a lot of grain. Most of our land was better used as pasture, woodland, or market gardens. "We can get it. We'll have to take Betty, though," Kim said, appearing from somewhere behind me and scaring me nearly to death. "I think I was the last one to take Betty anywhere. The keys are on the hook," Brenda called from the next room. It was about 9:45 when Donna, Tina, Kim, Jenna, and I all loaded into the family's turquoise minibus, or Betty, the big blue bus as we'd called it when we were kids, and headed off the property. The driveway from the big house to the highway was just over a mile. The gates across the end of the drive were electric, and each vehicle at Susilauma had a clicker that would open them, though there was a box next to the gates if someone didn't have one. Kim was driving and Tina was riding shotgun. Despite all the available seating in Betty, for some reason I was sandwiched between Jenna and Donna on the front bench seat. "Why are we sitting like this?" I asked, shoving Donna with my shoulder to make her scoot over. In retribution, she turned and draped her giant thighs over mine and put an arm around my shoulder to squeeze me in tight. "Builds brotherly and sisterly affection," she said, and her knuckles ground a noogie into my skull until my eyes watered. Jenna chuckled next to me and gazed out the window. "Who's up for some tunes?" Tina yelled, popping an Allman Brothers cassette into the ancient stereo system and cranking the volume. All 4 of them started belting out Ramblin' Man in various mismatched keys before we even cleared the driveway, and I decided that maybe I'd have preferred whatever punishment the triplets could have devised for me refusing to go with them. "You're not going to sing for the whole trip, are you?" I may have whined a bit. "Damn straight we are!" Kim yelled over the music, and Jenna cracked up next to me. "Why are you laughing? Aren't you suffering too?" "Why should I suffer when I can just make it worse for you?" She finished off by loudly singing the chorus in my ear. Somehow, I'd get even. I'd make them all suffer, if for no other reason than to avenge the Allman Brothers. By the time we reached the first dealership to check out a used Ford Taurus station wagon, I was a quivering pile of jelly. My sisters had sung their way through 3 best-of albums, 1 Allman Brothers, 1 Cat Stevens, and 1 Hall & Oates. I had nothing against the music, but nothing ruins a good song like a horrible sing-along 2 inches from your ear. I could hardly wait to get under a car hood as soon as possible.
Donna and Kim disappeared into the building and returned soon after with a nervous little salesman and the keys to the vehicle they wanted to see. Before they even took it for a test drive, I popped the hood and checked things out. Some of the tubing was close to disintegrating, and it was really grody in there. But the miles were surprisingly low, and it didn't look too bad for a 20-year-old car. I told my sisters as much and said I'd take it for a test drive. Tina went with me, while Donna and Kim stayed at the lot to intimidate the salesman, and Jenna stayed to try to protect him. I drove it for about 5 minutes, noting a persistent whistling that confirmed my suspicions about the hoses. There was also a serious shaking rattle every time I braked that indicated the tie rods were going, and I told Tina not to waste their money on this car. They'd have to pay more in repairs than the dealer was asking for the whole thing. I pulled into a gas station to turn around and head back to the dealership.
Look at that! The hippies are getting their vacation on early. Wonder where Woodstock is happening this year.
Tina pointed out a giant decrepit beige camper at the pumps. The 3 men loitering around the gas pump were classic rednecks. The oldest had a white ponytail under a bandana and a matching beard, and wore a suede vest with no shirt. All of them sported multiple tattoos. One of the younger men was tall and gangly, with a horseshoe mustache. The other was broad and burly with no neck and a beer belly and wore a floppy hat and tie-dyed shirt. The women approaching the camper from the convenience store weren't much better looking. The older one was heavy and wore a peasant top that showcased her leathery skin, and a feather boa of all things. The younger was so round I couldn't tell which was her real chin, and her loose skirt did not flatter. Rather than heading to Woodstock, they made me think of extras in a backwoods horror movie. Still, it's really immature to make fun of people just for how they look, Tina. I'm sure plenty of people would laugh at the way you look.
Not if they wanted to keep their teeth,
she said with a grin. I was just about to pull back onto the street when someone emerged from the camper, and I slammed on the brakes and turned completely to see him. He was shorter than the other men, maybe a few inches over 5 feet, delicate and slender. His owlish glasses made his adorable baby face seem even softer, and a mop of fluffy brown curls highlighted his creamy skin. His skinny jeans and button-down short-sleeved shirt were shabby, but he looked like he tried to keep clean and well-groomed. The cutie pointed to the C-store and said something to the rest of the family, and as he started to walk toward the building, the skinnier of the men smacked him in the back of the head, making him stumble. The whole family laughed.
He's too young for you, and quit that growling. It's weird, Tina said.
I hadn't realized I was growling until she pointed it out, but my wolf was agitated and wanted to rip out the head smacker's throat. My wolf was also very interested in getting closer to the adorable brunette that had just stopped outside the door of the C-store to carefully count some coins and a crumpled bill in his palm. Yeah, I know, I'm going. But my wolf howled in my head the whole way back to the dealership. What the hell was that about? Even though the triplets decided to buy the second car, a previously leased Honda CR-V, they still insisted on looking at the other two first. Jenna and I grumbled the whole time about them making us look at other cars when they liked one already, but they insisted they wanted to check out all their options. After we'd finally seen all the other cars and gone back to buy the Honda, it was already late in the afternoon. Fortunately, this meant Jenna and I could drive Betty home, and the triplets would take their new car. We'd be able to control the music selection and the conversation. We hit the feed store first, a drive-in type that loaded everything for you after you paid inside, so that stop was quick. We just opened the back door to the bus, and they tossed in the 50-pound bags of oats, pig feed, chicken scratch, and goat pellets. The grocery store was another matter. The Jacobson-Miller clan always drew attention in a store. no matter which of us were there. I don't want to brag, but shifters tend to be attractive, and my brothers and sisters were all hot in their own ways. Donna, Tina, and Kim attracted a different kind of attention, though. They were tall enough at over 6 feet that people tended to look twice or stare outright. They were also the only set of identical multiples in my whole family, though their tailored looks made them easily identifiable. Donna was almost masculine, with her ripped muscles, super short black hair, and preferred ensemble of flannel shirts, jeans, combat boots, and a leather jacket. Only her giant bust and feminine face made it obvious that she was a woman. Tina and Kimberly were not quite as broad, because they didn't hit the weights as religiously as Donna, and they wore their hair down to their waists. They both always looked like they were about to compete in a line dancing competition in a biker bar, but while Kim favored high ponytails, Tina usually wore her curly hair pushed back under a bandana. Between the three of them, they also had about a dozen piercings on various eyebrows, lips, noses, and ears. Jenna and I pushed a cart and tried to stay about 10 feet behind them at all times so people wouldn't know we were together. The triplets wouldn't let us get away with that, though. They kept calling to us, putting things in our cart, despite each having one of their own, and walking over to wrap their arms around our shoulders and kiss our heads. "Hey, baby bro, peanut butter's in the next aisle. Go grab some," Kim said, calling me baby bro, loud enough for everyone in a 30-mile radius to know we were related. Damn it. I ducked my head and hustled into the next aisle, but Tina yelled after me. "I'll send little sis here to get the butt cream for your rash. We'll help you put it on your poor little bottom later." By all that is holy, let me die now, and let the floor swallow up my corpse. "While I'm over there, Tina, I'll pick up that monostat you need for that horrible yeast infection you keep getting," Jenna called. I could kiss her for that one. I heard giggling and looked up to see the cute boy from the gas station turning quickly and disappearing around the end of the aisle. My wolf got excited, and I caught the barest whiff of cinnamon and vanilla. I turned my head to try to catch the scent again, but it was gone. I wondered if there was a sample stand set up somewhere nearby. If someone was offering apple pie samples, I would be all over that. But first, I wanted to see the gas station cutie again. I ditched my cart and took off in the direction he'd gone, but he wasn't anywhere in sight. I walked along the ends of the aisles, peering down each one as I passed. Finally, I rounded a display of insulated coolers and saw the whole camper clan about 30 feet away. The 3 men, the 2 women, and the angel. I was just about to walk over there when the triplets popped up in front of me, all leering. "What's up, Riley? Stalking the preschooler with the Beverly Hillbillies?" Tina asked. "Tina here tells us you were rubbernecking at the gas station when you saw that little mouse," Donna said, turning to slide an arm across my shoulders. "What business is it of yours?" I asked, desperate to catch the kid before his family left. They were already headed for the checkout, though I could swear I saw him cast a curious glance my way before he turned to follow them. "First of all, he's clearly under the age of majority. We don't want you to become a criminal just because somebody has a cute hiney," Kim said. "Don't you talk about his hiney," I snarled. They guffawed. "What's so funny?" Jenna approached us, awkwardly dragging 3 of our carts behind her. "Riley here has a crush on an elementary schooler," Tina offered. "He's at least in high school," I muttered. I was fighting my wolf, who wanted to tear out and chase after the brunette boy and sniff him hard. "Oh, brother, I know we live a long time, Rye, but you don't have to start with them that young. It's not like you date him so long he'd figure out awkward things anyway. Just hold out for your mate, sweetie," Jenna said. "Yeah, super helpful. Thanks, Jenna. I gave her a sarcastic sneer and snatched my cart so we could get the hell home. I was tired of this day, and I needed to get on 4 legs and run. It was a couple of days until the full moon, but I didn't want to run with my whole family right now anyway. A couple days later, I was stuffing my face with chops and beer. We always had a big grill out before the full moon run. Not like we didn't eat outside all the time anyway, but it was usually a much more festive atmosphere before a run. My dad and some of my brothers would bust out the grills and cook up a big spread. Between all of us, we usually ate a whole goat, a dozen chickens, and half a pig, plus all the sides. I sat next to the big fire pit between my brother Daniel and sister Cara. Daniel had helped Dad cook up the goat chops, and they were really good. I was pretty sure Cara had made the broccoli slaw I was shoveling into my face in possible record amounts. You guys made some excellent food tonight. My compliments to the chefs, I said, raising my beer in a one-man toast. Just make sure you contribute something next time, Riley, Cara teased, snatching a bacon-wrapped pepper off my plate before I could stop her. I did contribute. I went shopping with the triplets. I think I contributed more than anybody here, I said. You win, Daniel said, laughing. I love all my sisters, but I think I'd rather go shopping with their entire herd of goats than go with the triplets. The one time I did it, they kept pretending I needed adult diapers. It was so humiliating. Speaking of the triplets, is that Bad Moon Rising I hear? Must be time to get rolling, Cara said. That was Donna's cue to start the run. The triplets always handled the music at our cookouts, and when we heard Credence, we knew the run was about to begin. That song had come out the year the triplets were born, so they claimed it as their personal anthem. Plus, they just thought it was hilarious to play it before a full moon run. Daniel and I clinked our beer cans together and chugged the contents before we all headed to our respective starting points. The men and women shifted separately, since there was already very little privacy in our clan. We took it where we could get it, and I sure as heck didn't want to see any of my sisters naked if I could help it. Chapter 4. Quentin. I glanced up nervously at the setting sun. It was the full moon tonight, and I was in a forest with my entire family. This wasn't the worst situation I'd ever been in during the full moon. There was that time we were staying with my Aunt Carol in her tiny Manhattan apartment. I'd spent the whole night tucked away in an alley, hoping nobody saw me, and called the cops to shoot or tranquilize me. Still, Shawnee National Forest was enormous, and I was worried the animal in me would take me so far away that I'd never find my way back when I changed in the morning. He was hard to control sometimes. I could always feel him there, pawing at the back of my mind, snorting with the desire to be free. Sometimes I wanted to let him, but I didn't know how. It was only the 3 days of the full moon that he was able to come out, and only the one day when the moon was at its fullest that I couldn't stop him. Out of nowhere, my mind wandered to the cute guy in Sam's club a couple days ago. The poor sap seemed to have gotten stuck shopping with his sisters. They reminded me of my brothers a little, except their ribbing seemed to be more good-natured than anything Roz or Brody did. I giggled to myself when I remembered the butt cream comment and how red his face had gotten. And what a face! Even though he didn't look that much older than me, he had a manly, scruffy square jaw and almost regal nose. He was built, too, with plenty of muscles, though not like a bodybuilder. It was hard to pin down how to describe his gorgeousness. And his hair, all those blonde highlights and red lowlights in the brown couldn't be natural, but they looked like they were. Some no-name hairdresser in some back county salon nearby must be making a killing. Don't flinch! Brody popped up out of nowhere and slapped me hard across the face. I almost fell over, and I dropped my hot dog completely in the fire. Brody, what the heck? My cheek stung something fierce, and I covered it with my hand, fighting the tears that would earn me a beatdown if they got noticed. You were staring into space. If there's werewolves around here, you gotta be on your guard, kid, Brody said, plunking down on a stump next to me and sparing a hot dog for himself. Roz, Harley, Mom, and Dad all poured out the camper behind me and began roasting their own hot dogs. Can you pass me another hot dog, Harley? I asked, indicating the one that was now ashes. No! Be more careful next time. Can I at least have a bun? Buns are for hot dogs. I don't see you with no hot dog. I sighed and pulled the obliterated hot dog from the flames, hoping there might be something salvageable left inside the black parts. It's not hunting season right now, so make sure to keep all the guns out of sight, Dad said to Roz. Got it. Roz scarfed one hot dog without a bun and stuck another on his stick. We aren't even in the regular camp, and you didn't pay for a sticker. If anyone finds us here, it's not the guns that are going to be the first issue. And as always happened when I tried to be the voice of reason, or really when I did anything, Brody leaned over and smacked me in the head. Floyd, how many trail cameras have you got set up? My mom completely ignored the exchange. Ask Quint. He did 'em, Dad said around a bite. I set up 5 of them, all facing different directions. I marked the trees with orange plastic tape, I said, flaking carbon off my hot dog to find a tiny bit of pink inside. That's not gonna be enough, Harley said. That's all we brought, I said. Brody was the one to pack the equipment. We had a storage unit in Kentucky, near my mom's parents', and all the equipment we weren't using was kept there, as well as our out-of-season clothes and a few other things that didn't fit in the RV, but my mom didn't want to throw away. Way to throw me under the bus, champ, Brody said with languid scorn, as if he wouldn't literally throw me under a bus should the opportunity present itself. The sun was gone, and I was getting antsy. The moon would be out soon. I could feel it in my body, in my animal. I think I'll go check the cameras one last time. Don't lock the rig if I'm not back before you go to bed, I said. It would be a disaster if any of them came with me, but I still half hoped one of them might want to go along with me and make sure I wasn't taken by werewolves. Don't stray too far, Mom said. Holler if you see any werewolf sign. Yeah, I will, I called over my shoulder, snatching a flashlight off our folding picnic table and heading for the most remote trail camera. I had scented the area earlier, and the official campgrounds were further east, so I headed west. I would avoid the cameras and change, and hopefully my family wouldn't care that I was out all night. What did I mean by hopefully? Of course they wouldn't care. I sighed and took a puff from my inhaler, even though I knew the tight feeling in my chest wasn't related to my asthma. Naturally, it didn't make me feel better. It was pitch dark in the woods, the tree cover so thick the light of the low moon didn't quite penetrate. Still, I could feel my stag, stamping his hooves and snorting in the back of my mind. My skin felt tight, and my blood seemed to pump hotter and faster beneath it. I stumbled and flashed the light around, looking desperately for the orange tape that marked the camera. There. I lurched toward it and had just enough time to take off my clothes and dump them at the base of the non-camera side of the tree before a beam of moonlight broke the tree cover and hit me dead on. My body exploded into its deer form, cutting off my cry of pain and changing it into the deep, belching sound of a grunting buck. Once the change was complete, I felt better. The pain was just a flash, really, and now my stag was happy. Despite the darkness, he didn't really like being active only at night, but since that's when the moon comes out, I guess he would just have to get over it. It always took me a moment to adjust to the height difference. As a man, I was pretty shrimpy at 5 feet 3 inches, though, despite being little, I got a certain amount of extra strength from the deer inside that a guy my size normally wouldn't have. As a deer, I was almost that tall at the shoulder. It was fun to look down at the world once a month. I headed deeper into the woods, directing my steps away from my family's campground. I didn't think any of them would come to check on me, but if they found my clothes on the ground and came looking, I didn't want them to also find me in my deer form and shoot me for free venison. They never bothered about hunting seasons and licenses. I was always aware of what was going on when I was a deer. I maintained a certain amount of control and decision-making power. However, the deer also had a mind of his own, and he liked to take charge when we shifted. Since he only got out once a month, I tended to let him set our pace when I could. I wandered along, enjoying the sounds and smells of the crisp night air. I ate some leaves, ferns, and whatever else my deer thought was nice. The moon rose higher, and it was a clear night, so I didn't have too much trouble seeing where I was going. I found a nice clearing with a tiny creek babbling through it and decided that it would be a good place to linger. I took a long drink and just stood, enjoying the feeling of freedom that always accompanied a change once it had happened, free of the dread that always led up to it. I must have browsed the plants there for a good 2 hours, munching lazily and sipping water from the stream. If my deer ate a lot, I felt full for a while as a human, so I liked to graze. Suddenly, my deer was on alert. My head whipped up and my ears twitched this way and that. I didn't know quite why yet. I couldn't hear anything or smell anything yet, but something was off. I peered into the dark, listening intently, muscles quivering and tail up, ready to flee. Then I smelled it. Canine. I wasn't sure what kind. I didn't have enough experience in deer form around other animals. It could have been a coyote or some camper's runaway dachshund for all I knew. But I was on edge, and I couldn't pinpoint where the smell was coming from. A breeze picked up and brought the scent right to me, strong and pungent and close. I didn't wait to find out what it was. I turned and bolted. It was dangerous in the dark to run on my slender legs, but it was also dangerous to get eaten. Behind me, I heard a short yip that was almost immediately answered by a barely audible chuffing. My blood ran cold with terror, and I picked up the pace. There was more than one, and they were closer than I'd thought. I couldn't see far ahead in the dark, especially because as a deer my eyes were on the sides of my head and I had a blind spot directly in front of me. But I aimed for the more open areas, worried my antlers would get caught in low-hanging branches or my legs would get caught between roots or stones and break. The smells and sounds of multiple dogs were assaulting me with every gust of wind. At least they were upwind from me. Suddenly, 2 dog-like creatures with long snouts dissolved out of the woods to my left, almost close enough to bite my legs. Wolves. Huge wolves. Seriously huge wolves. I didn't know wolves were that big. I always just assumed they were like Labradors or something. The one closest to me was almost as high at the shoulder as I was, and I was big for even a mature buck. I screamed, but it came out more like the bawling of a calf. I quickly changed directions, hoping they hadn't had a chance to close in from the right yet. My deer was panicking, but I forced him down and took control of the strategy. only leaving enough room for his instincts to keep me from tripping or catching on things. I leapt over a fallen log, then slalomed through some birches. That got me far enough ahead that I could dart to the left in front of the closest wolves and put them behind me rather than flanking me. I hoped that meant I'd left the rest even further behind. I hadn't. Another wolf came flying out of the dark to my right and landing right on my back. I screamed again and felt teeth and claws like razors sink into the muscles of my right shoulder. I stopped on a dime and whipped around, flinging the wolf from my back. I almost blacked out from the pain when my flesh in the wolf's mouth tore away. I shook myself and jumped over the wolf, hell-bent on making my escape. I was a person, dang it. I had more brains than a pack of dumb dogs, and my deer was faster than them. I was sure of it. I could get away as long as my leg didn't give out. I fleetingly considered going back to my family's camp, but the wolves were between them and me, and I doubted they would save me. Even if I could force the change and scream for help as a human, maybe I could find water and lose them as I swam across. Could wolves swim? Probably better than I could. It didn't matter. I doubted I'd find a giant river anywhere nearby. I just needed to outlast them and disappear into the forest. They'd get tired eventually and look for easier prey, right? Unfortunately, luck was not on my side. I drew up short as a large ridge of rock rose up in front of me, like a mini bluff of piled boulders. It was just tall enough that I'd never be able to jump it, but not tall enough to even spark enthusiasm in someone out bouldering for the day. Yet it was long. I didn't think I could run along it without the wolves cutting me off. I panicked. I jumped, trying to scramble up, my hooves skittering across the moss-covered surface of the smallest boulder. I could hear the panting of the wolves as they broke through the tree line and surrounded me. There had to be almost 24 wolves there. That wasn't a normal amount for a pack, was it? I was going to die if I couldn't make this climb. I fell back and made the jump again, just as one of the wolves made a snap at my back leg. I felt the air as the animal's teeth snickered together mere millimeters from my tendon. I fell to my knees, trying for footholds with my back hooves. I was losing a lot of blood, getting tired. If I only had human hands, human feet, I could grab on. I needed to be human. I remembered fingers and toes, trying to concentrate on climbing while ignoring the snarling and hot breath of the wolves that were jumping after me. And then the wolves weren't after me anymore. They were fighting each other. I saw out of one eye that one of the wolves had placed itself between the others and me and was fighting them off. But I didn't have time to ponder that as I shed my deer and grabbed onto a jutting tree root with my weak but blessedly dexterous human fingers. I screamed as the effort of pulling myself up the rocks caused my shoulder to erupt with pain, hot blood running down my back and arm. The rough surface of the rock face scraped my knees, toes, elbows, and palms, but I didn't stop climbing. Until I did, I had lost too much blood, and I couldn't climb anymore, despite the adrenaline. I collapsed on the rock, and finally, after all my running and fighting, resigned myself to the fact that I would die here, alone in the woods. Nobody would find me, because wolves and who knew what other animals would scavenge my corpse. It got harder to breathe, and I wished I had my inhaler, but it was back in my pants pocket under the trail cam. I rolled onto my back and gazed up at the moon, and I wasn't sure if the haze around it was clouds or my own blurry vision. Then I felt strong arms gently snake under my neck and waist, and someone was holding me tightly. It sent lightning bolts of pain through my shoulder, but I was so wrung out I couldn't even scream anymore. I looked up, but couldn't make out the face of the man, silhouetted by the moon. My breath came in gasps, and with it came the alluring scent of warm rhubarb crumble, but cut with motor oil and wolf. Despite the lack of blood in my body, I felt my dick twitch just a bit. "I've got you, little mate. You'll be okay." The voice was warm, a little rough, and the last thing I heard before darkness took me. Chapter 5. Riley. It was a couple hours past midnight, and I paced the hallway outside my parents' bedroom, running my hands through my hair repeatedly. Andrew and my mother were in with my true mate, working hard to save his life. My mother had been a nurse during the First and Second World Wars, so she knew a thing or two. She was the reason Andrew had decided to go into medicine. And now they were both working on my mate. The mate we had almost killed. My wolf and I wanted him in my room so he wouldn't get my parents' scent all over him, but my room was too small for them to effectively work on him. All of my siblings were in the house, waiting with me and offering support, but I was so angry I didn't want to talk to any of them. How could none of them have realized the deer we hunted was a shifter? I'd been upwind of him like we'd all originally been before we'd noticed him, and I hadn't scented him until we cornered him at the bluff. But Donna and Kim had circled around and gotten right up next to him. Donna had fucking bitten a giant chunk out of him. Were they that bad at scenting that they hadn't even noticed? "Rye?" I turned to see Jenna standing at the top of the stairs, a mug of something steaming in her hand. "You should sit down and drink this. It'll help you so you can present a calm face to your true mate when he wakes up." "If he wakes up," I growled. I ran my hands over my face, trying to brush away the tears without her seeing them. "You can't blame yourself," Jenna said, putting a hand on my arm to guide me to an ornate chair against the wall at the near end of the hall. "I don't. I never once got downwind of him, or I'd have known who he was. I blame our asshole brothers and sisters who scented him and still try to eat him," I shouted. Our sister Brenda suddenly appeared and elbowed Jenna aside to crouch in front of me, her hands on my cheeks. Brenda was one of my gentler sisters. She looked me straight in the eyes, a total unusual move for her since it's usually a dominance thing among wolves. I was the one to eventually look away in submission, and that's when she spoke. "Your true mate is lying right on the other side of this wall, fighting for his life," she said in her quiet, soothing voice. "You have no business having a tantrum out here. Donna and Kim and everybody else feel terrible about what happened, and they can hear every word you say. I know you're angry, but you have to know that they would never purposefully hurt your true mate. Don't make this worse by laying blame and hurting more feelings. We are all here for the both of you." I knew they were, and I knew that no matter how loud, rough, and crass Donna could get, she would never hurt another soul on purpose, least of all one of us, or our mates. She probably felt like crap, and I was being a cruel jerk. "Sorry," I muttered. "Now," Brenda said, reaching up to take the tea from Jenna. "You drink this and feel better. It's my rest and relax blend. I know you like it. I'll pop in and see how Mom and Andrew are getting on. Maybe you can go in soon." I sipped the tea, enjoying the mild lavender and linden scent, while Brenda slipped into the bedroom and Jenna leaned against the arm of the chair and stroked my hair. We didn't have any special twin mind link or anything, but we were always pretty good in reading each other. It felt nice to have her there comforting me. "So," she said, "what does he smell like?" I snorted my tea and coughed as the hot liquid burned my throat and sinuses. "Brat," I said. But then I thought back to when I'd first scented my mate, and how it made me feel. I wouldn't mention that my cock had hardened like a steel pipe, but the scent had been comforting, cozy, and happy. It was a scent meant just for me, his true mate. He smells like baking day, like cinnamon and vanilla sugar cookies. Wow, that sounds amazing. I hope my mate smells like baked goods, Jenna said. She was totally sincere, and I felt a little puff of pride that she envied me, my mate. Brenda emerged from the room with a laundry basket full of bloody towels. I cringed at the amount of red. "You can go in," she said. I was out of the chair and to the door in seconds, the tea dropped and forgotten, soaking into the rag rug. The room lights had been dimmed, and Andrew was packing up his supplies while my mother filled a plastic tub with items that needed to be sterilized or burned. My stomach turned at the heavy stench of blood in the room, mixed with the suppressed baking smell of the pale man unconscious in the bed. Mom came over and squeezed my arm, pulling me down to kiss my cheek. "He's going to make it, honey. Once he wakes up and shifts again, he should be totally fine. Andrew did a great job, especially considering he's never worked on a non-wolf shifter before." She continued in a barely there whisper, just quiet enough to escape Andrew's enhanced shifter hearing. "You should be sure to thank him." I nodded. "Thank you, Mom. I don't know what I'd have done." I didn't need to say any more than that. She gathered the bucket full of bloody tools and gauze and slipped out the door. Andrew came over and rested a heavy hand on my head for a moment, looking at me with affection. "Thank you, Andrew."
"You're welcome. I'm glad I had the skills necessary. You know all our hearts would break with yours if he hadn't made it."
"I know."
"Go be with him. He'll probably wake up in the next couple of hours, but he'll be weak. I have him on a fluid drip, but I didn't want to risk plasma, since he's a shifter. I couldn't use human plasma, and I didn't want to risk using wolf."
"Thanks again. You're the best." Andrew nodded and shut the door behind him when he left. I sidled up to my parents' big bed and sat on the edge. I took the limp hand that lay on top of the covers and gazed down at my mate. He looked younger than me, but with shifters it was hard to tell. He was delicate, anyway, both in build and features. Shaggy brown hair framed a baby face, with long eyelashes that rested on his cheeks. My sister would kill for lashes like those. There was a smattering of freckles across his fine, pale nose and cheekbones. Asleep, he looked innocent, but I remember that he looked that way awake as well, even under the pale light of the moon, with confusion and terror and pain contorting his features. "I'm sorry," I murmured, reaching out with my free hand to brush his hair back from his face and trace a line with my thumb from his forehead, down his nose, and to the thin bumps of his lips. Chapter 6. Quentin. A slither of light coming through drawn curtains woke me. Why did slivers of light always seem to be aimed right at my eyes? Did the sun have a vendetta against me? More likely it was Brody shining a flashlight in my eyes. I rolled over and covered my head with the pillow, trying to ward off the wake-up slap. It didn't come. I groaned as I climbed my way slowly out of a deep grogginess. I gradually became aware that the smells around me were nothing like what I was used to. I didn't smell any stale beer, cigarette smoke, dirty laundry, or old food wrappers. I was in a bed, not a sleeping bag on the floor of the RV. The sheets were clean and smelled like strawberries, and over that was a smell that was strangely familiar. It was like warm rhubarb crumble, and I felt a zing that perked up my morning wood. I tried to sit up and groaned again when I felt a dull ache in my right shoulder. It suddenly came all back to me, and I jerked up despite the pain. I was about to be eaten by wolves. How had I ended up in a strawberry rhubarb bed? I took the room in at a glance. I was on the right side of a king-sized bed and hooked up to an IV drip. The bedding was all white and lacy, like a B&B in a magazine. There was a closet access from me right next to the open door of a bathroom. I could see the sink, thanks to a nightlight plugged in above it. There was a white wicker chair in the corner with pink checkered cushions and a purple throw blanket. There were also about 1,000,000 photos on every single flat surface, but without my glasses, I couldn't see them clearly. A large dresser took up almost a whole wall to my left, except for where a door stood in the corner, and it had a giant mirror. I could see myself in it, and I looked like crap, with my hair standing up everywhere, a giant bandage around my chest and shoulder, and dark circles under my eyes that stood out in stark contrast to my too pale skin. Somebody had saved me. That much was clear. I tried to remember who, but I was drawing a complete blank. The last thing I could remember was running for my life from an army of giant apex predators. I noticed a chair right next to me. Somebody must have been watching over me. A knock came at the door, and I was suddenly hyper-aware that I was naked. I pulled the covers up to my chin. The door opened before I could reply. They must have figured I was still asleep. A woman stepped in. She was petite, with long blonde hair and a sweet face, maybe in her lower 30s or upper 20s. She smiled in delight when she saw me. "Sweetheart, you're awake. Everyone will be thrilled. Your mate would have been here, but I made him get something to eat. How are you feeling?" "Just a moment." She popped back out the door before I could reply and called to somebody nearby. "He is awake. Get Riley and tell Frank to warm up this boy's breakfast." When she spoke, she had kind of a prim accent, but it didn't sound put on, sort of old-timey, like in a black and white movie. I wondered where she was from. She turned back to me and hurried over to sit in the chair next to the bed and take my left hand, since the right one had an IV needle in it. "Now, sweetie, tell me how you feel." I tried to speak but ended up coughing. It tasted like something had died in my mouth. I was worried she'd be able to smell my breath. The woman shook her head and waved a hand in the air. "What kind of nurse am I? Let me get you a glass of water, you poor darling." What was happening? My own mother didn't fuss over me this much, and this woman was a complete stranger. She was to the bathroom and back quickly, and I sipped at the glass she handed me. My hands trembled, and she reached out to steady the cup, helping me drink. There. You've had a bad injury and a scare. You'll be back to full strength once you can shift to your deer." I choked on the water and drooled it down my front. You know?" The woman gave me a confused look. "Of course. We all saw you shift, darling. You're a beautiful stag." "What?" Before I could even formulate the end of that question, the door flew open and a guy charged in, eyes wild. Not just any guy, the hot guy from Sam's Club. "You're the butt cream guy," I said before I could stop myself. He stared at me for a moment, then his face flushed and he muttered, "I'm gonna kill her." The woman to my right tittered, and he glared at her. "Butt cream?" she asked. "Stupid Tina, when we were shopping, it's not important." He turned to me. "I don't have a rash. I snorted out a laugh, too overwhelmed to react to this whole situation like a normal person, so I just reacted to the immediate ridiculousness. He stared for a moment, then began to chuckle as well. He came over to the bed and sat on the edge of it, and the scent of rhubarb crumble rolled over me in a wave. I'd tasted it once at a church picnic my family had crashed, and it had been one of the most delicious things I'd ever eaten, but I hadn't gotten a hard-on at the picnic. I gasped, and realized with horror that my cock had sprung to attention and was tenting the blankets. I shot a mortified glance at the woman, and she gave me a rueful smile. "Poor baby," she murmured, and ran a hand across my hair. "This must be a lot for you, escaping death and finding your true mate all in one night." What? Seriously? What? True mate? And how did they know I'd almost been eaten? What had she meant by they all saw me shift? Were they there with the wolves? And where was I now? Who were these people? Why wasn't I asking any of this out loud? "This is Riley. I'm Riley's mother, Patty. You can call me Patty, or Mom. I'll let you and Riley discuss the terms of your mating. I have to admit, I don't really know how deer shifters live. But you're more than welcome at Susilauma. Nobody will harm you here. Now that we know you're a shifter, especially considering what you mean to Riley." "You can't be his mom," I blurted. Not what I meant to say, but sure, I'd go with it. They both looked at me like I was crazy. "I mean, you look the same age. If you're his mom, then I know my mom will want some of whatever you've been using for skincare." I gave a nervous laugh that died a painful death as they continued to stare at me. "Honey, we're shifters. You know we don't age like humans," Patty said. Riley was looking concerned at this point. He was concerned? I was losing my darn mind, and he was concerned? "What do you mean? You're deer too?" "Not deer," Riley said quietly. "Wolves." Now it was my turn to stare. My eyes darted back and forth between Riley and Patty, but I didn't see any hint of teasing or lying. I could usually smell when somebody was lying too, though I had no idea how I did it. And then I realized that, of course, they were wolves. I could smell it under their fruity fragrances and that hint of motor oil from Riley, now that I was deliberately trying to notice it. And then it came crashing in on me. They'd been there and seen me change because they were the wolves that had tried to eat me. I whimpered. Yeah, whimpered, and scrambled away across the bed. The IV in my arm ripped out as I fell off the opposite side, and I cried out in pain from that and my shoulder. My blood sprayed across the pristine white bedding and dark wood floor, and I was once again reminded that I was buck naked, no pun intended, with a hard-on from hecking a house full of who knew how many ravenous wolf people, and I was weaker than I'd ever been. It would be another month before I could change to my deer, so I'd be stuck healing at the regular human pace. It was a wonder I didn't have an asthma attack on top of everything. Suddenly, Riley was at my side, pulling me into a tight hug, though he was careful to avoid my injured shoulder. As terrified as I was, there was something comforting in his touch, just like in his smell. "Shh, baby, it's okay. You know I can't hurt you," he murmured. "How would I know that? I don't know you at all, except that you're apparently a wolf who tried to eat me." I struggled in his arms, but he was stronger than me. He picked me up and tucked me back into the bed, but he climbed up and straddled my legs to look me in the face. I shrank down in spite of myself. My deer knew this was a wolf, but for some reason, He wasn't terrified like he'd been when I was running through the woods in the dead of night with the hounds of hell on my heels. Rather, he seemed to enjoy this particular wolf's presence. He wanted to come out and play with the snuggly puppy. Odd. I felt Patty take my hand and stick gauze and a bandage on it, but I ignored her. I was trapped staring into Riley's warm, amber eyes. He cupped my face with both hands, forcing me to hold his gaze. Babe, true mates can't harm each other. I don't know what that is, I said, petulantly crossing my arms over my chest. All I know is that you guys almost killed me. I appreciate that you seem to have changed your minds. I indicated the bandages and IV bag. But that doesn't mean I suddenly want to hold your hands and sing around a campfire or something. How can you not know what true mates are? You're a shifter, aren't you? Riley's voice rose in pitch and volume. Don't yell at me! I tried to push him off my lap, but he was too heavy, and it hurt my shoulder. I sucked in a pained breath and grabbed at it with my left hand. My chest got tight, and I hoped I wouldn't have an asthma attack here without my inhaler. Shit, baby, I'm sorry. Riley stroked the side of my face, and as much as I wanted to hate it, it felt good. I still turned from him and stared at the wall, refusing to give him the satisfaction of showing how much I enjoyed it. Still, the tightness in my lungs eased. Riley. Patty's quiet voice came from where she still sat in the chair. I'd kind of forgotten she was there. I think there are some things about your true mate that we need to learn, but now is not the time. Let's get him some breakfast and some clothes, and then we can have a calm conversation. She turned her attention to me. Most importantly, honey, what is your name? I briefly considered not telling them, but what would that accomplish? Quentin Williams. I'm Quentin Williams. My family is camped out in the Shawnee National Forest. Where are we, anyway? Well, Quentin, like I said, I'm Patty, and this is Riley. We're on our family's land. Maybe you've heard of Susilauma Farm. We're right next to the Shawnee Forest. I shook my head. Am I right in guessing that you're the only animal shifter in your family? Patty asked. I nodded. Well, that answers some questions and brings up a host of others, but they can wait. My husband Frank will be up any minute with something for you to eat, and Riley will be glad to give you something of his to wear. We'll get out of your hair so you can shift and use the restroom, if you like. But the full moon is over. I mean, I might be able to shift tonight, but... I trailed off again. I was getting real sick of the looks they kept giving me. I got enough of those kind of looks from my own family. The looks that said I was too stupid to live. Babe, can't you shift on demand? No, can you? I asked sarcastically, but my sarcasm didn't pack the punch I'd hoped, because apparently they could. Well, that puts a crimp in things, Patty said. We thought you'd be able to shift and heal once you woke up. You poor little sweetie. But that's something else we'll address later. Right now, like I said, we'll give you some space. It would be best not to take a full shower, but there are washcloths, towels, and a spare toothbrush on the counter in there for you. Thanks, I said, eyeing them until the door shut behind them. Riley gave me a weird look the whole way out. Almost, maybe, desire? Impossible. My dick wanted to interpret it that way, though. I frowned at my inappropriate hard-on. Once they were gone, I scrambled to the bathroom and locked the door. I felt totally gross, and I could see dirt still ground into the skin of my knees and palms. Even if I couldn't take a shower, maybe I could still have a small bath. I didn't often get to soak in a tub, though with all the bandages, I could hardly relax. I filled the bathtub with just enough hot water to reach my waist when I was sitting. That should keep my bandages from getting wet. I sank into it and moaned. It felt amazing. I wished I could submerge and soak away the ache in my neck. There was a bar of soap, strawberry scented of course, on a tray, so I soaped a washcloth and cleaned up, paying special attention to my armpits and carefully avoiding my bandages. It was awkward. My right shoulder hurt too much to lift very high, so I had to use my left hand for most of it. But I finally got rinsed off and dried, and let the water out of the tub. With a fluffy pink towel around my waist, I brushed my teeth and combed my hair. When that was done, I peeked out the bathroom door. The bedroom was empty, except for a neat pile of sweats stacked on the foot of the bed and a tray on the dresser that held a glass of orange juice and veggie and cheese omelet with buttered toast. My stomach growled, and I ended up scarfing the omelet at the dresser while wearing just the towel. I could get dressed after. It took a ton of energy to shift, and I never got quite enough to eat at home, so I took my meals when I could get them. I had never had an omelet so good, and the orange juice tasted freshly squeezed. I blessed the day I had not been eaten by wolves so that I could survive to eat this breakfast. The freaking toast was from homemade bread, and I was willing to bet money the butter was fresh too. It was gone too soon, and I sucked each of my fingers to get every last molecule of that breakfast into my mouth. I put the clothes on as best I could, no underwear included, but there were socks. The shirt gave me some problems, but it was loose enough that I managed without help. Then I just kind of sat at the end of the bed and stared into space. I didn't know if they expected me to come out of the room, but I wasn't convinced that was a good idea. There were a ton of wolf shifters out there, even though they'd promised I was safe. I didn't know enough about other shifters to know if I should trust them. Heck, I hadn't even known there were other shifters in the world besides me until today, though I'd hoped they were. Be careful what you wish for. I wondered if I could find my parents if I was able to sneak out. Doubtful. As a human, I didn't have the best sense of direction, and I'd gotten all kinds of turned around during the chase. For now, I guessed I'd have to rely on the hunters, and hope they weren't lying that I wouldn't be hunted. But still, the full moon was over, so maybe it was safe enough. Unless they were telling the truth about being able to shift on demand. I really didn't know anything about other shifters. I barely knew enough about myself. Dang it all to heck.
Chapter 7. Riley. I couldn't believe Quentin had no idea we were true mates. How could any shifter not know about mates, or not recognize theirs when they met them? Granted, it had not occurred to me that my mate would be anything other than another wolf, but it wasn't unheard of. My sister Sarah was mated to a panther shifter named Trevor, and they lived out in Oregon with his people, but all my other mated siblings were with wolf shifters. Mom and I filled the rest of the family in on the situation, that he was awake and scared, that he couldn't shift without the full moon, that he was the only shifter in his family and didn't know about true mates. That last one got me a lot of looks of sympathy, even from the triplets. "Are you gonna be okay, Rye?" Jenna pulled me into a hug, and I rested my head on her shoulder for a minute. "I will be. I'm just going to have to move slow and hope he's open to getting to know me," I said. "Hopefully the mating pull will work in your favor," she said. Dad came up and put his arms around the both of us. We'll do everything we can to make Quentin feel welcome," he promised. "I just put his breakfast on the dresser and heard him splashing around in the tub. I imagine he'll be ready to talk soon." "Take your time. You can stay home today," Yuri said, patting my shoulder. Cole also gave my hand a squeeze before the two of them went back to their own cabin to get ready for work. A half-hour later, I knocked at my parents' door. There was a long pause before Quentin's voice finally called me to come in. I opened the door slowly, hoping I wouldn't startle him. He seemed to be kind of skittish, and I wondered if that was a deer shifter thing, or an almost eaten by my in-laws thing. He was sitting on the foot of the bed, wearing clothes of mine, and I loved the sight of him in my things. Not to mention, my wolf was over the moon that Quentin was getting my scent all over him, marking him as mine. If I couldn't claim him, I could at least put up some warning flags. Though my human brain understood that none of my siblings would poach a true mate, my wolf was still antsy at Quentin's unclaimed status. He understood enough to realize our mate was hurt, though, so didn't push as hard for me to claim Quentin as he might have. "Hey," I said, and dared to sit next to him. He didn't scoot away, so I counted that a win. "Hey." His delicate hands were clasped in his lap, and he kept his gorgeous brown eyes riveted on them. "So, I'm kind of figuring out that you don't know too much about shifters. Am I wrong?" "You're not wrong." "Geez, throw me a bone here." "Well, I guess the most important thing is to explain what true mates are, since that's what we are." "If you say so." I sighed, but I forged ahead. Every shifter has a true mate somewhere in the world. There is a sort of, I don't know, thread or destiny or fate that connects true mates. We know who our mate is when we scent each other, and that tells us that we've found the one person in the entire world who is perfect for us. There are some perks to being shifters. Shifters live exceptionally long lives and look and feel young for most of it. I'm guessing you didn't know that part, since you were so surprised by how young my mom looked. He nodded, so I continued. The only downside is that no shifters form a mated pair unless it is with their true mate. And, well, because of how long we live, it may take a while for true mates to find each other. It's possible that some of my siblings have true mates that aren't even born yet, or that are hundreds of years older than them. So, I'm feeling really lucky to have met you so soon. Wait, so how old are you? Is this a Twilight situation and you're like 100 years old? Quentin asked. Hell no. I'm 25. How old are you? 19? Are you telling or asking me? I laughed. Well, I didn't realize you were so much older than me. In the grand scheme of things, it's not so much, I assured him. Like I said, my siblings might not have such a small gap with their mates. Heterosexual shifters can't have children with anyone but their fated true mate, so it helps with population control, I guess, especially since wolves tend to have multiples almost every time. I'm a twin, but there are a few sets of triplets among my siblings. How the heck many siblings do you have? Quentin asked, eyes wide. 23. Do you have brothers and sisters? 23? I only have 2 brothers and 1 sister, but my parents aren't shifters. Wait a second. Do any of your siblings have true mates or whatever already? Well, yeah, a few. 6 of them. I could see the skepticism in the look he gave me. I could almost smell the doubt and the fear. He clearly thought we were some weird cult of cannibals or something. And you're saying that you and I are, what, meant to be?
That some higher power destined that we'd meet and fall in love just because we like each other's deodorant? Not exactly. Tell me, what do you smell when I'm around you? Nothing. Don't even try with that. I know you smell something. Just tell me. It's stupid. It's not. Quentin sighed and gave in. Rhubarb crumble. I blanched. Seriously? I smell like pie to you? Not pie, crumble. I told you it was stupid. I'm sorry, don't be mad. I was just hoping for something manlier than dessert, like leather and gunpowder. I'll tell you mine. I tried to pacify him. He was scooting away from me, and my wolf was not having that. He chuckled, and I felt a wash of relief. Leather and gunpowder? Really? Well, maybe not that exactly. If it makes you feel better, you usually smell like motor oil, too, he said. Well, that's because of my job. I'm a mechanic. Oh, and you smell me, too? It's not like the same smell as how you smell to me? It's not the same. To me, you smell like a bakery. Eh? Sugar, cookies, and cinnamon. That's what you smell like to me, and nobody else. And look at the effect it has on my dick. That's why you get a hard-on every time I'm in the room. Your deer is telling you I'm your true mate, and is prompting you to claim me. Quentin self-consciously pulled his shirt down to cover his tented sweatpants. But I didn't bother to hide the erection straining at my jeans. I wanted him to see how much I wanted him, that I wanted to taste him, to bend him over, pound him into the mattress, and sink my teeth into him, that I wanted to feel him in my ass and his claiming bite on me. We sat quietly for a few moments, and I didn't push him. I figured he had to wrap his mind around a few things. You're a wolf, Riley, Quentin finally said. I am? And I'm a deer. You are, but I swear I won't eat you. True mates can never harm each other. It's a built-in feature. But why would fate or destiny or whatever match up a wolf and a deer as some cosmically perfect couple? Well, that's what I'm hoping we can find out together. I wanted to kiss his mouth so badly, but I settled for a hasty peck on the cheek. What if I wasn't interested in a male mate? How would that work? He suddenly asked, turning toward me fully. I felt my heart drop into my stomach and splash my innards, making me nauseated. You aren't... But I thought... He put a hand on my thigh. I'm sorry. It's okay. I am gay, but I'm just trying to figure out this true mates thing. I mean, what do we do from here? Just hang out until something happens? Well, do you think you could handle a family picnic? We can just relax in here until then. You should probably take a nap, and I'll just watch over you, if you don't mind. My wolf and I want to be close to you. He seemed surprised at that, but nodded his head and turned to crawl up the bed with just one arm and lie down. I walked around and tucked him in, then pulled up the chair to sit as close as possible. He snuggled down and closed his eyes, but just as his breath was starting to even out, his hand cautiously slipped out from under the covers, fingers open and palm up in offering. I gratefully took it and held it the entire time he slept, gently stroking his palm and wrist. I didn't want to overwhelm him, so I didn't think now was the time to get into any more details about true mates, or the fact that we still had to claim each other for the mating to take. Even though we already felt the attraction and our animals would fight to make it official, he had a long way to go before I could claim him in good conscience. Once Quentin was awake and feeling up to coming out of Mom and Dad's room, we headed downstairs to join the big picnic lunch. Mom had decided eating outside was best. She didn't want to overwhelm Quentin by having the entire family in the house, towering over him and cornering him everywhere he turned. That wasn't likely to trigger any kind of good memories. I walked with him outside. When he saw all my siblings milling around, he pressed up against me. My wolf puffed up with pride, and I didn't feel too bad about it either. The mating pull was already making him look to me for protection. "What is this? An impromptu performance of 7 brides for 7 brothers?" He muttered. "What's that?" I asked. "It's a musical about mountain men, brothers finding their brides. I saw it at a free movie night in a park somewhere. Anyway, that's not important. Why didn't you warn me that your entire family could probably compete in the Olympics or whatever?" I laughed. "I guess we are all pretty fit, now that you mention it. But not all my brothers are huge." My brother Joseph was standing closest to us, and he really did resemble a mountain man. Quentin glared at me and was about to say something when Tina's voice rose over the rest, directed our way. "Hey, Bambi!" Quentin whipped around to look behind him, then turned back with a sheepish look. The triplets came up and formed a half circle in front of us. "Oh, you meant me, because I'm a deer. Hilarious." He gave them a dark look. "Who else could she have meant?" I asked. "Well, you're not going to believe this. My mom's name is Bambi." "The hell you say?" Kim scoffed. "No joke. It's not even a nickname. My mom's name is Bambi Vonda Williams." "And nobody else in your family are deer shifters?" I confirmed. "Just me." "Well, ain't that a cosmic crack-up?" Donna hooted. She suddenly got really serious and reached out to take Quentin by both of his upper arms. He shied away a bit. Who wouldn't? She towered over him and must have outweighed him by 80 pounds. But he looked her dead in the eye. I had to admire his courage. Most wolves consider that a challenge, and Donna was always up for a challenge. "Listen, little fawn, I am sick to death about the fact that I bit you. Yeah, it was me," she admitted when he gaped at her. "I should have realized you were a shifter, but I let my wolf get carried away and ignored what was right in front of my nose. I am sincerely sorry, and I hope you can forgive me. But even if you can't, I will still guarantee your safety for the rest of my life. Anyone wants to hurt you, they'll have to go through me, including Riley. If he ever makes you unhappy, you just come to your big sister Donna, and I'll paddle his bare ass while you watch him blubber like a baby." Quentin chuckled at that, but I was thunderstruck. I didn't think I'd ever heard such a sincere apology out of any of the triplets in my entire life. "What about me? I'm your actual brother," I said. "So?" Donna turned to leer at me, and I shuddered. "You know I'll always protect you two, from outsiders, but that still doesn't mean your ass is safe from a solid paddling." "What is it with you and my ass? It's creepy," I said, covering it with my hands. "Just being a good big sister, we have to keep the young pups in line, you know? Anyway, little fawn, if you need anything, just remember the triplets. Donna, Tina, Kim." She gestured to each of them and backed away. "There's a shit ton of shifters around here, but as long as you remember the important ones, you'll be all right." She gave him a wicked grin and a conspiratorial wink. Then the triplets wandered off to fix themselves some plates. "Are all your sisters like that?" Quentin asked with a look of confused wonder. "Hell no. I'd kill myself. The triplets are a force of nature. I'll write you out a list of everybody and what they do and stuff. Fortunately for you, not all of my siblings live at Susilauma, so you won't have to remember all of them right away." "How old are they?" Quentin asked, eyes still on Donna. "Good question. My oldest brother and sister, Joseph and Linda, were born in 1965, so all my other siblings will be younger than them, if that helps. The triplets were born a few years later, so they're, I think, 49 or 50. It's hard to keep track of everybody, though. I just try to remember how old Joseph is, so I have an age cap in mind. Jenna, my twin sister, and I are the youngest. I know it's hard when everybody looks under 35 at the most. We look more like a singles mixer than a family reunion when we're all together. No kidding, Quentin said. Your mom had multiples every time? All wolf shifters do. I think a general rule of thumb is, if the animal spirit is the kind that has multiples, the humans will too. Shifters just don't have as many at a time as animals, obviously. And then we didn't have a chance to say anything else about it, as my siblings and their mates, if they had them, all began to file by, presenting themselves to Quentin. I introduced them all and gave him little sound bites of descriptions. This is Joseph, my oldest brother. He runs most of the business end of Susilauma. His twin Linda lives in France with her mate Francois, and they have a ton of kids, most older than me. This is Brenda. She lives in that cottage over there with her twin Barbara. Barbara and her mate Wesley have 9 or 10 kids, I think, so Brenda helps. Oh, here's Barbara and Wesley now. Andrew is the one that stitched you up. He's a doctor and he works in town. Doesn't he look like Jason Statham with hair? He's one of triplets, but the other 2 don't live here, so you don't have to remember them. Kara's a midwife. She and Heather, actually, but Kara does a lot with our market gardens, too. Her twin is mated to a panther shifter. Oh, there's Heather. Heather and Jeremy are twins. Wait until Jeremy bursts out his guitar later. He's too modest about it, but he's really good. That's Daniel. No, you're looking at my dad. I mean the one that looks younger than me, even though he's like 40. Yeah, he's got a twin, but Chris lives with his wife Amanda's clan in Wisconsin. This is Lilius. She's married to my brother Ben, but I don't see him around right now. Oh, but there's one of his brothers, Nick. They're triplets, but Robert left home when I was a toddler. Nick trains horses. I bet he'll show them to you. Oh, there goes some of Barbara's kids. That's Shauna, Allison, Brandy. You know what? Forget it. There's too many to bother. By the time I got Quentin up to the food table to fill him a plate, I could see that his head was spinning. There was no way he was going to remember half of what I'd told him, and nobody would really expect him to. Do you eat meat? I asked him, realizing a little too late that he might not appreciate the huge spread that included a whole lot of grilled animals. No venison, thankfully. I do. I know it might sound weird, but my human side still needs the nutrients from animal foods. I just don't eat venison, obviously, and I avoid animals that are similar to deer, like elk, beef, or even goat. And I hate fish, but that's not about being a deer. But I'll eat pork and poultry as a human. My deer is vegetarian. I'm pretty sure that none of us will ever eat venison again, at least as long as you're around. We do raise meat goats, but we won't expect you to eat it, I assured him. He gave me a small smile and heaped his plate with pasta salad, grilled chicken, coleslaw, and baked apples. The spring nip in the air had turned his cheeks a delightful pink, and I couldn't wait to watch him eat. I was betting he would be really cute, dainty. We were just getting settled at a picnic table with some of Barb's kids. Quentin had gravitated toward it, and I assumed he felt safer at the kid table. When my dad joined us, I was sitting across from Quentin, and Dad sat next to me. Hi, Quentin. I'm Frank, Riley's daddy. Glad to meet you, son. He held out his hand, and Quentin took it, using his other to wipe his mouth with a paper napkin. Nice to meet you, sir, Quentin said. Just call me Dad or Frank, Dad said with a warm smile. I think it would be weird to call you Dad when you look younger than my older brothers, Quentin said. Dad laughed. Whatever you're comfortable with. I just wanted to come over and welcome you to the family. You'll always be welcome and safe here. If you need anything at all, just let us know. Even if you're thousands of miles away, we've got family all over the globe, and we'll see you're taken care of.
Thank you.
Quentin almost looked sad, and I wondered what my dad had said that upset him. Maybe he was scared knowing so many wolf shifters existed. I'd have to assure him later that normally any shifter would not deliberately harm another shifter, even in animal form, and us attacking him had been a misunderstanding and mistake. Let me be clear, Dad said, reaching across the table to gently place a hand on Quentin's, careful of the Band-Aid covering the IV injury, though that would surely have healed by now. Even if you don't mate Riley, I still mean everything I said. We all hope you will, but it's not a requirement to win our affection. Quentin nodded but didn't reply. I swore I saw his lower lip quiver the slightest bit, and I surged up to rush around the table and pull him into my arms.
Baby, what's wrong?
I crooned into his hair.
Nothing. I'm fine. It's just that this pasta salad is the best I've ever had,
he said. I looked at his face and saw that he was teasing me, and I burst out laughing. I knew he was hedging, but I let it go and just breathed him in for a while until he pulled away to finish his lunch. He ate clumsily with his left hand, and I assumed he must be right-handed, but it was too painful to lift his right arm. I hadn't noticed my dad leave, but I appreciated that he had, and I loved him for coming over to reassure my true mate and welcome him, even though he was a deer and so ignorant of shifters and scared of the family.
I was thinking, Quentin said, I should probably go back to my parents. I went out after dinner time last night, saying I had to check the trail cams, and they'll probably have found my clothes and stuff by now. They must be wondering what I'm doing running around naked in the woods all night and day.
I laughed. You wouldn't be the first. More than one of us has been naked in public by mistake, for one reason or another. I'm pretty sure most people around here think we're a hippie commune. Anyway, yeah, I can bring you back to your family. Are you guys just camping for a while? Do you live in the area? I really hoped he lived in the area.
Well, not really.
Quentin was quiet for almost a full minute, chewing thoughtfully, and I fought not to prompt him to continue. He'd open up in his own time, and he was freaked out enough without me jumping on him.
See, and if you thought my mom's name was crazy, this is going to blow your mind. My family are sort of like monster hunters.
Come again? Quentin ran his hands through his brown curls and looked around, like someone might pop up and rescue him from having to continue speaking.
We don't really live anywhere because we're always traveling, looking for paranormal activity. We're what folks like us call full-timers. We live in our motorhome. Right now, we're boondocking in the park because my parents didn't want to pay for a sticker and hookups. I swear, we're all going to be drowning in black water by the end of this if they don't fork out for at least a quick stop at a dump station.
I don't really understand all that. What's boondocking?
Oh, sorry. It means camping in an RV, but without hookups, so our only power is from our generator, and once our tank is out of water, it's out, and there's no way to empty our gray and black water tanks, at least nowhere safe and legal.
Got it. So your family is in Shawnee National Forest right now, camping without paying, because
they're hunting werewolves,
Quentin said, cringing. I might have laughed at that if they weren't so close to the mark, I admitted.
I'd have laughed at it too if I hadn't been almost killed by werewolves, Quentin said.
Hey, we're shifters, not werewolves. So, does this mean you're going to bring them over here to kill us? I was only half joking. Of course not. That would be murder. Also, there's kids here. You guys are nice, when you're not wolves anyway. They'd probably kill me if they knew I was a deer, or at least blog the heck out of me and force me to shift on camera and stuff. Maybe even eat me if money got tied. I laughed, but Quentin didn't. Are you serious? Your own family? He shrugged. What all do you do? As a monster hunter, I mean. I thought a return to a slightly less sad subject was in order. Well, I mostly help set up cameras and stuff, but I'm not really part of the team. That's Dad, Roz, and Brody. They're the ones that get on camera and write the blog and stuff. And they pick where we're going. My mom and my sister Harley are pretty much just along for the ride. Besides, Mom thinks Harley has a better chance of meeting eligible men on the road. Mostly, I just read or find free activities at libraries or something, if there's anything close, and I do the chores, like laundry and cleaning and stuff. They make you do all the chores by yourself? They don't make me, but they don't do any. If I didn't do them, we'd live like pigs. Is there any more of that curly pasta salad with the bacon in it, by the way? Is it okay to get more? I chuckled, but it didn't escape my notice how frantically he ate, like I'd take it away if he didn't finish it fast enough. Not nearly the dainty way I'd envisioned. I took his plate and filled it with the things he'd seemed to like the most. When I returned, he was chatting with Barbara's 10-year-old twins, so I just set his plate in front of him. I'm going to talk to my dad about getting you back to your family. You can just hang out here, I told him. He nodded and went back to a serious discussion with Zeke and Calvin about frog life stages. Chapter 8. Quentin. It was late afternoon when the picnic was finally all cleared away. I'd found Patty and offered to help, but she said I was injured and should just relax. Frank and some of Riley's siblings, I think Daniel, Brenda, Jenna, and Jeremy, brought me over to a fire pit and gave me a cushioned chair, fussing over my injuries. They did their best to include me in their conversation, talking about neutral things. Another sister, Cara, appeared with a guitar and made Jeremy play and sing. Riley was right. He was good. He did a lot of covers of songs they all knew, so everyone could sing along. My dad was always a big John Denver fan, so I knew those ones, and Jeremy played more of them when he realized I did. I really liked this family as humans. It was kind of fun to imagine myself as part of it, but that wasn't realistic. There was no way a family could really be this nice and come by our and stuff. They were probably putting on an act to trick me into getting with Riley. Besides, even if Riley and I really were true mates, or whatever, it couldn't really work out between a deer and a wolf. And it sure as heck couldn't work out between a hot, sweet mechanic that radiated confidence and a sickly, worthless, unskilled, undereducated piece of white trash like me. I was starting to get tired. Even though I'd gotten plenty to eat, I was still healing, and I could feel my deer really close to the surface. Maybe I'd allow him the shift tonight after all, and get healed all at once. I didn't know what it was about shifting, but a full shift from human to animal and back usually helped an injury, no matter how bad. And even if that injury came while in animal form, only a full shift would do it. Though, not just a one-way. Anyway, it wasn't that I couldn't shift the nights right before and after the full moon. I just usually didn't allow it, since it wasn't safe. Maybe I could stay one more night and get all the way healed. It's not like I'd be in any less trouble if I went back today. And it might be nice to spend just a bit more time with Riley, even if nothing was going to come from it. It might be fun to draw out the fantasy a little longer, imagining that I could actually be something to a guy like him. Speaking of Riley, I was getting kind of antsy to see him. He hadn't come back yet after he left me to talk to Frank, and Frank was here with me. Frank?
Yes, Quentin?
Where'd Riley go?
Don't worry. He'll be here soon. He got roped into helping in the kitchen. Then he was going to give you a lift to your family.
Oh, well, I was, kind of thinking that maybe if you don't mind, maybe I could stay overnight one more time. I can shift the night after the full moon, usually, and I thought...
That's a great idea,
Frank said, leaning over to pat my leg.
We've all been worried about that. If you can get shifted and healed, I'll feel a lot better about sending you back to your family. I wasn't sure how to explain such a big injury. Are you sure it's okay to stay? They won't be too worried.
They were going to be camping out for another couple of days anyways. I wondered if Riley had told Frank the part about werewolf hunting.
Great. I'll go set up an air mattress in Riley's room,
Frank said, getting to his feet and stretching.
Glad you'll be staying a little longer, Quentin.
Riley was glad too. When he found me a few minutes later, he gave me a kiss on the cheek and cupped my chin in his hand, giving me a fond look.
Dad says you're staying the night, so you can shift the night after the full moon, huh? That's a relief.
Yeah, I forgot that part for a while, since I usually only allow my deer out the one night a month.
About that, babe?
Riley said, sitting in Frank's vacated chair and turning it toward me.
It's really not healthy to keep your deer cooped up like that. It's best to let your animal spirit out at least once a week. It can make you sick or make your shifts painful.
Shifting isn't painful for you? I blurted.
No, it's not. It's quick, easy, and painless, because my wolf hasn't been suppressed and isn't so anxious to get free.
But I can't shift any other times. I shift on the full moon because I have to, but the nights before and after are the only other times I could shift if I wanted to. I can feel the deer, but I can't access him any other times.
That's so weird,
a voice behind me said. It was accompanied by a waft of watermelon chewing gum.
Kara,
Riley scolded.
But I've never heard of something like that before, no matter the shifter. Our brother Dustin once met a rabbit shifter, and she could shift at will, so it's not just a prey species thing. Have you actually tried shifting at other times?
Kara asked me, snapping her gum. A few times. It never worked, I said.
Try now.
Kara insisted, scooting closer, breathing watermelon on me. But it's too early. The moon isn't out yet.
Try anyway.
Kara. Riley's tone was warning now.
It won't hurt him to try,
Kara said. I guess I could, I said.
Only if you want to, babe, Riley said.
I don't want to take my clothes off, though, I said.
If you shift and ruin them, I won't be mad. They don't fit me anymore anyway.
I closed my eyes and steadied my breathing, focusing on the deer at the back of my mind. He was there, snorting and stamping. He was anxious, but not with fear. The smell of wolves all around was nothing to him compared to the smell of mate. He wanted to get out, wanted to get at our mate. The mate was right there. The mate was so close. It would be so easy to just... The deer burst out of me, bellowing. The elastic of the sweat stretched, and I could feel that I was still wearing the clothes, even though the seams had popped in some places, and they were really tight. No matter, mate was there, and he was mine. I barreled into him, knocking the chair over backwards so that his legs flew into the air. My lips curled as I inhaled his scent. I wanted to breed him, but he was in the wrong form, and we were both hampered by fabric. I let out a loud snort wheeze to vent my frustration. Whoa, babe, calm down. I bent down and tilted my head to look into his face, and he laughed. I began to rub my antlers on the metal chair, marking the area with my sand. Mate tried to get up, but I pinned him with one leg, snorting. Okay, I'm not going anywhere. There's no other bucks here to steal me, said the mate between my front legs. Holy shit! This is the funniest thing I've seen in my entire life. Tell me someone is getting this on camera. Another voice said. I turned to see that we were surrounded by wolves in the same form as Mate. They all smelled like him in a way, like family members. They weren't a threat. I bawled at them anyway, warning them that Mate was mine. Laughter erupted from all around, and I pawed the ground nervously. I decided I'd better get Mate somewhere safe, so I stepped to the side and nudged at him with my antlers. He didn't move, so I nudged harder. He rolled over and scrambled to his feet. I nudged him again, driving him toward the house where I'd been safe in a strawberry rhubarb bed. He would be safe there too, I was sure. Mate started to walk in the direction I wanted, but then he turned to talk to me. Babe, No, talk could happen later. I pawed the ground and drove him forward with my antlers again. He yelped and hopped, but obeyed. Mate might be a wolf, but that didn't mean he could be left in the open for just anybody to find and breed. He was mine. Laughter followed us as I drove him to the house and up the stairs. Once we were there, though, I couldn't get through the door. My huge antlers kept catching on the frame, no matter how I turned my head. Mate tried to come back out, but I blocked the door and snorted in his face. Even if I couldn't get in, nobody would be getting by me either. Babe, you need to shift back. There is no way I'm getting mounted by a buck in rut, and you're not getting in the house that way, Mate said. Shift back? Back to what? Oh, right. I had a form like Mate's, and if I was in that form, I could breed him. I struggled to push the deer to the back of my mind again. As I became more and more lucid, I realized what I'd been doing and wanted to die of embarrassment. Gee, I had acted like a complete lunatic, or at least like a totally wild buck. My deer had taken over completely and pushed poor human Quentin to the back, just like I was always doing to him. Now I felt guilty for all the times I'd denied my deer the shift, even when it was possible. No wonder he was always so worked up. Still, I needed to be human right now. Riley was right. No matter how embarrassed I was, I couldn't just stay a deer all night, especially if I wanted to sleep on an air mattress. I dropped my head and closed my eyes, focusing on human thoughts. Human arms, human legs, human feet planted on the ground in only 2 places, not 4. I realized I'd shifted back, just in time to catch the now too loose sweatpants before they fell to my ankles, and I mooned the entire Jacobson Miller family. I rolled my shoulder, and sure enough, it was fully healed. I felt much better. Even my vision seemed a bit improved, which was unusual but awesome. Riley appeared in front of me, grinning. I thought about running away, but when I turned, his entire family were there on the lawn, also grinning. A couple held phones, like they'd been recording my deer's antics. Oh, gosh, I muttered, and buried my face in Riley's chest. His arms came up around me, and he and everyone else burst out in good-natured laughter, while my face and ears heated up with the darkest blush I'd probably ever blushed in my life. Hey, little fawn, remind me not to cross you in mating season. You're pretty damn possessive. That big, scary sister's voice said behind me. One of those triplets. Donna, I thought. I groaned. Please take me inside and hide me somewhere. I begged. Chapter 9. Riley. Oh man, I felt like I was going to bust from holding back my laughter. Poor Quentin. His deer had taken over in a big way, and there was no doubt in my mind the mating pull was working in my favor, though I wasn't in a hurry to get chased around at Antler Point again anytime soon. I led him up the stairs to my room. He held tight to the useless waistband of the ruined sweatpants and followed me close. His blush still hadn't subsided, and he was so damn cute I was dying to put my hands on him. And my mouth. Once in my room, we shut the door, and I dug around in my dresser for something that might fit him. I should have asked Daniel for some of his clothes, since he was my smallest-sized brother. He might as well have been a mouse shifter, compared to the rest of us. I found some pajama pants and a t-shirt that would work, and tossed them to Quentin. He started to lower the sweatpants, and then yanked them right back up again. "Aren't you going to turn around?" "If you really want me to, but I've already seen it all, and I'm dying to see it again," I told him. His blush had begun to fade, but now it came back with a vengeance. "Next time?" he suggested. I grinned and turned my back to him so he could change. "I'll hold you to it, and just so you know, I want to do a lot more than look." I heard a small squeak behind me and grinned even wider. Oh, this was going to be a lot of fun. I was almost glad we hadn't just met on the street and started ripping each other's clothes off in the nearest alley, like a regular shifter true mating. "I've got to work tomorrow, so do you want to go before or after to find your family?" I asked when he gave me the all clear. Will there be breakfast and lunch again?" he asked. I blanched. "Of course." "Then maybe. It probably won't hurt to wait until after you're done. After all, we might not find them right away, and then you could be late for work," he said, lowering himself to sit on the air mattress my dad had set up. Someone had put bedding on it already, too. "Great. We'd love to have you stay. Do you want to go to work with me, or hang around here?" "You said you're a mechanic. What would I do all day?" "Well, pretty much just sit around, unless you wanted to explore Narston." "Is there a library?" Quentin asked, perking up. "Yeah, there is. Not far from my work. Oh, crap. It's volunteer run, so it's only open Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. If you're still around on Friday, I can take you," I said, knowing I'd be doing everything in my power to make sure he was still around forever. "You know, we've got a pretty extensive library here at Susilauma. I haven't really shown you around the house, but our sitting room is lined with bookshelves." "Really?" Quentin's eyes went wide, and he bounced to his feet. "Can we see it now?" "Of course, babe. I'll even let you read some of them," I teased, throwing open the door and putting my arm around his shoulders. We passed Nick coming up the stairs, and he nodded shyly at Quentin, who gave an equally shy nod back, and I laughed out loud. "What's with these shy shifters, Nick? This is hopefully your future brother-in-law. At least introduce yourself." "Oh, I'm Nick. Do you, like horses?" Nick stuck out a hand to shake from where he'd stopped a few steps above us, and Quentin reached up to take it. "I do. You have some?" "Yeah, I could show 'em to you, maybe." "Tomorrow?" Quentin was getting excited again. Sure. I'll get you at breakfast?" "Yeah." Perfect. Whatever would get him excited about staying here, I'd encourage, even if that meant he wasn't going to work at the garage with me. I could get over it, in view of the big picture. "Thanks, Nick. See you," I said. "Let's go to the library. We've got a couple hours before dinner." I could already smell someone cooking. With a family our size, somebody was always prepping for the next meal. I just realized I can see. Quentin suddenly piped up, pausing on the steps and gazing around him. Oh, right. You had glasses when I saw you before, I said. Before? He asked. I've seen you before the woods, at Sam's Club, and at a gas station. I thought you were hot, I said, and he blushed. Anyway, your vision is better? Yeah, I'm usually nearsighted, but I can see everything at the bottom of the stairs already. Normally, I'd only be able to see to about the end of the railing. That's really weird. I've never heard of anything like that. Maybe it has something to do with you shifting twice in 2 days. I had no way of knowing if my guess was correct, but I'd talk to Andrew about it later. My sister Heather was in the sitting room when we got there, scanning a bookshelf while her 3-year-old twins played with blocks in a penned-off area. Hey, Riley! I'm Heather, just to remind you, Quentin, and those are my boys, Robin in red and Dennis in yellow, Heather said, coming over to hug us both. You met my husband Dante this afternoon too, but then you met almost everybody this afternoon, so I don't expect you to remember. Does that mean Dante is your true mate? Quentin asked. Yep, I just always say husband because I interact with regular humans a lot, and I married him. She laughed. This is a lot of books, Quentin said. I could tell he was anxious to look at them. We're just here for something to read, I explained. Me too, Heather said. I'm trying to find our copy of Spiritual Midwifery by Ina May Gaskin. If you see it, give me a shout. It's either not here or it's misshelved. We nodded, and I went to our magazine basket to browse the latest issue of Car and Driver, while Quentin browsed the shelves. Quentin, honey, these 2 walls are fiction books, and the rest are nonfiction. They're all organized by topic. Barbara got a label marker for Christmas one year, so they're all marked like this. Heather indicated the thin labels on each shelf. Thanks, Quentin said, gravitating toward the nonfiction shelves. We had a pretty eclectic collection, since we had so many interests between us, and we all being homeschooled. There were an inordinate number of shelves dedicated to farming books, but we were farmers after all. Quentin squatted near the history books and biographies, running his fingers along the spines and moving his lips, but not reading aloud. He pulled one off the shelf, flipped through it, and set it on the floor next to him. Then he inched over a bit and pulled out another, checking the front inside cover before putting it back. I wasn't getting a bit of reading done, preferring to watch his tight butt flex as he crouched, but I held the magazine open in front of me so I could pretend I wasn't watching every move he made. Heather caught me staring at him and winked. There was a sudden commotion as Dennis whacked Robin in the head with a block, and Heather had to intervene. Quentin didn't even notice, his nose buried in a book from our history collection. Baby, you can come sit on the couch to read that, I called to him. I had to repeat myself twice before he realized I was talking to him. Have you read this? He asked, bringing a stack of books with him, but thrusting The Napoleonic Wars, the Rise and Fall of an Empire, in my face. This was the kind of stuff he liked. The look of unadulterated joy on his face gave me my answer. No, I haven't read that. I have read the Master and Commander series, though. That's historical fiction about the British Navy in that time period, I said. Do you have those? Yeah, they're over here. I rose to get our box set and handed it to him. He surveyed his stack of books, his eyes gleaming. He spread them all out on the coffee table, stared at them, and rubbed his hands together in glee. I'd never seen anyone actually rub their hands together like that, aside from villains in cartoons, and the gesture made me want to give him the biggest kiss of his life. I assumed he was trying to decide what to read first. Take your time, babe. I'm gonna grab us a snack. Do you like cider or tea? I asked. Is it cider you guys made? He asked. Actually, it is. "Then cider, please," he said, selecting a volume about the French Revolution and settling into the corner of the couch and tucking his bare feet under him. I draped a throw blanket over his lap before heading to the kitchen. He spent the afternoon reading, sipping cider, and eating more molasses cookies than I would have thought possible after the huge lunch he'd eaten. When dinner time rolled around, he was reluctant to leave the books, so I brought him a tray with vegetable soup, bread, and apple pie. He ate with his book propped out of splash distance, reading all the while. To be honest, I wished he'd paid a little more attention to me, but as long as he was in my house, near me, I'd force myself to be content. While he was at Susilauma, I could smell him, look at him, and find excuses to touch him. I could also try to get him to fall for me. He did occasionally cast surreptitious glances my way, but not enough that I thought I could interrupt his reading for a little making out. When his head started to droop and the book began to slide from his lap, I marked his place with a bookmark and carried him up to bed. We passed my parents on the way, and Mom gave him a kiss on the cheek while Dad ruffled my hair. Since Quentin wasn't awake enough to protest, I ignored the air mattress and tucked him into my bed next to me. He sighed and cuddled up to me in his sleep, and I couldn't resist stealing a kiss or three before I settled in and drifted into dreams of a beautiful stag. Chapter 10. Quentin. I woke to darkness cut by a thin slither of light from the waning moon coming through the curtain. At first, I wasn't sure where I was, but from the smell and the quiet sound of breathing, not to mention the arm draped across my chest and the leg pinning me to the mattress, I figured pretty quickly that I was in Riley's bed. How did I get there? Did I climb into his bed at some point in the night? I didn't even remember going to bed. I hadn't wanted to go to bed and end the best evening ever. My legs were tingling like they were about to fall asleep, and I tried to turn over. The movement must have disturbed Riley because he sighed deeply and stretched, then pulled me in tight to his chest and buried his face in my neck. Okay, that was pretty darn cute, and also pretty darn arousing. I squeezed my dick to try to make it settle down, but that seemed impossible here in Riley's arms in bed. I wiggled a little bit, thinking I might escape to the air mattress. I wasn't likely to get any more sleep if I stayed put. "Don't go," Riley mumbled. He groaned and propped himself up on his elbow, and his eyes glinted at me in the meager moonlight. "It's cramped. I don't like it," I lied. "Shifters can smell lies, you know," Riley said, leaning in to give me a lazy kiss. I stiffened at first, shocked by how much I liked it, but he used his free hand to stroke my hair and began to kiss down my jaw to my neck. It felt way too good, and I kind of melted. "Your skin is so soft, baby. I want to feel more of it." Riley sat up and took off his shirt. I couldn't breathe, and worried my asthma was acting up. It had been surprisingly absent the whole time I'd been with this family. I briefly wondered if maybe I didn't really have asthma, and my lungs just protested living in a dirty motorhome and spending all that time in dusty houses and damp leaf piles. Then Riley pushed up my shirt and sucked on my nipple, and my mind went completely blank. I gasped, but I couldn't decide if I should push him away or grab his head and keep him there, sucking my chest forever. I decided to heck with it. I'd roll with this. It felt good, and Riley was hot, and I wasn't likely to have such an experience again anytime soon. "Sit up and take your shirt off," Riley said, and I obeyed. When my shirt was gone, he straddled me and put one arm around my waist, cupping the back of my neck with the other. The kiss he gave me was like nothing I'd ever felt. His tongue forced its way in, and I could feel him exploring my mouth. I wasn't sure what to do with my own tongue, so I just kind of pulled it back out of the way to let him do what he wanted. You can rub your tongue on mine, or you can bite or suck. Do whatever feels good, babe. You don't have to worry that I won't like it, Riley said. I blushed over the fact he'd figured out I didn't know what to do. But whatever, I put my arms around his neck and did what he said. I sucked on his tongue, licked along his bottom lip, pushed back with my tongue when he tried to come deeper in. I suddenly realized I wasn't breathing and had to pull back, gasping. He just moved to my jaw, then down my neck, kissing and licking and sucking, sending out shocks of pleasure that somehow traveled down through my nipples and to my dick and balls. An involuntary moan escaped me, and I bit it back. Nobody can hear us, babe. You don't have to hold yourself back. How did he know nobody could hear us? Shifters had great hearing, and we were in a house full of them. He was nibbling the back of my neck now, and I decided nothing else mattered. I'm going to take off your pants. Stop me if you don't want it, Riley said, climbing off me and pushing me back down onto the pillows. I didn't stop him. In fact, I lifted my hips a little, and the moonlight reflected off his teeth as he grinned. With one smooth motion, he yanked my pajama pants off, and I was naked in his bed. The bed where we were doing sex stuff. Riley's sex bed. I shook my head to settle my thoughts and pushed down a rising panic. Riley pushed his own pants off and laid on top of me, supporting his weight with his forearms and knees so that he didn't crush me. He had to tilt his head kind of far to keep kissing me, and I wondered why he didn't just scoot down. Then our cocks brushed, and I knew why he didn't. He began to rock his hips, rubbing our lengths together. I pressed up to him, trying to get more friction. It felt amazing. I hadn't known how amazing it could feel. I didn't ever really touch myself since I lived in such close quarters with my family, and I didn't feel all that horny in public bathrooms, so most of these sensations were pretty new for me. I was surprised when a potent zing of pleasure shot down my dick into my balls, making my hips twitch up. That's it, baby. You feel so good. Riley growled into my mouth. He leaned past the head of the bed and grabbed something off the nightstand. I heard the snick of a plastic cap opening and the snap of it closing, and Riley shoved something under the pillow. Then he reached down and grabbed both of our cocks with a greasy hand. It was lotion or something. I didn't have long to think about it, because he started to move, flexing his hips and rocking up and down while he squeezed and pumped our cocks that now glided through his slicked hand. I cried out with pleasure, and he muffled my voice with a kiss, shoving his tongue deep into my mouth. Oh, gosh, I couldn't think. I couldn't do anything. I just clung to him and thrust into his hand and sucked on his lips and felt. My dear wanted me to bite, to shove my dick in Riley's butt, to ride his cock, to make him mine. But I just held on and let him do what he wanted with my body. My butthole twitched and my balls felt tight, and suddenly I was coming all over us. It felt hot and gloopy on my stomach, and my dick was really sensitive. Riley came with a loud growl, his own hot cum joining mine on my stomach, and he clamped his teeth down on his forearm so hard that I smelled blood. Chapter 11. Riley. Are you okay? Why did you bite yourself? Quentin asked, still blissed out, but quickly coming down in his concern for me. I'm totally fine. Just got overexcited, I said, as I extricated my elongated canines from my arm. My wolf had come to the front, wanting to claim our mate. When he came apart under me, I had to bite, but at the last second, I was able to redirect the bite into my own arm. My wolf was not pleased, but I knew I couldn't rush Quentin and claim him without his permission. He still didn't really understand what claiming entailed, even though he was responding beautifully to the mating pull. He was so damn sexy when in the throes of pleasure. He'd been a little self-conscious at first, but once he let go, he was a siren singing just for me. I suspected he didn't have much experience, and the idea was thrilling. Had he never gotten off with somebody before? I wanted to ask so badly, but now wasn't the time. He might just shut down if I started grilling him about his sexual experience. I'm gonna get something to clean us up. You just relax and enjoy the afterglow, I said, climbing off him and pulling on my discarded sweatpants so I could go to the hall bathroom. At times like this, it would have been nice to have an ensuite. I'd have to start moving my stuff into one of the empty cabins for when Quentin and I mated. I cleaned myself up and brought back a warm washcloth for Quentin. He was already drifting back to sleep, so I cleaned his stomach and soft, beautiful cock and tucked him in with a chaste kiss. I decided I'd better sleep on the air mattress because I was ready for another round, and if I was in bed with him, I was going to take him. I didn't get any more sleep that night, and when Nick finally knocked on my door around 7, it was a relief. I shook Quentin awake and helped him find some clothes and shoes he could wear for horse riding while I threw on my work coveralls. We met Nick on the porch, and he promised to make sure Quentin got breakfast and lunch while I was at work. I grabbed a coffee in a travel mug and a homemade frozen breakfast sandwich to microwave at work. Just before we parted, I gave my adorable mate a searing kiss that I hoped would blow his shoes clean off. Figuratively, anyway. It seemed to do the trick, if his huge pupils and dazed expression were any indication, and I grinned to myself all the way to work, even if my wolf whined the whole time about leaving our mate behind. Yuri and Cole were already there. They usually drove together and ready to open when I arrived. "Cutting it close today," Cole said. "Caught up in the mating call of the wild?" "I had a rough night," I admitted, popping my sandwich in the microwave in the back room. "Lots of loving?" Cole teased. Yuri came up behind him and snapped him in the ass with a rag, making him hop. "Don't be so rude, Cole. A mating is wonderful thing, but I do not think Riley is complete. His scent has not changed," Yuri said. "No, not yet. Quentin is skittish, and I don't want to scare him by pressing too hard." "Oh, sorry," Cole said, looking sincerely sympathetic. "But you're a great guy. He'll warm up to you quickly." "True. You are caring, hard worker, thoughtful, and will be good provider. Your mate is several years younger, yes?" 6 years. I would love to provide for him, but I think he sees that as part of the problem. He doesn't seem to have a lot of self-esteem, and he loves to learn, but he's not in classes anywhere, so I don't know how much education he actually has. I don't want him to feel inferior to me just because he's had fewer chances to achieve what he's capable of. "You'll encourage him, though," Cole said shyly, flipping the open sign and pushing the buttons to raise the big garage doors. "Your whole family will help him. They all helped me." Yuri came up and put an arm around Cole's shoulders and kissed his head in a fatherly gesture. Cole smiled up at him, and Yuri tweaked his cheek and tugged his long ponytail before he went to his office to work on paperwork. Cole and I turned to a car that had been dropped off the previous night and needed a front-end alignment and tire rotation. "You're right. If I can just get him to stay with us, he'll build up some confidence in no time flat. In the meantime, I've got to figure out how to put in an honest day's work while my wolf is howling at me to go home and bite the sexy fucker. And I have a heart on like you wouldn't believe." Cole threw his head back and hooted with laughter, and we both got down to work. Chapter 12. Quentin. Now, just walk up to him from the side at a normal pace and put your hand on his neck. Nick told me after he brought out a big roan horse named Cletus and tied him to a post. While I stroked his neck, Cletus turned and blew on my face through his nose. His hair was softer than I imagined my deer's was, and I felt an instant connection with him. He leaned on me, and I leaned back. "Here, cut that out," Nick said, smacking Cletus on the rump so that he stepped away from me. "Why did you do that?" I asked, annoyed. It's bad manners in riding horses to lean on a rider, even one with a deer inside. He's 1,200 pounds of muscle and bone, and he could really do some damage, even by accident, if he's allowed to get bad habits that put safety at risk. I know you are enjoying it, but why don't I heave you up on his back, and you can enjoy him that way?" Nick said, putting a bridle on Cletus and bringing over what he called a mounting block. He was way less shy talking about horses than he'd been before. "Shouldn't he have a saddle on?" I asked, nervous. "We'll put one on later. First, I want you to just get used to feeling him move under you. Get his rhythm in your body, let your muscles copy what his are doing. I don't even want you to direct him right now. I just want you to let him walk around the arena. If he starts going too fast, just pull on the reins and tell him, 'Whoa!' If you want him to stop, pull them until he stops, then reward him by letting go. Cletus is very well trained, so you're safe enough. If you feel like you're going to fall, just stop him and call me." I climbed on the mounting block, and Nick helped hoist me up onto Cletus's back. I settled in, my legs dangling awkwardly, and Nick handed me the reins. He untied Cletus and led us into a big rectangular pen with wood fences, and once the gate was secure, he unclipped the lead rope from Cletus's halter. "Just give him a kick in the sides with your heels, and remember to pull the reins when you want him to stop or slow down," Nick instructed. I didn't want to hurt the horse, so I gave him a gentle tap. He didn't go anywhere, so I kicked a little harder. This time he heaved himself forward. I almost rolled off backwards in surprise. He was only walking, but it took me a minute or so to pick up the rhythm of his steps. Then it clicked. If I thought the day before was good, after the parts that included waking up with a chunk out of me and my deer's embarrassing behavior, that is, then I clearly did not have enough life experiences to have prepared me for the sheer joy that was horse riding. It was like being my deer, but in human form. I felt like I could predict what Cletus would do just from the twitching of the muscles under his skin. My body naturally attuned to the movements, so similar to my own when I was on 4 legs. I knew what it was like to have eyes on the side of my head, so I knew how the world looked to Cletus. He was so graceful and fluid, despite his immense size and girth compared to my sleek stag. Before I realized what I was doing, I kicked him again, and he began a quicker, bouncing step. At first, my butt bounced on his back, and I almost fell. But then I figured out how to roll my stomach muscles and hold on with my legs, keeping my center of gravity aligned. I heard Nick calling me, but I couldn't make out what he was saying over the distance between us and the sound of Cletus's hooves. I kicked him again, and he began to sort of lope, faster than the bouncy step, but not as fast as I knew a gallop was supposed to be. This step was smoother, and I had no problem keeping my balance. I still wasn't steering Cletus, but I had no desire to slow him down. I curled the fingers of one hand in his mane and held the reins in the other. We were at the far end of the pen now, and we turned around to face the way we'd come. It was a nice, long, smooth distance, and I wanted to fly. I kicked Cletus again, and we flew. His hooves thundered under me and his muscles flexed, his neck pumping back and forth as we galloped down the hard-packed stretch. I could feel the wind in my hair, grit blowing against my skin. It was glorious. We reached the end and rounded to gallop back the other way. We went back and forth twice before I felt Cletus getting tired under me. I pulled the reins to get him to slow down, and he dropped back to the bouncy step, skipping the in-between one. About halfway back to where Nick was standing, I pulled the reins again so Cletus could walk. When we finally reached Nick and I pulled Cletus to a stop, I saw the triplets were leaning on the fence, wearing big grins, and Nick was giving me a lopsided smile.
"Comes natural when you're a deer, huh?"
Kim said. I ducked my head and let Nick help me down. "Maybe," I said. "Looked pretty natural to me. You sure you've never been on a horse?" Nick asked. "Never," I confirmed. "Well, I don't think we need to do any saddle work today. Besides, you wore out my horse, but come on back anytime. I could maybe teach you to work 'em, and you could help me train a couple," Nick said. I could? I couldn't believe it. One horse ride and I was already getting a job offer. What universe was I living in these days? When you're good, you're good. It takes most folks years to ride that well, Nick said. "Leave the ponies alone for a while, little fawn. We've got plans for you," Donna said from her place at the fence. "Just be sure he gets lunch. Riley was pretty specific about that," Nick said, though I noticed he didn't look their way. "Obviously. Nobody is ever gonna show us up and take better care of our Quentin than us," Kim said. "Their Quentin?" "Come on, little fawn. You need to see a birth, and Mother Nature waits for no shifter." "A birth?" I squeaked. "Goats, baby boy," Tina said. "We gotta hurry if you want to see 'em born, though nothing's stopping you playing with them once they're out." Apparently, the triplets had a giant herd of goats. They called them boars. "Like pigs?" I said. "No, Boers. It's a meat breed," Kim explained. "They're big fuckers, lots of meat on 'em. We've got a buck that's almost 400 pounds and mean as fuck. If we weren't shifters, we probably couldn't handle him, and he'd have gone on the grill already. But his genetics are superb, so we hate to off him just yet," Donna explained. "We also keep Sannons for milk, but not as many of those. They're big enough we can breed them to our Boer buck, and they can handle the kidding," Tina added. The goat herd wasn't kept far from the horses, so it was only a 5-minute walk to get there. A big pasture was fenced off with a bunch of little sheds in it, and there was another smaller pasture further away with just a couple of big goats with huge curling horns. I guess they were bucks. "The girls are called does, like deer. Here are the birthing pens," Tina pointed out. They were kind of like dog kennels, with a bunch of single pens with small plastic huts in them. Each had one doe in it, and they were really pretty. They all had big floppy ears and arched Roman-looking noses. Most had wide bodies and either brown or black heads, and their horns curved back over their ears but didn't curl like the bucks. A couple of the pens already had babies in them. "They're so cute!" I exclaimed, squatting down to get a better look at the pair of cream and brown twins hopping around. "That they are! Come here! 937's in labor," Kim said. I went to look, and sure enough, a white and brown doe with a yellow ear tag that said 937 was standing really still with her head down, breathing heavy. Every few seconds, her sides would heave and squeeze, and she would bleat. "Is she okay?" "Oh yeah, just pushing out a kid or two. Come around and look at the back end. Donna pointed, and I could see 2 tiny hooves poking out under the doe's tail. Another squeeze and bleat, and a tiny nose appeared, encased in a pink, translucent membrane. It took 3 more squeezes before the head was all the way out, and suddenly the slippery baby whooshed out and hit the ground with a dull thud. The doe's sides continued to contract, but she turned and started licking the membrane stuff off baby. I gagged and turned away, preferring not to watch that part. They just let them fall on the ground? Yup, doesn't hurt them. Want to play with a clean baby? They let me into a pen with a tethered doe. To keep her from headbutting you? Tina said, and I sat in the straw while 2 little black and white kids, the size of small dogs, bounced in and out of my lap, made tiny bleeding sounds, and sucked on my fingers. Listen, little fawn, we wanted to talk to you about something. My throat clenched, but I nodded and climbed out of the goat pen and leaned back against it, taking comfort in the solid wood railing at my back. Not many good conversations began with an introduction like that. It's nothing bad. Tina must have seen how I was feeling. We just wanted to talk to you about staying here with us. Oh, I said, surprised. And with Riley, Kim said. Did he explain to you about being true mates? Donna asked. Some, I admitted. I wasn't sure where this was going. He's just been hanging out with you, right? We heard you spent last night reading in the sitting room until bedtime, Tina said. Yeah, is there something wrong with that? Is Riley mad at me? My throat tightened again. No, not wrong, just unusual. We're a little worried for you two. Kim patted my shoulder. Usually, when true mates find each other, the clothes come off first and the hanging out happens later. Your situation was kind of unique because you were unconscious for a while and you were injured and you didn't know about true mates, Donna said. Wait, are you saying I have to have sex with Riley before I even know him? I jumped up from where I was leaning and started pacing. Rubbing off on each other last night was one thing, and even now in the light of day, I thought we'd maybe gone a bit too far too fast. It was quite another thing to take some stranger's dick up my butt, even a sinfully handsome stranger. You don't have to, baby boy. Most shifters just do, but anybody can walk away from a mating before any claiming is done. Tina assured me. Huh? You'll have to top and bite each other to seal the deal. It's called claiming, Kim said. Bite each other? Where? I didn't want his teeth anywhere near my dick. The neck, Donna said with a huge laugh. Where were you thinking, little fawn? Once you exchange cum and bites, you will have a bond stronger than any relationship you've ever heard of. You'll even have an empathetic connection and feel each other's emotions and general location. Riley will dedicate his life to making you happy. I don't think I'm ready for something like that just yet. It sounds really intense. Can't I think about it? Not ready for the commitment? To be part of our crazy family, or to have sex? Tina asked. Dang, these women were perceptive. You a virgin, little fawn? Donna gave me a knowing look. Sheesh, perceptive and nosy. I felt my temper rise. None of this was really any of their business. When would I have had a chance to have sex, do you imagine? When I was almost dying from asthma in supposedly haunted houses with more dust than ghosts? Or when my brothers were kicking my butt out in the woods at almost every campground we've ever been to? How about when I was eating trash behind gas stations after my sister stole all my meals for days in a row? Or when my dad almost killed me for sneaking out for a whole day to test for my GED when he wanted to chase a storm that he said was caused by aliens. Or maybe when I was trudging through thorns and poison oak in the dead of night trying to catch frickin' Bigfoot. Yeah, I'm a virgin. What of it? Okay, maybe I'd overshared just a bit then. Because I was suddenly the meat in a Quentin sandwich with 3 pieces of bread? Bad metaphor. Anyway, they were hugging me hard. There's a lot to address there, little fawn. And if we ever get our hands on any of your family, they're gonna wish they'd never been born. Donna said. The other 2 muttered agreement. But we do know that Riley will be in 7th fucking heaven that you're a virgin. Even if you weren't saving yourself for him on purpose, he's going to love being your first and last man. Kim said. How can you be so sure he'll be my last? If I made him, that is. Because that's how it works, little fawn. Yeah, Tina added. A mating bite seals the deal for good. He won't be able to get it up for anybody but you, and vice versa. Just the idea will make you guys sick. Shifters mate for life, baby boy. For life? Yup, for our freakishly long lives. And we'll be your big sisters instead of that greedy pig that forced you to eat trash. Oh, I'm getting worked up just thinking about it. Kim let go for a second and cracked her knuckles before closing the sandwich again. The hug got tighter, and I was almost unable to breathe, but I didn't fight it. After my own brothers and sisters, I could get used to the idea that these 3 watching my back for the next 100 years. You hungry, little fawn? You put me in the mood to feed you, Donna said. I could eat, I admitted. Never one to turn down a meal when I could get it. We make an awesome PB&J, Tina said, picking me up and slinging me over her shoulder like a fireman. Hey! I laughed, pretending to struggle and pound her back with my fists, but loving the feel of being pressed up against somebody who cared about me. And if, in my heart, I wished it was Riley instead, I didn't let myself think about it. They didn't feed me peanut butter. Lunch was already being served at the big house when they brought me to the kitchen, still hanging over Tina's shoulder. Everyone laughed, but it wasn't mean. Jenna gave me a ceramic plate, and Kim heaped it with baked beans, cornbread, coleslaw, and a pulled pork sandwich. You're always welcome to seconds here, she told me when she put the plate in front of me at one of the picnic tables. I ate surrounded by the triplets, and it felt really good. I knew Riley wasn't their biggest fan, and they were kind of abrasive, but it was nice to think that mating him would make these big, brash, beautiful women my sisters forever. Thinking of Riley made me miss him. How I could miss a guy I'd known for all of a day didn't make a lot of sense to me outside of what everyone had told me about mating. I'd still have been attracted to him without some mysterious thread of destiny tying us together, but I wondered if non-shifters ever felt this strongly for someone they just met. We can see the smoke coming out of your ears, baby boy. You don't have to think so hard. How about we take you to Riley's work after lunch? I blushed, but nodded, and crammed my sandwich into my mouth, hoping I'd have room for another once I'd cleaned my plate. It was delicious, sort of like the sight of Riley's butt in his jeans. Oh, dear. Chapter 13. Riley. It was early afternoon, and I had 4 hours left at work. I was pretty much useless around the garage, too busy wondering what Quentin was doing. Was he okay? Did he get thrown from a horse and hurt himself? Was he having a good time? I swung back and forth between worry and envying my brother for the time he got to spend with my true mate. I should have taken the day off, but there was a backlog of work from the car shopping trip with the triplets, so I felt guilty asking. Yuri had just stopped me from pouring windshield washer fluid into an oil tank when a familiar CRV pulled into the parking lot and the triplets spilled out. I almost sighed, but then Quentin climbed out of the front passenger seat, and I suddenly had never been so happy to see Donna, Tina, and Kim in all my life. They came bearing a gift. I rushed over and gathered Quentin into a tight hug, burying my nose in his neck and breathing him in. He squeaked in surprise, but made my day when he hugged me back. The triplets winked in unison and wandered across the street to the Steak and Bake restaurant, probably for coffee. It was a weird home-style diner-bakery combination, but their food was good. "How's work?" he asked. "Better now," I said. "Come meet Yuri and Cole. They live at Susilauma, but I don't think I've introduced you yet." I introduced him, and Yuri told me to take off early and spend some time with my new mate. Even though we weren't really mated yet, I think Yuri sensed I would be even less useful with Quentin around than I'd already been all day. Even Cole was fed up with me. We strolled up and down the sidewalk of downtown Narston, which really only consisted of 3 blocks of shops on one main drag. He let me hold his hand, and my palms seemed to buzz with electricity where it touched his. He told me about riding Cletus and watching a goat give birth, and what he ate for lunch. Then he got heavily invested in lecturing me about some of Napoleon's campaigns, which he'd read about the night before. I'd never seen him so animated, and listened avidly. Though the topic did nothing for me, a happy Quentin definitely did. "Napoleon was the greatest general of all time, but he made a critical error when he invaded Russia so close to winter. The Russians barely had to do anything but hold the line and let winter come and do their fighting for them." Sounds intense. I had a hard time coming up with any more intelligent responses, but he did enough talking for the both of us. Maybe this mating was destined to make me smarter. We were sitting in front of the Mootown Depot, enjoying some raspberry soft-serve ice cream cones when he brought up the topic of our mating. "I was thinking, maybe I could talk my family into staying here long-term, and you and I could do some things together." "Like dating?" I asked. "Right, like dating. It's not that I don't want to mate with you, I'm just nervous about how fast everything is going. I didn't even know for sure that there were any other shifters until I met your family, and I never heard of mates before or anything. I won't lie and say I don't feel more attracted to you than I've ever felt for anyone, but I don't think I'm ready for the big stuff yet, like sex and biting and stuff." "This is kind of a date," I said, indicating our ice cream cones. He smiled and took a luxurious lick of raspberry ice cream, dragging his delicate red tongue along the glistening frozen surface. I groaned and leaned in to taste that tongue. It tasted like raspberry, and he giggled while I nipped at his lower lip. "If you keep teasing me like that, this date is going to amp up a few notches pretty quick," I told him. He giggled again. "I'm just eating ice cream. I don't know any other way to do it." "Right. Next you'll be deep-throating it and saying that's how you always eat it." He burst out with a belly laugh at that one, and I mentally patted myself on the back. It was an amazing sound, and I'd been the one to coax it out of him. I looked forward to finding more ways to make him laugh. Chapter 14. Quentin. I really didn't want to go back to the campsite. I was having the best time with Riley. Despite my better judgment, I was starting to believe that maybe he really was interested in me, even though I had nothing to offer, and he'd only been attracted to me at first because of that mating pool thing. My afternoon with Riley was, I hate to sound cliche or something, but it was almost magical. He was really attentive, and he treated me to ice cream without asking me to pay him back later. We passed the library, and he let me stare in the windows without rushing me, even though it was dark inside. I really hoped I could come back the next day when it was open. Even if I couldn't check anything out, I could read inside. I could see big plush chairs all over the place in there. One of the bad parts about full-time RV living was I didn't have a permanent address, so I'd never had a library card. You know, once we're mated and you're living with me, we'll be able to get you a library card, Riley said, as if he could read my thoughts. Yeah, I said noncommittedly. I decided to turn the subject away from mating. You know those free library boxes people sometimes set up in places? They're like birdhouses full of books. Yeah, I've seen one or two, Riley said. Well, I know it's terrible, but every time I find one, I take all the books. All of them? Yeah, sometimes I put in the ones from the last library box, but I don't always have them anymore because my family tosses them. But since I've never had a library card or enough money of my own to buy books, that's been the main way I got stuff to read for the last few years. I'm homeschooled, but I've pretty much been self-educated since I learned to read. So most of my books came from library book sales, like when you can get a paper bag full of books for $1 and free ones at garage sales, and those library boxes. That was resourceful of you. I can't imagine the people who set up the boxes could begrudge you the books. That's what they're for, after all. And by the way, all of my siblings and I were homeschooled too, Riley said, giving me a friendly jab with his elbow. School districts tend to sit up and take notice of things like a woman with 24 kids and not a gray hair in sight. There was a little gift shop next to the library called Treasure Basket, and we went in to look around. It was the kind that sold cards, wrapping paper, candy, candles, garden kits, stuffed animals, mugs, and other knickknacks. Stores like this always charged more for their candy than a gas station, and I didn't have room for knickknacks in the rig, so I'd never bought anything in a gift shop. Hey, Riley, the clerk called. Hey, Sylvia. Narston was a small town, so it made sense that Riley would know a lot of the people who worked on the same street as him. So why did I suddenly feel jealous? You looking for anything special today? Well, what would you recommend I buy for a hot guy to get him to fall for me? Riley asked, leaning on the counter. I ducked behind a card rack so she couldn't see me blush. Oh, he's a cutie, she whispered. Don't I know it? Riley whispered back. If I hadn't been a shifter, I wouldn't have heard. It was nice of her to say, but I knew I was pretty darn plain. No handsome hero in a storybook is short and has freckles, plain brown hair, and muddy brown eyes. They all looked like Riley and his brothers. I was probably the heroine of this tale, but heroines were usually blonde or raven-haired beauties with alabaster skin. I didn't fit into any kind of fairy tale romance scenario. Stuff like love at first sight or even mates at first sniff didn't happen to people like me. Even my animal spirit was boring. A deer? Those were so common they were overpopulated in most areas. People mounted them on their walls as Santa hats or Mardi Gras beads on them. Wolves might be endangered, but at least they were cool. There was a rack of keychains with names on them. I looked under Q, but there wasn't a Quentin. There never was. I checked under R, but there wasn't a Riley either. I wondered if you could order that stuff custom made. Riley might like something with my name on it for his keys. Baby, come look at these, Riley called. I followed the sound of his voice to the back of the store. There were tiny figurines made of glass in a locked, clear plastic case. Riley pointed to a delicate crystal stag, poised with one front leg cocked to his stomach. His head turned to look that direction as if he'd heard a noise. His rack had 12 points, just like mine. "It's beautiful," I whispered.
"Sylvia, I'd like this deer figure, please,"
Riley said to the clerk who was approaching us.
"Oh, no, you don't have to," I protested.
"No, I don't, but I want to," Riley said with a wink. Sylvia unlocked the case and wrapped the bug figure in tissue paper before tucking it into a tiny cardboard box and putting it in a plastic bag with the store's name on it. She handed it to me, Riley paid, and we left. I reached out to hold Riley's hand, and he took mine with a big grin. It wasn't enough to thank him for the gift, but I'd think of something else later. "Do you want to go home for dinner, or we could eat at the steak and bake?" Riley asked. "I like to eat with your family," I admitted. "It was a little overwhelming at first, and they're loud and everywhere, but everybody is nice. It almost doesn't seem like you're all real." "We have our growly moments, but we usually get along pretty well. Wolves are naturally social animals, and that part of us likes to replicate what wolves do in the wild, which is live in family groups." "So is your dad like the alpha or something?" Riley chuckled. "No, not like that. That's only in werewolf novels or captive wolf packs. Wild wolves don't have a hierarchy, per se, and we're humans most of the time anyway. We call the heads of a clan the primaries. My dad and mom are the primaries of the Jacobson-Miller clan because we're all their kids and they own the land. Dad was a Jacobson, mom was a Miller. Now they're the Jacobson-Millers. All the sons have dad's last name and the daughters have mom's. That helps the clans keep track of who's related to who. When we mate, you and I will be Riley and Quentin Jacobson Williams, or Williams Jacobson. I'm not picky. Clans are almost always two parents and their kids with a few mates, grandkids, and loners thrown into the mix. "That's amazing. I had no idea. I don't really know how it is with deer. Maybe we just happen somehow, or the genes skip generations or something." "I've never heard of anything like that. Maybe we could write to the Paranormal Representative Council and ask for some information on deer shifters for you. We could get in contact with a couple deer shifters and ask them too." "That's a thing?" I asked, amazed. "Totally. We've got a Southern Illinois representative on the council that we can contact. I think she's a fox shifter, but I honestly don't pay a lot of attention to politics. I voted, but not for her. It's probably terrible that I kind of rely on my family to keep me up to date on current shifter affairs instead of keeping track myself." He gave me a self-depreciating smile, and I nudged him with my elbow. "At least you voted. I was probably too busy chasing vampires in Tennessee at the time," I joked. Riley got serious then. "I really don't want you to leave, Quentin. If your family hauls you off to some other state, I'm most likely going to follow you," he said. I was dumbfounded. "You'd follow me?" "Of course. You're my true mate, Quentin. I can't live without you. I'd be miserable knowing you were out there somewhere and I wasn't with you." He turned to me and gave me a gentle kiss. I closed my eyes and held onto his elbows, opening my mouth to let him in. He moaned and pressed against me, licking my lips and drooling with my tongue. My knees suddenly felt weak, and I sagged. He caught me and pulled me in tight, resting his cheek on my hair. "I really care about you, Quentin. Please don't leave me." The plea was so heartfelt, it took my breath away. "I'll talk to my parents. Maybe I can offer to get a job to pay for an extended stay somewhere close. I'll think of something." "Or you could live with me," he said. I pulled away, reluctant to shoot him down, but unwilling to answer in the affirmative either. It was too soon, and no matter what he said about true mates, I still couldn't fully believe he'd really want me forever. If he changed his mind, I'd have nowhere to go. We'll come up with something, I repeated. Chapter 15. Riley. We got back to the shop and hopped in my Jeep to head home. My time with Quentin was quickly running out, and I had to convince him that we belonged together before I returned him to his nutjob family. How would it work to be a wolf shifter dating a member of a family of werewolf hunters? My guess was not well. The less time I had to spend around the Williams family, the better. On the way, we passed a dead deer on the side of the road, and I saw Quentin cringe. That had never occurred to me, that as a deer shifter living on the road, Quentin would be constantly bombarded with the sight of dead deer just lying on the sides of the highways he traveled, never knowing for sure if it was just a deer. Also, he hadn't said it outright, but my guess would be his family ate venison. Poor Quentin. I reached over to squeeze his knee, and he flashed me a grateful half-smile. Back at home, the dinner setup was already underway. Mom was directing the madness as Jacobson, Millers, and company filed in and out of the kitchen with platters of food to set up in the dining room buffet style. It looked like the theme was Mexican food, with all the fixings for a taco and burrito bar, including home-canned salsa, veggies, rice, beans, and shredded goat, pork, and chicken. "Crunchy or soft tacos, baby boy?" Tina appeared out of nowhere and handed Quentin a plate. "Oh, first, I wanted to put this in Riley's room so it doesn't get broken," Quentin said, holding up the gift shop bag. "Wow, what did you get?" Jenna asked from across the table where she was slicing tomatoes. "Riley got it for me," Quentin said, his eyes shining. My heart melted to see him so happy. He opened the box and unwrapped the deer figurine, holding it out for Jenna and Tina to see. Tina took it in uncharacteristically delicate fingers and admired it loudly. Jenna grinned at me and gave me a thumbs up and a wink. "What's that?" Jeremy asked. Before I knew it, everyone was crowding around, congratulating Quentin on the $15 glass deer from the tacky gift store in town. And damned if he wasn't genuinely proud of it, like I'd given him Waterford crystal or something. I was pretty sure I was falling in love with Quentin Williams. Not just mating lust, but genuine cartoon hearts in my eyes, arrow through the heart love. At last, Quentin escaped and ran the figurine up to my room, appearing a minute later to take the plate from Tina. As always, he loaded his plate with way more food than a guy his size should be able to eat. Rather than making individual tacos, he just laid a thick base of rice on the bottom of the plate and built up from there, layering beans, chicken, shredded lettuce, tomatoes, cheese, avocado, salted peppers, and onions, and finally salsa. I noticed a couple of my siblings taking bets on whether Quentin could finish his plate. If I was a betting man, I'd put my money on Quentin. He got a big glass of iced tea and followed me out to a picnic table. I'd made myself a pork burrito, but it wasn't nearly as large as Quentin's serving. "Are you saving room for dessert?" I asked. "There's dessert?" he asked, around a monstrous mouthful of his dubious taco salad. It came out more like, "I'm pretty sure I saw a couple of giant bowls of banana pudding," I said. Quentin hurried his chewing and swallowed, forcing the oversized bite down with a swig of tea. "I'll have room." I admired his confidence and his metabolism. Not only did he finish his dinner, I saw money surreptitiously change hands nearby. He went back for seconds and ate 2 large helpings of pudding. "How are you not 400 pounds? I wondered out loud. "I burn hot," he answered after a pause. I smelled the omission, but let it go. My guess was that he didn't really get enough food with his family, so he overdid it when he could get it. He was pushing it even for a shifter, though, and I worried he'd get a stomachache. He helped with the dishes while I swept the dining room, then we went out to the horse barn so he could have another ride and show me what he learned. Nick brought out Cloud this time, a sassy pinto gelding. And Quentin soon had him galloping around the arena. The sound of Quentin's laughter echoed off the barn, and I leaned on the fence, watching his lithe body match Cloud's movements with ease. Too soon, it was time to take Quentin back to his family. I didn't want to risk driving off-road after dark, and Quentin was starting to get nervous about how much trouble he'd be in for taking so long to return. "Can I leave my glass deer in your room? I'm worried my brothers might break it if I take it with me," Quentin asked. "Of course. It will remind me of you. I'll keep it safe," I promised, swallowing down another plea for him to just move in with me. A large percentage of my family came to say goodbye and invite him to come back as soon as he could. Dad promised he'd email the Paranormal Representative Council that evening and ask about Quentin's shifter heritage so he could figure out why his other family members couldn't shift. Jeremy, Cole, and Daniel teased that he'd eat us out of house and home when he came back, but they hugged him and told him they'd be anxious to see him again. The triplets didn't want to let him leave at all. "I don't feel right letting you out of my sight, baby boy," Tina said, shoving me aside so she could pick him up and squeeze him. "I'll be back soon," he promised. "You better be, or we'll come to fetch you, little fawn." "Don't keep us waiting," Kim said, giving him a gentle noogie that only made him giggle. He and I climbed into my Jeep and headed down the long drive to the Susilauma gates. Quentin kept peeking in the side mirror and turning to look behind him. His reluctance to leave gave me a thrill of hope. Maybe I could still talk him into moving in. "What is it like being the only shifter in your family?" I asked to break the silence. "Not easy, honestly, especially with my family, you know. I've been hiding it ever since my first shift." "That must have been terrifying, to shift the first time without knowing to expect it," I said, wanting to go back in time and steal him away to grow up at Susilauma. "You have no idea," he admitted. "Sounds like there's a story there," I prodded. "Yeah, but it's not a happy one, or one I like to remember." We drove in silence again for a while, but then he resumed speaking, to my surprise. "I was 14. I was kind of a late bloomer, I guess, so puberty didn't hit until then." "That's actually pretty normal for shifters, but go on." I mentally slapped myself for interrupting. What if he clammed up? Fortunately, he kept going. I felt a burst of pleasure that he trusted me enough to tell a story he didn't like to remember. I made a turn, following the highway signs toward the state park entrance. "It was summer. We were living at this really crowded extended stay RV park in, I think it was Iowa. There was a ton of kids there. There was one kid, Dylan, that I spent the most time with, and I had a big crush on him, even though I'm positive he was straight. So Dylan and the other kids and I were really into nighttime games like Bloody Murder and Ghost in the Graveyard and stuff. That's what I was doing that night. The brighter moon made it really easy to play outside after dark. I was hiding behind the women's shower building when the full moon came out from behind serious cloud cover and hit me dead on. I was suddenly a deer, a budding buck, actually. That first time, my clothes were in shreds on the ground, and I had no idea what was happening. At first I just froze, but then a kid found me and screamed. I guess even a deer looks scary in the dark when you aren't expecting it. So I panicked and ran, right through the park, tripping over lawn chairs and crap. There was nowhere else to go, and absolutely zero trees anywhere. I ended up behind the gift shop between some dumpsters until morning came, and I figured out that I could change back. You must have been relieved to figure that out, I said. We arrived at the entrance for Shawnee National Forest. but Quentin urged me past it, indicating the gravel shoulder a little further up the road. "Up here, there's a hidden road down the shoulder a little. Take that," Quentin said, pointing. I turned off and ended up on some kind of defunct ranger trail. I was glad I was driving my Jeep, since it had all-wheel drive. "So yeah, I was relieved to shift back, but then I had to run home through that huge RV park butt naked, and it wasn't so early that nobody was up." "That sounds like the worst." "No," Quentin's voice was sad. "The worst was when I got back to our motorhome and couldn't give my dad any explanation as to where I'd been all night and why I was naked and didn't know where to find my clothes. He assumed puberty got the best of me or something, and he took his belt to my butt right there in front of the RV, where Dylan and a bunch of the other guys I played with could see it. I was too embarrassed to hang out with him anymore, so I spent the next few weeks before we left mostly cooped up in the rig, bored out of my skull." I was completely mortified for him. I slammed on the brakes, ready to back the Jeep right down that trail and take him home with me forever. "You know, you're really not helping convince me I want to return you to these people," I growled. "Yeah, me neither," he muttered, his gaze straight ahead. "Tell you what, we'll go to your family, ease their minds about you, tell them we met when you were lost and I was out hiking. We'll say that one of my brothers or sisters wants to hire you as an assistant or something, with board included. We'll get your stuff, and that will be the end of it. You're a legal adult, free to leave them at any time. I was planning to move to one of the cabins anyway, so you can have my room until you're ready to move our relationship forward." "Which sibling would I say is hiring me?" He turned a skeptical eye on me. "Does it matter? Take your pick." "Nick did say he could teach me to train horses." He paused for a moment, considering. "Okay, let's do it. But why did I leave my clothes by the trail cam? I can't not have an explanation for that. You already know that doesn't go well for me," he said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Hornets? You disturbed a hornet's nest, and they were crawling into your clothes, so you stripped and ran?" "That's not all that believable." "Got something better?" He paused, thinking. "Not really." "Hornets it is, then," I said, driving forward again. It wasn't long until the familiar camper came into view. It looked even worse in the woods than it had at the gas station, because they had surrounded it with a bunch of decrepit lawn furniture, and trash littered the ground around it. They really were off the beaten path. I didn't see any other access but the trail we'd taken. They would get seriously fined if anybody affiliated with the Park Service found them here. If that person survived, I wasn't even sure I would, as I was suddenly looking down the barrels of 5 different firearms, ranging from rifles to shotguns to a handgun, wielded by Quentin's mother. Before I could stop him, Quentin had jumped out the side of the Jeep and thrown his hands in the air, calling to his family. "It's me! Don't shoot!" The guns were lowered, but not put away. I'd have to tread carefully. Quentin approached his family, beginning to speak, when the thin brother stepped forward and cuffed him across the face so hard he knocked Quentin to the ground. I was out of the Jeep in a flash and pulling Quentin to his feet and into my arms. I found myself looking down the gun barrels again. "Is that any way to greet family?" I scolded. "What would you know about it? Who are you?" the older man with white hair asked. "My name is Riley, and I'm the one returning your son to you, safe and sound. I have to say I was expecting a friendlier reception than this." "That good-for-nothing has been gone for 2 days, the big no-neck man said. "With no clothes. Tell me, Quint, what were you doing bare-ass naked in the woods for 2 days? The white-haired man asked again. I didn't remember any of their names, except Bambi. I introduced myself. It's polite to introduce yourselves as well, I said, trying to change the subject as much as remind myself who they were.
That's Roswell.
Quentin pointed to the ugly no-neck one. Brody, the skinny mustachioed one who'd hit him.
Harley,
the fat sister.
My dad Floyd, and my mom Bambi.
I'd say it's a pleasure, but I prefer not to lie, I said through my teeth, knowing what I did about these people. What I really wanted was to shift and tear them to shreds. I could feel how tense Quentin was in my arms, though, so I would make nice and get him out of here as quick as possible.
That brings us back to the question of what you've been doing these past 2 days, Quint,
Floyd said. He rested a hand threateningly on his belt buckle, a polished silver etching of a stake through a human heart. Morbid.
I stepped on a ground bee nest when I was checking the trail cams. They were all over me, getting in my clothes, so I panicked and stripped and ran into the woods. I dropped the flashlight, so I got lost and spent the night almost freezing to death in a pile of leaves. I was looking for you the next morning when Riley found me while he was out hiking.
Quentin lied. He was right. It didn't sound all that believable.
That don't explain where you've been since then,
Bambi said. I took him home with me. He was lost, cold, scared, and hungry. So I brought him to my mom to fix up. She's a nurse. Then my brother took a shine to him, and they've been working horses together. That's part of why I'm here. I wanted to ease your minds about him, but we're also here to get his things. We'd like to hire him to help train horses for us.
Hire him? He don't know a thing about horses,
Roswell scoffed. I remember Quentin usually referred to him as Roz.
But I can learn, Quentin said. I'm really good at riding already.
He's a natural talent. We've never seen anyone take to horses as quickly, I said. It was true, so I didn't have to try to make myself sound enthusiastic.
Yeah, he would,
Harley muttered. I shot her a glance, but she didn't return it. I didn't think I was meant to hear it.
I'm afraid I can't allow you to have my boy, Floyd said. He's too valuable to our work. What are you saying? I barely do anything. You guys are always complaining about how I get in the way, Quentin said. That's just a little friendly teasing between family members. We really can't spare you,
Floyd insisted, stepping forward to take Quentin by the upper arm. I tried to hold on when Floyd yanked my mate from my arms, but I once again found myself on the wrong end of several guns. I watched, helpless, as Floyd strong-armed Quentin to the camper. One hand undoing his belt, Quentin cast a desperate look my way before he disappeared into the RV.
Thank you for bringing our boy back.
Bambi couldn't have sounded less sincere if she tried.
And now we'll thank you to move along.
I heard the sound of leather cracking against flesh, followed by a muffled scream from Quentin. I surged toward the camper, fighting to keep my wolf in check, but rifle barrels against my chest and cheeks stopped me. Another crack and shriek nearly had my wolf taking control. I was quickly degenerating into a mindless ball of hate and instinct, and a driving need to protect my mate.
She said move along, friend,
Roz said. Quentin's two brothers prodded me toward my jeep, one agonizing step at a time. The sounds of Quentin being beaten mere feet from me haunted my steps and echoed in my ears as I drove away from the Williams campsite. I'd be having nightmares about it for months, surely. I felt almost physically torn in two. My wolf was thrashing in my mind, trying to force me back the way we'd come. I didn't even make it to the highway entrance before I had to stop and put the jeep in park. Unable to hold back the breakdown that was fast approaching. I couldn't think, couldn't see or hear anything but Quentin's last pleading look and anguished cries. With my last shred of coherent thought, I pulled out my phone and called in the cavalry. Chapter 16. Quentin. My parents, brothers, and sister all sat at the table inside the RV, staring at me. I was jammed, crouching in the back corner next to my parents' bed, with my hands tied behind my back with a zip tie, trying to ignore the stinging burn in my backside from getting belted. For some reason, they'd laid all the guns on the table so they faced in my direction, and it was really freaking me out. I doubted any of them had the safety on. None of my family had said a word to me since Riley left. I wasn't sure what they were doing, but if they were trying to intimidate me, it was working.
So,
Dad finally broke the silence.
where were you really these last 2 days?
I was with Riley's family. I told you, I'm not lying. They have a farm near here, and Riley found me and brought me back. It's called Susilauma. You can look it up, I said. I didn't know what I was hoping. Maybe that if they believed me, they'd let me go back and be with the Jacobson Millers, with Riley. Dad nodded and pulled out his laptop. Because of their vlogging, my parents shelled out for expensive satellite internet, so he was able to look it up easily.
There it is, outside Narston. The property backs right up to Shawnee,
Dad said, turning the screen to Roz and Brody. They both looked at it and nodded.
They see you shift, boy?
Dad asked. I gaped at him. What? Don't play dumb, Quint, Harley said. Did those people see you shift?
From your deer,
Brody prompted. How did... You knew? I said, dumbfounded. How long had they known? And why hadn't they said anything instead of letting me make a fool of myself trying to hide it all this time?
Boy, you must think we are some special kind of stupid. Did you really think we wouldn't notice you disappearing every full moon for the last 5 years? You aren't that smart or sneaky.
Dad scoffed. Of course we knew, Mom said, standing and pulling a beat-up shoebox out of an overhead storage cabinet. She set the box on the table and opened it, pulling out a small leather-bound photo album I'd never seen before. She thumbed through some pictures and finally pulled out a 3x5 photo and flicked it in my direction. It landed on the floor in front of me, fortunately picture side up, but sort of angled away from me. I leaned over and stared, uncomprehending. It was a photo of a beautiful doe in a small woodland clearing, standing protectively over a bundle of fabric. She was looking intently in the direction of the camera. The picture was taken too far away to make out what the bundle was, but I suddenly had a feeling I knew, and I had to fight not to throw up. Is that your mama? Yeah, Mom said, except she wasn't my mom. But if she wasn't my mom, then who was she to me? Who were any of them? And who was I? That's you on the ground. You were just a baby. What kind of monster takes a tiny baby into the woods and doesn't even stay human? Harley said with disgust.
You always were too soft, Harley,
Roz said, chucking her gently under her top chin. I'd never once seen him do anything remotely that affectionate with anyone. I finally found my voice and asked the question burning in my throat and behind my eyes. Where is she?
That shifter that spawned you? She's dead,
Brody said. A sob escaped my throat. What happened? I asked. They all looked at me like I was a lunatic.
We shot her,
Floyd said after a long silence. Were you out hunting, or it had to be an accident, right?
Hunting shifters,
Brody said with a snort. We picked off most of the herd all at once, but she was tricky. We figured later she must have kept herself separate because she had a baby to watch. We almost missed her," Bambi said. "You killed them on purpose? You murdered shifters?" My voice had risen several octaves. I wished my hands were untied too. I could grab the photo of my mother and hold it close. I didn't want their filthy eyes on it.
"It ain't murder if they ain't human,"
Floyd said.
"Shifters are monsters, hiding among decent humans. They're dangerous. We're protecting the human race."
"You're the monsters," I blurted. "They're people. They're just people with animals inside. How can you kill people?"
"What did you think we've been doing all this time?"
Roz asked. I didn't know what to say, so I just stared at him. "We told you we're paranormal exterminators. You've been with us your whole life. You've seen us doing it," Bambi said. "No, I haven't. I've seen you vlogging about hunting Bigfoot. I've never seen you kill shifters. You can't be real paranormal exterminators. Your blogs are a frickin' joke."
"Did you think we had to be like Van Helsing or something to be legit? No real paranormal exterminator looks like that. They're all just normal people blending in the best they can like us. The blog isn't for publicity, it's for communication, to let other hunters know where we are so we don't overlap,"
Roz said. "But you never find anything. It's always empty houses and dead ends."
"No, you didn't see the good parts. You just helped us catch the quarry," Brody said, sneering.
"What? No, I didn't. I just set up cameras. I never killed anybody." A cold dread mingled with desperation was filling up my chest, threatening to drown me. I wanted to ask for my inhaler, but I refused to ask them for anything.
"Man, you're dumber than I thought," Brody said.
"At first, I just felt sorry for you," Harley said. "We were going to drown you and put you out of your misery, but you were just a little baby, and you looked so human, I convinced everybody to keep you for a while, but then we realized you were actually pretty useful."
"Your blood has been great for research purposes," Roz said, "and we've had a lot of success testing suppression medications on you."
"Suppression?"
"Shifters can't get asthma, dumbass, and they don't need glasses. Their animal spirits make them too strong for that stuff, heal them too fast. We just told you that you had asthma, so you'd use the inhaler and take the suppression medication to keep your deer under wraps, and it happened to make you nearsighted as an unintended side effect," Brody said.
"Thanks to you, we know it works perfectly, except on the full moon, we'll have to keep tweaking it." Harley gave me a smile that almost looked like it was meant to be encouraging, like I'd done something good. All it did was horrify me.
"And you've been worth your weight in dead shifters,"
Floyd said.
"Paranormals can't resist checking out the presence of one of their kind."
"I was bait?" I felt like I might pass out. I thought back to our most recent project. "What about the haunted house just last week?"
"Succubus. That house was near her hiding spot. You been around to lure her out, and we were able to put her down. She was never actually in the house," Brody explained. Now I really was sick. I lurched toward the small toilet a few feet away, but didn't make it and vomited on the floor. Some poor woman had been murdered just a week ago, and I'd lured her to her death. My family were psychopathic killers, and I'd been helping them my whole life while they experimented on me. No wonder I'd always felt like my family didn't really love me as much as a family should. They weren't even my family. My family was dead, and these people had killed them. The Williamses hated me and thought I was subhuman and deserved to die. They just kept me alive because I was useful for hunting and killing others like me. I sobbed again and felt that drowning sensation even stronger. Brody came over and kicked me in the face, knocking me back into the corner. Black spots danced in my vision, and I thought I might pass out. Unfortunately, I didn't. "I'm gonna ask you again, boy," Floyd said, his voice quiet and dangerous. Brody hovered over me, ready to beat the heck out of me if I made one wrong move. "Did that boy see you shift?" "No, I told you. He found me Brody's fist caught me next to my left eye, and my head snapped to the side. The momentum cut short by the mattress of the big bed. I'd come very close to impacting the built-in wooden frame, which probably would have knocked out some of my teeth. Small favors. "So, he saw you shift and wasn't surprised. Wants you to come live with him. His brother wants to hire you to work with horses." Floyd turned to the others. "Seems we've found our wolf shifters." "No," I whispered. Then I shouted it again. "No!" "Oh, I think so," Roz said. "We knew there was a wolf shifter pack around here, but we didn't know exactly where. Thanks to you, now we know. If they wanted it to be a secret, they shouldn't have named their farm after the Finnish word for wolf pack." He indicated the computer screen that had the Susilauma farm social media and maps up in several windows. No. I'd done it again. I'd given away shifters, helped these people find them, and now they were going to die. Patty, Frank, Nick, Donna, Tina, Kim, Andrew, Daniel, Heather, and her little toddlers, all the others, and Riley. I had to do something, but what? I hadn't used my inhaler in days. What if I could shift? If I shifted with my hands tied, would I dislocate my shoulders? If they shot me, could I heal by shifting again? I didn't know enough, and people were going to die because I was ignorant and useless. "Was that boy your mate?" Bambi asked me. "The one that brought you here?" "No," I said, but I was a little too adamant about it. "Perfect," Roz grinned. "I thought as much," Floyd said. "Good move beating Quint's ass when he could hear you," Brody said to Floyd. "Ain't no way a shifter mate could ignore something like that." "Right, he'll be back tonight, and he'll bring more with him. I haven't had a decent chance to shoot wolves in a while. We'll wipe out the fighters here and take care of the rest in their den." Roz agreed. "Better kill Quentin now and get it over with," Floyd casually announced. "He's useless now he knows everything. We'll send his body to Doc Hybels for vivisection. Hopefully get some useful information." Before I could protest, the air was filled with a terrifying chorus of rebel yells. The camper began to rock violently. The Williamses grabbed for their guns, but they were having trouble keeping their feet. We were overbalancing, and with a sudden stomach-turning lurch, the whole camper tipped on its side. I crashed into the wall above the toilet and may have blacked out for a second. The next thing I knew, the emergency hatch in the roof opened next to me, and strong arms pulled me out of the RV. Riley clutched me to his chest and ran. If my hands hadn't still been tied, I'd have clung to him. I was sobbing, unable to stop. My head and heart both ached, but for different reasons. He crooned to me, but I couldn't understand what he was saying.
We'd only been running a few seconds when we were suddenly flanked by a lot more people. I looked to either side and saw Donna and Kim tied to the left and right of us, and if they were there, Tina was probably close. I looked over Riley's shoulder, and there she was, maybe 2 feet behind us. A bunch of the other Jacobson Millers surrounded us, all in human form and looking grim. I realized we were running toward the regular park entrance, so they must have brought vehicles. Sure enough, after maybe 5 minutes of an all-out sprint, which I had no idea how they all managed to do, we popped out of the tree line and into a parking lot. Everyone wasted no time in piling into an assortment of trucks and cars. Riley set me down and held me close while Kim ripped the zip ties off my wrists, then picked me up and buckled me into his Jeep. Kim and Tina both climbed into the back, but Donna stood on the side step, blocking my door opening and holding on to the roll cage. It was probably totally illegal to ride like that, but I defied any cop to tango with Donna. A big extended cab pickup pulled past, and I saw Frank in the driver's seat, but the truck was packed with wolf shifters. We followed, and even more vehicles followed us. Nobody said anything the whole ride back to Susilauma, but Riley held my hand the entire way and didn't once let go. The triplets would occasionally squeeze my shoulder or upper arm, or ruffle my hair, but they were quiet too. I knew I had to warn them about the shifter hunters, but I couldn't speak past the lump in my throat. I squeezed Riley's hand in both of mine, and I suddenly knew that no matter what happened with the sex stuff, I was never going to leave his side again for the rest of my life. Chapter 17. Riley. Quentin still hadn't spoken to me by the time we arrived back home. Granted, I hadn't said anything either. He seemed a little shell-shocked, and I wanted to give him space. We unloaded and headed toward the big house. Everyone who hadn't come on the rescue mission, mostly the moms with kids, were waiting in the library sitting rooms. It was the biggest room in the house, and the one we used for indoor family meetings. I sat in a big upholstered chair, forcing Quentin to sit in my lap so I could hold on to him. He didn't put up a fight, and even snuggled close. And I felt myself and my wolf calming down slightly for the first time since the Williams family had pointed guns in my face. Everyone else was crammed into the room, finding seats or places to stand where they could. The triplets stood around us like bodyguards, and I had to admit that I was liking them better and better these days. Their attachment to my mate might have bothered me if it didn't make me feel so damn relieved that they cared enough to protect him. All right, everybody, that was a job well done. Nobody got hurt. We got in and out quickly, and nobody had to shift. Thanks for being so quick to respond, Dad said to the assembled family. Of course, if it was any of our true mates, I know we'd all hope the family would step up for each of us, Jeremy said. Now we just have to consider the repercussions, Joseph said, his mouth a thin line behind his well-trimmed beard. Yes, Quentin, do you want us to call the police and file assault charges against your family? They're likely to come after you, or at the very least, we can call the Park Service and let the rangers know they're camping illegally, Dad suggested. Quentin took a deep breath and let out a shuddering sigh. He looked me in the face, as if he needed me to bolster him up, so I nodded and rubbed his back. Go ahead, I said. I don't know what we should do, because they aren't really my family after all. There'd been a bit of murmuring of quiet conversations, but everyone went deathly quiet and stared at Quentin. The only noise was the babbling of Heather's twins, one held in each of their parents' arms. What do you mean, sweetheart? Mom asked. Quentin looked at me, then Donna. They're shifter hunters, or paranormal exterminators, I'm not exactly sure. They told me that I've been bait all these years. I've been the only shifter in my family because I wasn't actually family. They killed mine when I was a baby and kept me for experiments and stuff. And I didn't know this whole time because I'm just so stupid." He dropped his face into his hands and began sobbing again. Everyone watched with expressions ranging from pity to outrage to horror. I was absolutely livid. My precious mate had been abused his whole life, held captive by monsters who just wanted to use him and made him think he was an outcast in his own family. Baby, you're not stupid. You grew up with them. They brainwashed you for 19 years. That's not your fault, I said, stroking his hair. Jenna brought over a box of tissues, and he pulled out a bunch to wipe his eyes and blow his nose. "But it's my fault they know you're shifters and where you live," he said bitterly. "I didn't mean to tell them, but I said too much and they figured it out." "Go on," Dad encouraged. "When we came here, they told me we were hunting werewolves. I thought it was just more crazy, you know? I never once saw them find anything, even a little paranormal. But it turns out they were looking for a clan of wolf shifters around here, and they've figured out it's you because of me, and they're planning to kill you all." A chorus of alarmed voices all piped up at once, but Dad quieted them and encouraged Quentin to continue. "They thought you'd try to save me because they guessed Riley is my mate. Yeah, they knew about that kind of stuff, and they thought they'd kill some of you in the park, but you came sooner than I think they expected, and you surprised them by dumping the rig and running instead of fighting them. They thought you'd wait until nighttime and come as wolves, and I'd have already been dead by then. Anyway, they know where you live, and they'll come here. I'm so sorry." "Hey, little fawn, it's okay. If they think we're an easy kill, they've got another thing coming." Donna reached down and patted Quentin's head. "I think there might be more than just my family, though. I mean, the Williamses. They said their website is for communication purposes, and they mentioned sending my body to some guy named Doc Highbells so he could dissect me." More than one of my siblings shuddered, and I noticed Heather leave the room with her kids. Barbara and her kids weren't even there, and I was glad. They didn't need to hear this crap. Daniel and Ben stayed behind to keep an eye on the Williams family. They'll let us know if they make a move. In the meantime, I think we should call both our shifter rep to let the Paranormal Representative Council know what's going on, and the local sheriff to report the Williamses for abuse, kidnapping, and illegal camping and firearms. Dad said. "Is it a good idea to get the human police involved?" Joseph asked. "What if those hunters blab all over the place about us being shifters?" "With non-shifter people, it's probably a good idea to get the local police involved. We have a good standing in this community, and if we report them first, we'll have more sway if they come here causing problems, and things get sticky," Mom said. "I'll handle it then," Joseph said. "I'll deal with the police. You call our representative, Dad." "Say they beat Quentin because he and Riley are gay. Officer Carson is gay, and the sheriff's his uncle. They'll probably prosecute it as a hate crime," Jenna suggested. "Riley, you take Quentin upstairs and take care of him. We'll let you know if we need you, or if anything changes," Dad said. I nodded and stood, carrying Quentin in a princess hold like I'd done during our escape. I could tell he was having trouble holding himself together, and he was probably in pain from the bruises I could see on his face and wrists, and who knew how many more. My wolf growled at the sight, and my blood boiled. They dared to lay hands on my mate, mine. If I saw them again, they would die. I took Quentin to my room and sat on the bed with him in my lap again. I wanted to touch him, kiss him, but I held off, not wanting to hurt him. "Why don't you shift real quick, babe? Take care of those bruises. Then you can have a nice bath and a big plate of cookies," I suggested. Quentin just nodded and stood to absently shed his clothes. It said a lot about his state of mind that he didn't show the slightest bit of self-consciousness over baring his skin with me watching. I gritted my teeth at the angry red welts across his ass, but kept my comments to myself. Once his clothes were on the floor, Quentin shifted. His glorious chestnut stag stood in the center of my bedroom, looking around curiously. His antlers just barely missed knocking the light fixture when he turned toward me and snorted in my face. I stroked his long muzzle and tickled his cheeks until he made an annoyed belching sound at me. "Okay, cranky pants. Change back and let's get you soaking in a hot tub," I chuckled. Quentin shifted back, injury-free, and looked at his own arms like they were something amazing. "It's getting easier every time," he said. "I could have been a deer at any time. I've been forcing him to stay cooped up for 5 years thanks to that stupid medicine." "It wasn't you, babe. You didn't know." "Since when is ignorance an excuse for anything? I could have made more of an effort to find out. Maybe found another shifter to ask or something. I don't know." "Babe, even if you'd found another shifter, they'd have been in danger from Floyd and company. You're in a terrible situation that was not your fault. If I ever hear you blame yourself again, I'm going to hold you down and force-feed you chocolate until you beg for mercy," I said, tickling his sides. As I hoped, he laughed. I stopped tickling to pull him into a tight hug, and he slipped his arms around me to return it. "I'm so glad to have you back safe, Quentin. It might be too soon to make heartfelt declarations, but I can tell you're going to be the love of my life, mating pole or no mating pole." He shivered against me, squeezing tighter. "I feel something for you, too. I want to be with you. I'm just scared of going too fast. So much is changing right now." "I know. We'll go a step at a time. Step 1, bath time. And I'm joining you." Quentin gave a tiny gasp, but nodded against my chest. Victory. Chapter 18. Quentin. I slipped my clothes back on for the short walk to the hall bathroom. This one was much bigger than the one attached to Patty and Frank's room. The counter had 3 sinks installed. There was a freestanding shower and a separate huge tub with jets in it. I'd never seen anything like it in person, just magazines or TV. There was a big cabinet on the wall near a cubby that hid the toilet, and Riley pulled out 2 big fluffy blue towels that he set on a ledge that went around the back of the tub. He turned the water on and adjusted the temperature so that it was just shy of boiling, judging by the steam. If it's not nice and hot at the start, it cools down pretty quick. We have a tankless water heater, so at least we don't run out of hot before the tub fills," Riley said, reaching out to pull my shirt off. "I know it's weird, but I feel kind of gross. Would it be okay to rinse off in the shower before I get in the tub? I don't want to be stewing in gross." Riley laughed, and I saw the visible tension he'd been carrying for the whole evening draining away. He pulled his own shirt over his head, revealing the chiseled abs I'd probably never get tired of seeing. A light dusting of hair crossed his chest just above his nipples, and another ran a tempting trail from his belly button to below the waistband of his jeans. Before I knew what I was doing, I reached out and popped the button to his jeans and unzipped his fly. The look he gave me was pure sex as he guided my hand to feel his hard cock through his underwear. My own cock twitched in response, and I couldn't stop a little moan or arousal. Maybe it wasn't moving too fast to just do a little bit of touching. Riley reached out to shove my own pants down past my hips to my knees. He cupped my butt and pulled me in tight against him, grinding my bare erection against his cloth-covered one. I whimpered and put my hands on his chest, gripping tight. "Babe, I think we'd better stop here. If we do any more than this, it's going to be really hard for me not to claim you. Let's just get in the bath and enjoy a nice hot soak." I was surprised at the hard knot of disappointment that clenched in my chest. Everything in my life had turned upside down in a single week. I felt like I was untethered, drifting away from safe harbor, and I needed something tangible to hold on to, and that something was Riley. I moved my hips in a tiny thrust against him. "Just a little more?" I asked. Riley groaned and bit his bottom lip. "You're killing me, babe, but I can't say no to you. Sit on the edge of the tub." Confused, I obeyed. Riley knelt in front of me and pulled my pants and underwear all the way off and tossed them toward a hamper in the corner. He pressed my knees to spread my legs wide, and I cried out as his mouth closed around my dick. Nobody had ever gone down on me before, and it was amazing. Soft, hot, wet. He used one hand to massage my balls, and it felt like little static shocks going up my dick, but not painful. Riley sucked and licked, his full lips stretched around my crown, then sliding down to the base of my shaft, so I rubbed against the roof of his mouth. He grazed the bottom of my dick with his teeth, and I had to grab his hair. This wasn't going to last very long. The steam from the filling tub behind me, combined with the building pressure between my legs, was making me feel a little lightheaded. The base of my spine was tingling, my sphincter clenched, and my balls contracted. "Riley, gonna Riley gave one final hard suck, and I shot into his mouth. He didn't even let go, just swallowed it. I couldn't believe it. I'd probably have gagged and drooled semen all over the floor if it were me. Riley was incredible. "Feeling better, babe?" he asked, reaching up to run the backs of his fingers along my cheek. I don't even know. I've never felt anything like that," I admitted, a bit in a daze. "I think I need a glass of water." He chuckled and stood to get me one, and I noticed his cock was rock hard and straining in his briefs. I suddenly felt guilty that I'd only taken without giving him anything back. He was always so giving with me, never pushing for me to reciprocate. When he handed me the water, I chugged it and set the cup on the edge of the tub. "Do you want me to, do anything about that?" I asked, indicating his manly bits. He looked down at his crotch, then at me. "You have no idea, but it's okay." He leaned over to turn off the taps on the full tub, and his butt did a sexy flex in his jeans. "You hop in the shower and take a quick rinse. I can take care of this myself." He headed toward the toilet cubby, but I couldn't just let him jerk off after what he'd done for me. "Wait, just let me rinse off, and then I'll, take care of you in the tub." When the heck had I gotten so bold? It must have been an okay thing to say, because Riley lit up like a Christmas tree and shook his pants. "I'll be waiting then," he said, and strutted past me to climb in the tub. I gawked at his acres of tan skin and rippling muscles, and a butt that would make a straight man sit up and take notice. His dick was huge, hard, and red, and I couldn't wait to get my hands on it. So much for going too fast. I couldn't move fast enough. I'd never imagined I'd be so fickle, though I still didn't want that giant thing in my butt yet. I practically ran to the shower and turned it on. I didn't know how to use the temperature controls. They looked European or something. I didn't know, and it was freezing. But I didn't plan to spend too long in there anyway, and I was used to cold showers since the water heater on the RV hadn't worked in ages. There was a bar of fresh-smelling soap on a ledge, so I quickly soaped up and rinsed, then hopped out and hurried to the tub. I was dripping everywhere and almost slipped, but I made it and climbed in. After the frigid shower, I almost screamed as my toes contacted the near scalding bathwater. My toes felt like they were going to fall off, and the rest of my skin felt like it had been smacked. Riley laughed at the way I panted as I eased myself down into the water in minuscule increments. Eventually, I got used to it and was able to sit on the bottom of the huge tub. The water came up to my armpits, and the heat soaked into my muscles. I groaned and scooted over to lean against Riley, enjoying the way the water washed away the tension I hadn't known was coiled under my skin. "Want me to turn on the jets?" Riley asked. "That could be nice," I said, not really sure if it would be. I'd only been in a hot tub once at a hotel we'd stayed at for my mom's, Bambi's birthday when I was 11, and I remembered it being less relaxing than it was more like sitting in a rapidly boiling soup pot. I'd expected a cartoon rabbit to start cutting carrots and onions into the water at any minute. I was too short to sit easily, so I played around, walking along the seating ledge on my knees. Then a jet had caught me and pushed me into the deeper center, and I'd panicked and gone under before Harley pulled me back to the ledge. I could swim, but it was still a scary moment. Riley reached over and pushed a button near the faucet. A brief gurgling sound announced the startup of the jets before anything came out of the holes in the sides of the tub. But soon, little underwater geysers were pounding into my skin, making the water churn. The pressure was pretty high, and I felt myself start to float away, my butt losing contact with the bottom of the tub. "Turn it off!" I shrieked, and he quickly hit the button again before pulling me into his lap. "Sorry," I said, embarrassed that I'd freaked out over stupid tub jets. They probably could have felt really nice if I'd given them a chance, but a lot of scary stuff had happened that day, so I gave myself a pass. "Don't worry about it. With or without the jets on, it's just nice to be in here with you." He kissed me. Chapter 19. Riley. When you do the same thing almost every day, it's easy to start seeing the world through blinders. You wake up, you eat, you work, maybe you play a little, you sleep. The world becomes predictable, and you forget that other people are living in it, having experiences different than your own, seeing things from a completely unique perspective. Having Quentin in my life was opening up my closed-off, small-town mindset. No matter what he said or did, was adorable. It had never in my life occurred to me that a man of 19, growing up in the same country I had, could have never been in a jacuzzi tub, never gotten a blowjob, never been loved by his family, never had enough to eat, never known if there was anybody like him in the whole world, or anybody that would understand and appreciate him. It made me realize how selfish I was, and I wanted to change, be a better person. I also wanted to be the person that opened Quentin's world in return. But in that moment, all I wanted to do was enjoy Quentin. I'd felt genuine terror earlier when I was away from him, not knowing what awful things were happening to him or if I'd ever see him again. Now I just wanted to watch as my little mate explored my body, learning what it was like to please each other. He wiggled out of my grip and maneuvered to straddle me, so we were face to face. "I think I said something about taking care of you," he declared with a shy look. "We should probably get to that part." "Whatever you like, baby," I said, running my hands around to cup his juicy little ass. He gasped when I gave his cheeks a squeeze and dug his nails into my chest. "You're cheating! I'm supposed to be the one doing stuff." "Do anything you want. I won't stop you. But your fucking gorgeous body is right here, so I don't think I'll be able to keep my hands to myself." "Fine, but don't blame me if I'm too distracted." He grabbed my cock and gave it a quick, jerking tug that sent a jolt all the way down to my toes.
Yikes, babe. You're pretty enthusiastic.
Sorry, I'm figuring it out. Just give me a second. He began to gently run both of his hands up and down my shaft, then reached one of them between my legs to cup my balls. With anybody else, it might have been a little boring, but because it was Quentin, my true mate, my baby love, it was just shy of mind-blowing. I tilted my head back to rest it on the tub ledge and squeezed my eyes closed. I gasped as he gave my balls a firm squeeze and teased the slit in the head of my cock with his thumbnail.
Shit, baby. That's really good.
Riley, could you...
What do you need, babe?
I lifted my head to see him fidgeting.
Sit on the edge of the tub. I want to try what you did to me. Blowjob, I mean.
There's no way I'll say no to that. I hefted myself up out of the water, streaming and steaming, and leaned against the wall, the edge of my ass resting on the tub and my legs spread wide. Quentin scooted forward to kneel between my legs, bracing his hands on my thighs. He had to lean down to get his mouth on me, and his beautiful ass popped up partially out of the water. I about lost it at the sight of him on his knees. Wet ass, winking with reflected light, pink lips opening to take me in. I almost came before he even touched me. When he did finally draw me into his hot little mouth, I bit back a howl of pleasure.
Baby, so good.
He sucked hard, taking me in about halfway. I didn't expect him to take me deep on his first try, and he was obviously trying to make it feel good. He bobbed his head up and down, massaging my dick with his tongue, sometimes getting a little too toothy. He started making little mewling sounds of pleasure in the back of his throat, and they went straight to my balls. I felt them tightening. As sloppy and unskilled as this blowjob was, it was ratcheting me toward orgasm at an almost painful speed. My dick felt oversensitive, and the smell of the cinnamon vanilla steam rising from Quentin's skin had me thrashing and bucking into his mouth. I tried to hold back so I didn't choke him, but my hips were twitching out of my control. A wet finger came out of nowhere and breached my asshole, and I came with a sudden gasp and whimper, without even a chance to warn Quentin.
Sorry,
I stammered as he choked on my cum, but he patted my thigh in a reassuring gesture. He gagged, and my semen came pouring out of his mouth into the bathwater, and he was still the hottest man I'd ever laid eyes on. My cock gradually stopped pulsing, and I pulled back to slide out of his mouth. He removed his finger from my ass and smiled up at me.
Thank you, Quentin. Sorry I didn't warn you. That orgasm surprised me too, I said, feeling sheepish.
It's fine. Sorry I couldn't swallow it. It was saltier than I thought it would be, he said, rinsing the outside of his mouth with a handful of water.
Babe, you never have to apologize for giving me head. Now if only I could get you to fuck me, I teased.
He blushed, but gave me a saucy half grin and said, Bend over, then. I froze, not sure if I should take him seriously or not. I didn't want to pressure him if he was joking, especially after the nightmare earlier today. But I also couldn't help getting my hopes up. I knew I was asking a lot. I mean, in the past few hours, he'd lost 2 families. One he'd never known, and one he'd known all his life. And let's not forget he was still new to the idea of true mates, or any mating at all. Yet his continued hesitance to mate with me hurt more than I cared to let on. I was the older, better-informed one of this sort of relationship, even if he had way more potential in his little finger than I ever would. So I felt like it fell to me to be the mature one, to move at his pace. Still, if he'd meant it, I probably wouldn't be able to hold back, no matter that I'd never once bottomed in my life. For Quentin, I'd bottom permanently once I'd claimed him, as long as he stayed with me.
For real?
I finally managed to say after the silence went on for a few moments longer than was comfortable. "Oh, I..." His eyes dropped, and I realized he'd been teasing after all. Despite feeling gutted, I scrambled to salvage the situation. I climbed out of the tub and grabbed my towel, keeping my back to him as I began to viciously scrub the water from my arms. No, just kidding. I know it's too soon. Let's get dried off and find some pajamas. Daniel was going to bring some of his since he's the closest to your size, so they're probably waiting in my room already. Since it looks like you'll be staying here for a while, we'll probably want to get you some clothes of your own too. Oh, there's a really nice thrift store in Narston that I bet would have some good stuff. Except maybe you want new ones. I was rambling, and I couldn't shut up. It was better than crying in front of Quentin just because he didn't want to mate me yet. It wasn't like he never would. He said maybe someday. Fuck, I was acting like such a freak. I heard the splash as he climbed out of the tub, so I made my way to the door. You take your time drying off. I'll just slip over to my room, your room now, and see if... I didn't finish that thought, because Quentin came up behind me and wrapped his arms around my waist. He pressed his wet body against mine and planted a kiss between my shoulder blades, which was about as high as he could kiss me without standing on his toes. Riley, it's not that I don't want you, okay? Don't think that. It's just, I only have a GED and no work experience. I have no money and no family. I'm short and average looking at best, and I'm not used to being treated the way you treat me. I also have zero sexual experience besides what we've done together. But you came into my life at exactly the right time. If I didn't have you, I'd either be dead or tied to that family of murderers, believing all the negative things they always told me about myself. So, if you truly want to be with me because of me, and not because of some magical destiny thread or cosmic fortune cookie says you have to, then you had better be prepared to tell me what to do, because as soon as we get back to our room, I'm going to bend you over and take you. He squeezed my half-hard cock through my towel and thrust his own erection against the back of my thigh. I shivered, both at his touch and the totally unexpected words that had just come out of his sexy mouth. I had to take a moment to compose myself before I turned around. Quentin stood, naked and dripping and gorgeous. He didn't look as confident as he'd sounded moments before, but I was already past the point of no return. He dangled a steak in front of a hungry wolf, and I wouldn't let him yank it back. I, don't know if I'm ready for you to, do it to me yet, though. He amended. I don't care about any of it, I assured him. I've liked you since the first time I saw you, and I've wanted you since the moment you called me the butt cream guy. He laughed at the reminder. Babe, you're smart as all get out. The books you were reading for fun last night were mostly old class books from some of my family's college days. You told me you're self-educated, which means you got your GED just because you wanted it, and you learned all that stuff on your own. You might not have money now, but that's just because you've had a rough start. Truth be told, I'm just a nobody small-town mechanic living in his parents' house. You already surpass me in looks and intelligence, and income will probably come soon enough. If anything, I'm the one who's not good enough for you. So really, it's amazing to me to know you want me too. Now, before I end up taking you out of it, get dried off, and I'll go to our room to hunt up the lube, I said. I scurried from the bathroom to my room, glad I didn't see any of my family members. I figured they were making themselves scarce on purpose, and I appreciated more than they'd ever know. Once in my room, I grabbed the bottle of lube I kept in my nightstand. I just pulled back the blankets, sat down on the bed, and set the bottle next to me when Quentin arrived and locked the door behind him. Chapter 20. Quentin. It had about ripped my heart in two when I'd seen the pained disappointment in Riley's face as he realized I hadn't actually been offering to make love to him. I suddenly felt a similar disappointment, and I wondered if maybe I had actually meant it. I might not be ready to be on the receiving end of full-on sex. It was scary to think about, but could I be on the giving end? Riley had already given me so much. Couldn't I give him this? When Riley started babbling to cover his embarrassment and hurt, it occurred to me that I really cared about him. I didn't want him to hurt like that, especially because of me. So I'd worked up my courage and bared my soul, and none of my self-doubts seemed to bother him. In fact, he'd turned them on their heads. Did it really not matter to him that I brought so little to the table? Did he really think I'd be more successful than him in the future? Maybe I'd doubt him more if he insisted on topping me first, but when I entered his bedroom and saw the tender eagerness in his face, more of my misgivings were stripped away. He was older and physically bigger than me, a mature adult with money and a job, but he wasn't lording it over me. He insisted he thought I was a catch, and he was willing to submit to me in bed just to show me how much he cared. He was on the bed and scooted up to lean his back against the wall. Then he patted the spot next to him. "Come sit. Don't be scared. We'll go slow. Let's just start with some kissing," he suggested. I was all in favor of kissing. When it came to kissing, Riley was a champion. I joined him on the bed, and he pulled me into his arms to slant his lips over mine. It started innocent enough, just lips touching. Then his tongue ran over my top lip and circled around along the bottom. At last he prodded at them, asking permission to enter my mouth. I granted it. Once inside, he explored every inch of my mouth. The taste of him was becoming familiar, even comforting. I sighed and pressed my body against him, rubbing my right nipple against his left. He shuddered and moaned, his kissing becoming more demanding. He began to move his hands all over, one moment cupping the back of my neck, then rubbing up and down my upper arms, then squeezing my butt cheeks. I decided two could play at that game and try to out-handsy him. I didn't know exactly how I was doing it, but I was managing to get him really worked up. Mostly, if I touched a place and he made a noise or a twitch, I'd just keep coming back to that place. It seemed as good a technique as any. At last, he pulled away, gasping. "Baby, please, I need more. Can you get me ready?" "I don't really know how, but I'll do my best." "It's not too difficult. It just takes a little prep," Riley said, pushing me off him so that he could turn over. He got on his knees and elbows, resting his head and chest on a pillow, but high in the air. His skin was pink from the heat of the tub, and the light from his bedside lamp made him glow. Seeing him like that was ridiculously hot, and I had to give my dick a squeeze to make it calm down. "Just use a lot of lube," he said. "Start with one finger to stretch me out. When you feel my muscles relax, add another." I opened the lube and squirted a huge glob onto my fingers. It started to drip, so I quickly held my hand over Riley's butt to allow it to fall near his crack. He flinched when it hit his skin. "That's cold." "Sorry." I closed the lube and carefully set it next to his calf before I started using one finger to tease around the pink bundle of wrinkles between his cheeks. With him on his knees like this, his cheeks naturally spread, and I got an eyeful. I'd never looked closely at another man's butthole before, or mine, for that matter. Riley's twitched when I would run a finger over it. I circled it and flicked at it, experimenting to see how it would respond. Riley wiggled his butt. "Are you prepping me or studying me?" He giggled nervously. "Sorry," I said again. I shoved my index finger in right up to the third knuckle. Riley yelped and jerked forward a bit, but then pushed his butt back toward me. Maybe a little slower next time. Sorry. Quit apologizing. You'll get the hang of it. I started moving my finger in and out like it was a tiny dick, and Riley seemed to enjoy that. His muscles clenched and unclenched around my finger. I grabbed a butt cheek with my other hand and squeezed it, which made the hot channel around my finger contract. It was fun. Riley seemed to be getting antsy, so I carefully added my middle finger alongside the first one. Riley made a pleased noise in his throat and pushed back toward me. Once you feel the muscles relax a little more, you can start scissoring your fingers to stretch me out. Then just keep adding fingers until you think I'm stretched enough to take your cock. He instructed. That sounded easy enough. I adjusted my position, since I was sitting on my right foot and it was falling asleep, and got on my knees to sit on my heels between Riley's calves. I started to flex my fingers, pushing them apart and watching Riley open up under my touch. It was amazing. Considering how amazing the blowjob earlier had been, I couldn't wait for the slippery heat inside his butt to be wrapped around my dick. I was getting a little antsy, too. I added more lube and a third finger. At one point, I pushed in deep and rubbed down. Riley bucked underneath me, crying out with pleasure. I did it again and got the same result. Now that was a great discovery. I grabbed his hip to hold him in place and began attacking that place with my fingers. Riley writhed and whimpered and started to beg. Baby, Quentin, please, baby. Feels so good. Please. I added a fourth finger and reached around to grab his bobbing dick. Riley bit his pillow and almost sobbed. I was worried for a second, but it seemed like he was just feeling really good, so I kept going. He was sweating and rocking, thrusting back onto my fingers and forward into my fist. Now seemed like a pretty good time to get to the good part. My own cock was throbbing. I wanted to be inside him like now. I pulled my fingers out, and Riley made a growly sound. Laughing, I smacked his butt cheek with my palm. Don't you growl at me, Wolfman. Be patient. I'm coming in. I wiped my fingers on my cock, then my discarded bath towel, and got up on my knees to straddle Riley's legs. He was a little too tall, and my cock didn't line up with his hole just right, so I pushed down on his lower back to get him to spread his legs wider. Once he was at the right height, I used my hand to guide my cock to his hole and started to push in. Riley blew out a breath through his mouth that sounded like a horse and pushed back to meet me so that pretty soon I was all the way in, my balls knocking against his. It was really tight, so I just stayed still for a minute. It seemed like the right thing to do. Sure enough, a moment came when I felt Riley stop clenching so tight around me and get kind of loose. I took that as my cue to start moving. I began to rock with tiny thrusts in and out of him. Holy cow, it felt amazing, and I said so. Riley, this is, so good. You feel great too. Riley pushed back to meet my thrusts, and I started to pull out further for each one. The more I thrust, the easier it got, and before I knew it, I was pounding into him with long, deep strokes that made my nerve endings sing. Riley tucked his hips under a little and howled, so I must have hit that magic spot again. I tried to aim for it every time, and I seemed to hit it with almost every pump of my hips, because Riley was practically eating his pillow to muffle his screams. It made me feel like the king of the world. I was the one making this gorgeous hunk of man come apart under me. My dear suddenly wanted to come to the party. I could feel him surging toward the surface, and heard myself snort through my sinuses like a buck in full rut. I didn't feel the change coming, which was a relief because I didn't want to suddenly be humping Riley in deer form. But I did feel my jaw elongate and my teeth becoming sharper. What in the world was happening to me? I was losing control of the situation. Riley was panting and weeping beneath me, and my dear and I suddenly wanted him on his back. I didn't know what came over me, but using my dear's strength, I pulled out of Riley, yanked his legs out from under him, rolled him over, and pushed his knees up to his chest, all in a flash. He gasped in shock and stared at me with wide eyes. When I thrust back into him, he threw his head back and cried out, clutching the pillow he was still holding. I reached down to stroke his neglected dick, and it only took 3 pumps before he was shooting hot cum all over my hand and his lower abdomen. The smell of it hit me just as his channel slammed around my cock, and electricity rocketed up my spine and back down into my balls, making them contract and pump my orgasm deep into Riley's behind. My dear bawled in my head, and I surged forward, practically bending Riley in half to sink my teeth deep into his neck, right where it met the shoulder. I tasted blood. Riley wailed and came a second time. Sobbing against my chest, still holding his legs, I collapsed on top of him, draped over his sticky, sweaty stomach, panting, my teeth still embedded in his flesh. Something made me lick the place I'd bitten, and the copper, rhubarb tang of Riley's blood made my dear snort in satisfaction and retreat to the back of my mind, while my face and teeth returned to their normal human shape. Riley continued to sob, one arm flung over his eyes to hide his tears from me. Chapter 21. Riley. Riley, are you okay? I'm so sorry I bit you. I didn't mean to hurt you. Please don't cry, okay? I'm sorry. Quentin pulled out of me and patted my chest, apologizing for the most perfect experience of my life. And I was too overcome with emotion to explain that I wasn't upset or physically hurt. My wolf was doing backflips in my brain, and I had never been happier. Quentin had claimed me. Maybe it was more his deer than Quentin himself that had driven him to bite me, but the deed was done. I was his forever. As if the sex hadn't been mind-blowing on its own, the claiming bite had ramped up the sensations 100-fold, wringing a second orgasm out of me right on the heels of the first. It was too much for me after all the anxiety, stress, hurt, and hope I'd been feeling since I met Quentin. The double orgasms had opened the doors to another kind of release, and I couldn't stop the flood of tears now pouring out of me. Hey, it's okay. Sweetie, Riley, it's okay. Come here, lovely. Come on, Quentin murmured, rolling me into his arms and tucking my face against his chest. He cupped the back of my head with one hand and stroked my back with the other, and I clung to him like a burr on flannel. I draped one leg over him to feel closer, wanting as much connection as I could get. Was I really this needy? Never in my life would I have pegged myself as the clingy, whiny type. I'd always figured I'd be the cool one in my future mating, the tough wolf shifter car expert. Yet, here we were, and Quentin, despite all the shit he'd gone through in the past few days, was the one comforting me. It's okay, lovey. Let it out. It's okay to cry sometimes. It's okay. I love you. You're gonna be okay. Everything will be fine. Wait. I tried to force down the tide of tears, hiccuping and sniffling like a toddler after a tantrum. Did you say that you love me? Good grief. I sounded like a preteen. He paused, the hand that had been rubbing my back going still. Even his breathing stopped. My heart was in my throat as I waited for his reply. "I guess I did," he sighed. "It might be crazy, but I think I love you." And now that he'd bitten me, I could feel it. It was small, a tiny candle flame in a big dark room full of pain and doubts, but it was there, and it burned for me. He loved me. I hugged him even tighter, if that was possible, and snuggled into him. He chuckled and resumed stroking my back. Eventually, he pried himself loose long enough to reach down and grab his bath towel to wipe the cum off us, then pull the covers up to tuck us in. But as soon as he laid back down, I was his personal hot water bottle again. "So, is my dear always going to want to join us like that? Because that was weird. And I don't think I like the idea of my face always going all booky on me when I'm turned on," Quentin murmured. "No," I laughed. "Only for the claiming, or maybe in a rare circumstance when your dear feels our mating is threatened and wants to reestablish the claim. The rest of the times will just be normal Riley and Quentin sex, not wolf and deer sex." "That's good," he said, and before long he was snoring. I spent a long time just breathing him in, feeling his peace and rest, and mentally high-fiving my wolf. I still hadn't been able to claim Quentin, but the mating was basically done. He and I couldn't be unfaithful to each other. He just didn't have his side of the empathic bond, so he couldn't feel me. And my wolf was anxious to make sure every shifter in the world could see a mating mark and smell me on him. But I could be patient. I was already his, so it wouldn't be long until he was willing to allow me to make him mine. Early the next morning, while it was still dark, we woke to a pounding on my door. Quentin snorted and did a full-body twitch that startled me fully awake. "Family meeting, boys. It's urgent," Joseph's deep voice said on the other side. I groaned and untangled myself from Quentin, who looked adorable, all sleep-mused and debauched. His hair was pressed to one side of his head, and he had pillow crease lines in his face. We'd never put on any pajamas, so the sleep pants and sweatshirt Daniel had left for Quentin were still folded on top of my dresser. I passed them to him, and he slipped them on, then stumbled out the door, muttering about the bathroom. I got dressed in jeans and a wide-necked t-shirt that would let everybody see my mating mark and went down the hall to use the smaller half bath at the far end. I rinsed my mouth with some mouthwash from under the sink, since I didn't have a toothbrush in there, and washed my face. I looked mostly human again by the time I met Quentin and Jenna at the top of the stairs. "Dad and Joseph were on the phone most of the night," Jenna told me. "And Danny and Ben just came back a half hour ago. It's not good." "Shit," I muttered, reaching out with one arm to pull Quentin in close. Jenna looked pointedly at my scabbed mating bite and raised her eyebrows at me, before she grinned and gave me a thumbs up. Most scars wouldn't stay on a shifter, except a mating bite. I'd have Quentin's mark forever. When we got to the sitting room, family members were still trickling in, most looking like they needed a hell of a lot of coffee, especially Dad, Joseph, Ben, and Daniel. Jenna broke off to head to the kitchen and help Brenda brew up some pots. A few of my family noticed my bite and gave me head nods or winks of acknowledgement. Congratulations would come when things weren't so serious. "We learned quite a bit last night," Dad announced once everybody was there and had steaming mugs in their hands, including Yuri and Cole, who weren't strictly family but still counted. Someone had rustled up some coffee cakes and bagels, too. Dad and Joseph both had notebooks in front of them, full of hastily scribbled thoughts. Quentin and I shared a small love seat. I didn't make him sit in my lap this time, but I kept an arm around his shoulders. "First of all, Quentin, the Representative Council has an idea who your real family likely is. Quentin's breath caught, and his eyes flew from Dad's face to mine and back. How? I mean, who? Go ahead, he said.
About 18 years ago, Dad continued, almost an entire population of deer shifters was wiped out in Crispin County, Missouri. Apparently, deer shifters don't live in clans like wolves, since they don't have big families like we do. Your parents were part of Riverdale Deer Shifter Cooperative, and the members lived in multiple counties surrounding the area. Some not even in Missouri, but the co-op met twice a month for picnics and to shift together. I'm sorry you have to hear this, Quentin. It was at one of these events that over 40 deer shifters were massacred. Men, women, and teens. They never met in deer hunting season, so it was pretty big news to humans that so many deer were killed and left unharvested out of season. The council accounted for all except one, a baby named Garrett Quentin Williams, presumed dead, the only son of Floyd and Bambi Williams.
Hold up! So my actual last name is Williams? How is that possible? Floyd's really my dad? Quentin asked. No, Quentin. The family you know as the Williamses aren't Williamses, Joseph interjected. What? I blurted. This was all getting a bit crazy, and I could feel Quentin's agitation, which was fawning my own from a coal to a flame.
When I spoke to the sheriff and described the Williams family to them, he looked into it and discovered they don't exist. The Floyd and Bambi Williams you know, Quentin, fit the description of Darrell and Geraldine Scott. They probably stole your parents' identities after they killed them. Your real mother was a deer shifter, not that Geraldine creature. Roswell and Harley Mitchell and Brody Cunningham aren't even related to them. All of them have multiple warrants out for their arrest as suspects in previous murders and assaults across the country. But because they're always on the move, and they're actually pretty savvy with tech, they've never been brought in.
What the actual fuck? Donna piped up from across the room. Roz and Harley are frickin' married? Quentin said.
Afraid so. They're also older than you were told. They're in their 40s, not their 30s. The council has known about them all for a while, too, but hasn't been able to track them down. They're a pretty well-known shifter-killing team among council investigators, one of the many across the country, it seems. They were working together before you were born, Quentin. The Doc Highbells you mentioned is most likely Dr. Joseph Highbells, and the council have been after him for decades for kidnapping and experimenting on shifters. Dad said, his face sympathetic, but his posture rigid. He was obviously freaked out, but didn't want to make Quentin feel worse.
Wait, Dr. Joseph was my pediatrician. I've never heard the name Highbells before yesterday, but I've been seeing Dr. Joseph twice a year since I was a baby. I thought that was his last name. He's the one who prescribed my steroids and stuff. He always took so much blood, too.
Quentin sat looking sick. I could feel his nausea swirling inside him, and I held him tight. You poor baby, Mom said, coming over to squeeze in on the other side of him and hug both of us.
Hey, but now you know about your family, baby boy, Tina said encouragingly. Yeah, Quentin said, dazed. Now for the bad part, Daniel said from where he sat next to my dad. Chapter 22. Quentin. What could possibly be worse than that series of bombshells that exploded my reality into a billion pieces? At least I hadn't learned that my real name was Horatio Clarence Hoofelnettle or something. I was still me, even if nobody else I'd known was still them. I was feeling dizzy, like I was sitting in the center of a fast merry-go-round, and one wrong move would send me flying off the side. I focused on getting adequate oxygen.
We stayed to watch the Williamses, or whoever they are, after you guys got Quentin out of there.
Ben reported.
They climbed out of the RV and made a couple of phone calls. Then they started pulling stuff out of the camper. They did that for a couple hours. We couldn't get close enough to hear them talking, though.
Daniel added.
But then a couple of SUVs rolled up. It was after dark, and they had their plates covered, so we couldn't read them. A bunch of guys in hunting gear got out and helped them empty the rig and load up the stuff. Then they all drove off. I tried to follow them in my truck, but I lost them out by Stonefort.
Ben said.
I stayed behind to watch the rig, and it wasn't long after the Williamses and those other guys left that the sheriff showed up with the park ranger. But obviously they were too late. Before that, though, I checked out the rig, Quentin. I found this lying under some fast food trash. I thought it could maybe mean something to you.
Daniel said, walking over to hand me the tattered photograph I'd seen yesterday. I gasped and hugged the picture to his chest. "Thank you," I whispered. "They said it's my mom." Daniel nodded and went back to stand by Ben.
Everything else important was gone. Guns, computers, satellite dish, paperwork. All that was left was the bedding, clothes, and pots and pans and stuff, and a whole lot of trash. I doubt the sheriff will find much in there,
Daniel said.
Which means, in the meantime, we could be in trouble,
Frank said.
Right, there are shifter hunters out there in the wind, and we're a big target,
Joseph added.
The representative council is sending us some investigators to look into it, and Quentin's likely connection to the Riverdale Co-op, but they can't intervene until we have some idea of where the Scotts and their colleagues are,
Frank said.
And frankly, I think the council are hoping to use us as bait.
Motherfucker! I knew there was a reason I didn't vote for that damn fox! Kim yelled. Kim, don't profile based on species. This might not even be Representative Alipo's fault. The quiet reprimand came from the sister, I think was named Brenda.
Fine, then I'll profile based on behavior. That bitch had better watch herself.
I think the most important thing, I spoke up, surprising everyone, including myself, is to figure out how to protect ourselves if they come here, because I'm pretty sure they will. They don't like to lose, and they especially don't like to lose to me. If they've called in reinforcements, it's not to make a getaway. It's to launch an attack.
The children should probably go to a hotel for a while. They'll like it, watching TV and swimming and eating sugary cereal at a continental breakfast,
Patty said.
We'll need a few adults to go with, since Barbara and Heather can't be everywhere at once.
Probably Brenda should go. The kids are used to her. Any other volunteers? Joseph said. They negotiated for a while. Surprisingly, most people wanted to stay and face off with the hunters. Finally, Lilius volunteered to help with the kids, and Frank convinced Wesley, Ben, and Dante to go along to protect their families, just in case they were discovered. That put 7 adults with 11 kids, which was a pretty good ratio. Those chosen decided to leave immediately, since none of us knew how soon we might be attacked. They could be kept up to date with texts. They went to pack, round up the kids, and head to Marion to check into a hotel, leaving the rest of us to try to plan for the unknown. I felt pretty darn useless. I had never seen the Scotts and the others in action before. It was becoming clear that all the camera setups and things we'd always done had been a ruse to convince me they were inept morons chasing phantoms, so I had no idea how they actually operated when they were hunting paranormals.
It's okay, baby boy. We'll figure it out,
Tina tried to assure me. It was decided that the family would take turns patrolling the property as wolves, since they could run faster and longer, and their sense of smell was better. If they found anything, they'd run back to their clothes, shift, and text Patty, who would ring the big dinner bell to alert everyone. If anybody howled, it was a distress signal, and those responding should be prepared to engage the enemy. About half of them left to start patrolling immediately, and the some others went to take naps before their patrol shift, since we'd gotten up so early. So everybody got chances to rest and eat. They decided to rotate every 4 hours. "What do I do?" I asked. Riley wanted to hide me away and keep me safe, but I wasn't having that.
"What if Quentin tries calling Daryl and Geraldine? They didn't leave their phones behind, so they'll still have them, and they might be turned on."
Daniel suggested to those still assembled. He turned to me.
"They spilled the beans to you earlier about being hunters. Maybe they'll get gabby and let something slip."
I didn't really want to call them. I wasn't sure how I'd handle talking to the people I'd always thought of as my parents, but I owed it to the Jacobson Millers to do my best for them. They'd taken me in and made me family as soon as they met me, and that was something even more important than losing a fake family. "Okay," I agreed. The look Riley gave me told me he knew I was freaking out, but he let me make the decision for myself. He was so supportive and self-sacrificing. No wonder I loved him. Susilauma had a business landline, so I called from that and put it on speakerphone. Frank and a few of the others who weren't on patrol or napping were there. The phone rang a few times before it actually picked up.
"Quentin, we wondered if you'd call,"
Daryl Scott said as soon as he answered. That threw me for a second. The sound of his voice was so familiar, and I didn't know how he'd known it was me. Maybe he'd just been answering every unknown phone number that way, hoping he'd get it right. That thought made me giggle, though it had a manic edge to it, and I had to squash the urge to laugh like a crazy person. "Daryl," I said. I hoped me knowing his real name might faze him.
"Figured that out, did you? Interesting. Took you long enough. Only 18 years.
Ouch. Way to hit a guy where it hurts. Riley placed a hand on my shoulder and squeezed. It was then I remembered what the triplets had told me about an empathic link after reclaiming. I'd topped and bidden him the night before. Was Riley feeling my feelings? There was something oddly comforting about that. "I just called to tell you that the police know who you are, and the sheriff is looking for you, so you'd better get out of town if you know what's good for you," I said. Ugh, even I thought it sounded lame, but I didn't know if they knew about the Shifter Council of Representatives or whatever it was called, so I didn't want to mention that part.
"If I know what's good for me, I'll tell you what's good for me. A world without paranormal freaks threatening the existence of mankind. That's what's good for me,"
Daryl said. "You're out of your mind. Shifters aren't a threat to anybody. They're just people trying to live their lives like anybody else. None of the shifters I've met have ever killed anyone. You're the threat to mankind, you murderer!" I was shouting by the end of it, and Riley hugged me from behind to calm me down.
"That's enough, Quentin. You did great,"
Frank said as he patted my arm and stepped up to the phone.
"This is Frank Jacobson Miller. I'm the head of the Jacobson Miller clan, and I don't appreciate your treatment of my son's mate. If you have not already left my territory, I suggest you do so before your continued presence is interpreted as a threat." "No interpretation necessary,"
Daryl said.
"We're coming for you, and if that ain't a threat, I don't know what is."
A click and dial tone indicated he'd hung up.
"Well, that could have gone better, but at least we know they're definitely coming,"
Frank said. Chapter 23. Riley. 2 days later, the council representatives arrived. We were all really on edge. We hadn't heard from the hunters again, and there'd been no indication they were anywhere nearby. But the threat still hung in the air over us. Quentin and I had slept together both nights, and now that we'd crossed the line, he had no problem topping me again. I wasn't pressuring him, but I was pretty anxious to claim him back, especially with all the uncertainty. Yuri closed the garage in town for a few days so he and Cole could be at the farm to help, and so I didn't have to go to work. I wouldn't have gone anyway. I didn't like to have Quentin out of my sight. Even though I could feel him in my emotions, I couldn't stop myself from touching him all the time, just to reassure my wolf that he was physically there and safe. My wolf couldn't figure out why I hadn't bitten Quentin, especially since I'd been bitten already. When the motorcade of 6 black Cadillacs with tinted windows arrived at the gate, and the drivers flashed council IDs, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Not that the danger was past, but we had help, and witnesses. If any hunters showed up, they'd have to deal with the full authority of the Paranormal Representative Council, not just the Jacobson Millers of Susilauma Farm, who were definitely lovers and not fighters. No wolf goes looking for confrontation. That's something people get wrong in those tweeny werewolf romances. We'd all rather live in peace with the ones we love. I was standing with Quentin, Dad, Mom, Joseph, and the triplets when the doors opened and people poured out of the cars, 4 per vehicle. They were a mix of men and women, but all were in tailored black suits with white shirts or blouses. I saw a couple of flashes of shoulder holsters, so they seemed to all be armed. The men wore ties, but that was the only difference. 2 women with briefcases and a certain extra element of poise came forward. Dad and Mom stepped out together to greet them. "Primaries, Jacobson Miller?" the tall woman with dark maca skin asked, inclining her head so that her long, Senegalese twist braids swung gracefully. "Yes, I'm Frank. This is my wife, Patricia." "A pleasure to meet you both, though I wish it were under better circumstances. My name is Danica Stairwell, but feel free to call me Nikki. This is my associate, Sharona Twinning." She indicated the stocky brunette next to her. "We're here to investigate the hunter threat against your clan and potentially intervene on behalf of the Paranormal Representative Council." "We appreciate the help. We might be apex predators, but we're mostly just peaceful farmers," Patty said. "Is the deer shifter, Garrett Williams, present?" Sharona asked. "I go by Quentin, and I'm right here." He piped up, but he leaned back into me rather than moving forward to shake anybody's hand. I could feel that he was intimidated, and I felt a flush of protective pride that he wanted comfort from me. I circled my arms around him and kissed the top of his head. "We've been asked by the remaining members of the Riverdale Deer Shifter Cooperative to ensure your safe return to your living relatives." "Not a chance," I snarled, clutching him to my chest and turning away from the group of suits. "Seems you don't have all the facts," Tina said as the triplets casually strolled forward to put themselves between the council people and us. "We can take care of our own little fawn just fine," Donna said. "And since he and Riley are true mates, the only living relatives you need to worry about are right here." She stretched out her arms to indicate all of Susilauma. "True mates? I'm sorry, we hadn't been informed in our case files. I'll have them amend immediately, and—" Nikki trailed off and jerked her head to look at the triplets closer. She took a hasty step forward and sniffed, discreetly, but enough that it was obvious what she was doing. "Speaking of true mates," she said, reaching out to twist her finger in a loose lock of Kim's hair, "I believe you and I will have some personal business to discuss. Sooner rather than later." Kim was staring at her, jaw slack, eyes wide, hands hanging limply at her sides. Tina and Donna looked between Kim and Nikki and back again. "Well, fuck," Donna said, and she and Tina stepped back in unison. Nikki took Kim's hand and tugged her to stand at her side, and Kim went willingly, still looking a little dazed. In my entire life, I had never seen any of the triplets so compliant. "As I was saying, we'll make the Riverdale Co-op aware of your mating. Should any of your relations wish to make contact, they'll know to find you here. I believe it was just distant relations anyway, second cousins or something like that. They were concerned that you had nowhere to go once you'd been liberated from your human captors. Clearly, you do." She gave Quentin and me a kind smile that broke through the intensity, and I relaxed just a bit, feeling Quentin do so as well.
"Would I be wrong in guessing that all of you are the same species?"
Patty asked. "No, you would not," Sharona answered. "We're a special team usually deployed to deal with physical threats to shifters." "What are they?" Quentin whispered to me. "You can ask Mr. Williams. We won't be offended. We're Wolverines," Sharona said with a wry grin. "Wolverines?" he exclaimed. "Indeed," Nikki said. "Now, primaries, if you have no objections, we'd appreciate a tour of the property, and then we can discuss any new information you may have, or rather, my colleagues will. I believe I'll ask, what's your name, baby?" She turned to Kim. "Kim," Kim said, still staring at her. "I'll ask Kim to find us a private place to discuss something a bit more delicate." Kim nodded and began to lead Nikki off toward the triplets' yurt while Dad and Joseph waded into the crowd of Wolverines to discuss the steps the family had been taking on the perimeter. Over the next week, the Wolverines settled into a routine. They took over most of the patrols and set up some tech at what they decided were key points around the property, closed-circuit cameras and that kind of thing. They were all pretty intense, and I wasn't sure if that was a Wolverine thing or a Rep Council enforcer thing. They also had a ton of weaponry, and I doubted the state of Illinois had any idea they had it. My family insisted they stay with us instead of getting hotel rooms, especially since Norriston didn't have any hotels, and the others weren't close enough if the Scots made a move. We crammed them into the cabins, some together, some with my siblings. They insisted on paying for all of our groceries for their stay, though, since Wolverines, whether in animal or human form, eat more in a single sitting than any other animal of their size, they gave Quentin a run for his money in the portion size department. Tina and Donna moved into Jenna's and Kara's room to give Nikki and Kim the yurt to themselves, since they were taking as much time as possible to solidify their true mate bonds. I didn't really know how it worked between two women, and I'm sure as hell didn't want to, so I pretty much just pretended it never happened, doing my best to ignore Kim's visible mating bite scar. Tina and Donna seemed a bit lost, without the third member of the triplets with them. "I wonder what we'll call them now," Jenna said one day at dinner, gesturing to Tina and Donna, who sat alone and sullen at the unlit fire pit. "They're still triplets, but if Kim leaves with this Nikki person when all this is over, then what? Or I guess Nikki could stay, but then there'd be 4 of them." "It makes me a little sad seeing them so quiet," Quentin said just before he crammed half of a giant square of cake into his mouth. I'd learned that if a cake was frosted, he would put it in half widthwise and flip the top so that he made a sandwich with the frosting in the middle. Then he would eat it by hand rather than using a fork. It was adorable, if weird. "Don't jinx it," Jenna said. "You haven't spent your whole life around them. This amount of quiet for them is like a vacation." "I'm gonna go see how they're doing. They look so—" Quentin didn't get to finish his thought as my brother Jeremy's voice rang out over the rest of the conversation. Fire! Fire at the horse barn! No. My brother Nick vaulted over the porch railing, ripping off his shirt and shifting as soon as he hit the ground, then streaking across the grass toward the smoke that was now becoming visible from the direction of the horse barn. I couldn't see any flames, but just then the wind shifted and brought the smell of smoke and burning straw. My blood froze when I heard the scream of a horse. "Cloud!" Quentin cried out, scrambling to get to the barn. He and I had been spending almost every day with Nick and the horses, trying to keep a feeling of normalcy despite the patrols and anxiety. If anything happened to those horses, I knew Quentin would be devastated. "There are pumps and fire extinguishers all over the place over there," I assured him, grabbing his hand and running toward the barn with several others. "We'll get them out and hopefully save the building too. It'll be fine. I'm sure Jeremy caught it early enough." Suddenly, an explosion blasted my eardrums and brought me to my knees. It had come from the barn, but it was loud enough that my ears were ringing. My family members were staggering around me, and Quentin was on the ground. I lunged forward to gather him into my arms just as a rain of canisters began to fall around us, spewing a yellow gas that made me dizzy and sent my wolf deep into the back of my mind. I could barely feel him, and the loss nauseated me. I gagged on the sickly sweet smell of the gas and pressed Quentin's face into my chest while trying to cover my own mouth and nose with my shirt. "It's like before." Quentin's voice was barely audible, though I could see and feel that he was screaming. "I can't feel my deer. I think this is the stuff from my inhaler. They're here." I looked around and realized it was true. A couple of my family members and the Wolverines had shifted to run toward the fire, but now they lay naked and human, trying to recover from the assault on our heightened senses. I dragged Quentin with me and grabbed one of the clothed Wolverines, shaking him. "How did this happen?" "The Scots!" I shouted, but he just shook his head, digging in his ears with his pinky fingers, as if he could unplug them that way. I could feel my own hearing returning, but not as quickly as it should have. "We won't heal as quickly, not with this gas," Quentin shouted again, as if reading my thoughts. Suddenly, Wolverines in human form and gas masks were swooping in, picking people up and carrying them away. One appeared in front of me and tried to pick up Quentin, but I shook my head and staggered to my feet, holding Quentin in my arms like a bride. If anyone was carrying my mate, it would be me. The Wolverine nodded and put a hand in the middle of my back to guide me out of the yellow haze. As we ran, I heard a muffled crash followed by engines revving. Most likely someone had taken out our front gate, and one guess who those someones were. The Scots had come calling, and they'd gotten the drop on us after all. Chapter 24. Quentin. My new family was hurting, and it was all my fault. I'd brought the Scots down on them. I'd made the hunters stronger by supplying them with a guinea pig for weapons for almost 2 decades, and I'd blabbed about the Susilauma farm so they knew exactly where to find my wolves. My Riley. They were here, and I didn't know what to do. My head ached from the blast of the horse barn, and I sobbed to think of poor Cletus and Cloud and Coco, who were just innocent animals and shouldn't have had to suffer because of me. I hoped the blast hadn't hurt any of the goats either, all those new tiny babies with their floppy ears and little voices. It was chaos outside me and inside me. Riley was running, and I was in his arms, and I couldn't think or move. I could barely even feel, and all I did feel was horrible. What if Nick had been in the barn? Or Jeremy? Were they dead? I could hear gunshots now, and I didn't know if it was the Council Wolverines or the hunters. Suddenly, Riley tripped, and we smashed into the ground. He lost his grip on me, and I rolled away, knocking my hip and elbows on the occasional rock. Fortunately, the grass cushioned us a bit, We were in a big open field, a grazing pasture maybe. I still hadn't seen the entire property, and I hadn't been paying attention to where we were running. I looked back at Riley to ask what had tripped him, and realized he was curled up in the fetal position, holding his thigh, and his leg was bleeding. Had he been shot? He'd been shot! I scrambled over to him, but I didn't know what to do. I felt so helpless. All I could do was stroke his sweating face as he rocked back and forth in pain. Riley! It's okay, baby. I'll be fine once that gas crap wears off and I can shift. I don't think it hit an artery or anything, he said through clenched teeth. Even in pain, he was still trying to reassure me. The Wolverine who'd been leading us away lay next to him, bleeding from his side, possibly unconscious, but I couldn't tell with the gas mask on. However, the next moment he'd shifted, so I knew he'd be all right. The gas mask didn't fit now, but we weren't in that yellow haze anymore. I'd never seen a Wolverine in person before. It was bigger than I'd expected. Its brown and black fur glossy. But the real kicker was the 10 razor-sharp claws in the front and the gnashing teeth. The Wolverine snarled, a sound like a snoring grizzly, and launched itself at a man I didn't recognize, but who I suddenly realized was pointing a semi-automatic rifle right at my face. I pitched forward to cover Riley, but no gunshot came. The only sound I heard was a scream that cut off into a gurgle as the Wolverine ripped out the man's throat. If I didn't recognize that guy, then how many hunters were there? The Wolverine took off toward the sounds of more shooting and fighting. I had to get Riley somewhere safe, but we were in a darn field. There was a small forested area, maybe 50 yards away, and I guess that must have been where we were headed when the shooting started. I could still hear gunfire, but I wasn't sure where it was coming from, or if it was all hunters or also Wolverines. My hearing had mostly cleared up from the explosion, and I wondered how long until I could summon my deer. I took off my shirt and tied it tight around the wound in Riley's leg. Then I grabbed Riley's arms and hauled him up. He winced, but managed to get to his feet. "Let's get to the trees," I said. With him leaning heavily on me, we limped our way toward the tree line. We were about halfway there when 3 figures dissolved out of the trees and walked casually toward us. I'd recognize those body shapes and gaits anywhere. It was my bogus dad and brothers. They didn't even rush. I'd always hated the cocky swaggers they all had, and I hated them even more now as they approached me and my mate with those smug looks, like we were easy pickings. "Stay here," I told Riley, ducking out from under his arm to put myself between them and him. "Babe, no! Run back to the house and find help," Riley said, terror in his voice. "I'm not going to let them hurt you," I said. "But what if they hurt you?" he said, grabbing my upper arm to keep me from leaving. I turned and gave him what I hoped was a calm and confident smile. "They've been hurting me my whole life. I think they've used up their quota. It's time I had a chance to return the favor." I turned away again and marched toward my former family. What the heck I was going to do to them when I got to them, I had no idea. But they didn't even bother to take the guns off their shoulders and point them at me. Obviously, they didn't think I was any kind of threat. "Hey, Quint," Brody said when we were about 10 feet apart. "You look like shit." "I was just gassed and almost blown up. What's your excuse, Brody?" "Cute," Roz said. "I don't get it," I said, turning my gaze on my fake dad, Daryl, and fighting to keep the pain out of my voice. "I tried so hard.
I really wanted to be a good son to you. I wanted you to be proud of me. Why would you do that to me? You could have just kept me in a cage my whole life and not convinced me that we were a family, that I'd never be a good enough son for you, that I would always be a disappointment. Why did you do what you did?" I hadn't planned to ask that. It just kind of came out. But now that I'd asked it, the answer seemed vitally important. Why wasn't I good enough to be your son? The answer was obvious, I knew. I was a shifter, and they hated shifters. But they knew me as a person, too. They took care of me when I was a kid. I did have some good memories. I hadn't ever suspected they weren't my real family, just that I was the surprise baby they hadn't really planned on or wanted.
It would be nice to have that kind of closure, wouldn't it, Quint? You'd love to hear me say that we fell in love with a little baby we found in a field and raised you as our own in hopes you'd give back to the world one day. That we felt sorry for shooting them shifters once we found out what a good person you were.
Well, yes, actually, that would be nice to hear.
Sorry, Quint. This ain't a tidy little story where the hero gets what he wants. And you sure ain't no hero. You're just a freak of nature, and you've outlived your usefulness.
Darrell, Roz, and Brody all moved like it was planned, lifting their guns off their shoulders in unison and bringing them down to point at me. It seemed like it was happening in slow motion, and I felt a charge of panic that brought with it the sensation of my deer hurtling toward the surface, breaking through the haze in my mind that had kept it hidden. I heard ripping as my pants tore, and the next thing I knew, Brody was impaled on my antlers. I shook my head and threw him about 10 yards, his gun falling to the ground near my feet. I tossed my head in a sideways arch to knock the other guns out of Darrell and Roz's hands, too. They stared at me in frozen confusion, which worked to my advantage. I reared up on my hind legs and came crashing down with all my 500 pounds, punching out with my front legs, breaking Roz's ribs. Once he hit the ground, I rounded on Darrell, rearing again to pull my full weight behind my antlers as I rammed him to the ground. He screamed from the multiple punctures to his torso and arms, which he'd raised to defend himself. I pulled back and stomped on him again, then on Roz. Out of one eye, I saw Brody beginning to stand, so I bounced over and stomped on him too. He hollered and whined, and I danced on his chest, pounding him into the ground. I was aware that Riley was limping toward me, but that he was not a wolf. Maybe I'd built up some kind of immunity to the gas after a lifetime of exposure, or maybe I just hadn't breathed as much in as him. Or maybe my anger just gave my deer the extra boost he needed to come out. However it was, my Riley was vulnerable, and these men were still a threat, and they continued to be a threat until they were dead. But I couldn't kill them. I hated them so much. They'd made my teenage years miserable. Every single one of them had beaten me, put me down, starved me. But they'd also been the only family I'd ever known, even if it was all fake. Darrell had given me a tiny allowance, and even a phone until Brody broke it. Roz had gotten me a second, or maybe third-hand bike when I turned 10, and even put a bike rack on the rig for it. Before he got so nasty, Brody used to teach me things, like how to prank Harley by using her toothbrush to clean the shower. Okay, I guess he was just always nasty. The point was, I couldn't make myself kill them, even though leaving them alive would put all my new family in danger, including the man I loved. The decision was momentarily taken out of my hands. Another hunter stepped out of the trees and took in the scene in a flash. I rounded on him before he could shoot at me and zigzagged toward him,
not allowing him to get a clear shot. With one long leap, I slammed into him head first, pinning him to a tree with my antlers. He screamed and dropped his gun, and I gave him a good shake before tossing him aside. He would probably live, but he had enough punctures that he wouldn't be interested in fighting, I hoped. I snorted and kicked his gun under some bushes. The crack of a gunshot caught my attention, and I whipped my head around to see Riley on the ground, wrestling to get Roz's rifle away from him. Darrell and Brody were also staggering to their feet and toward their dropped guns. Roz jammed a knee into Riley's gunshot wound, and Riley wailed, dropping the gun long enough for Roz to land a punch to his jaw. I ran back to help, but then two wolverines came bounding across the field and launched themselves at Brody and Darrell. I turned away, not wanting to watch the end, though I didn't manage to shut out the screaming. Roz's screams replaced Brody's, and then there was nothing but growling and panting from the victorious predator shifters. Keeping my eyes firmly fixed on Riley and not the carnage nearby, I ran back and shifted. Unlike the sweats I'd worn the other night when I'd shifted while dressed, there was nothing left of my pants. I didn't have a chance to be embarrassed, though. Riley sat up and held his arms open to me, and I threw myself into them, sobbing. My fake family was dead. Well, the men were. I didn't know about Harley and Geraldine, but I had Riley, and Riley loved me. I knew he did, even if he hadn't said it yet, and his family loved me and said I was their family too. Babe, I don't like your adorable assets on display for the whole world, Riley said, his voice thick with pain. I remember his gunshot wound and quickly drew back, chiding myself for throwing myself at him like that. I'm so sorry, I told him, checking his leg again. My shirt was still tied in place, and it was soaked in blood, but it wasn't dripping or anything. That was probably a good sign. Here, babe, put this on. Riley pulled off his shirt, and I put it on. It hung to just below the curve of my butt cheeks. It would have to do until I could find some pants. At least I wasn't mooning the universe anymore. Come on, little fawn. Let's get you guys out of here, Donna's voice said above me. Chapter 25. Riley. The next thing I knew, Donna had yanked Quentin to his feet, and Tina had me thrown over her shoulder in a fireman carry. Searing pain in my leg as she jostled me made me scream, and I fought not to struggle against her grip and throw us off balance. Sorry, baby cakes. We'll get that taken care of soon enough, she said, patting my ass and taking off at a sprint toward the horse barn. Isn't that where the rest of the bad guys are? Quentin asked Donna, who held his hand and dragged him at a similar pace. I hoped Quentin would be able to keep up, and Donna wouldn't push him too hard. He used his free hand to hold down the front of his shirt and keep his crotch covered. Not anymore. They took off into the woods with wolves and wolverines hot on their tails, she explained. They jumped the gun on those gas canisters, so only the people heading for the barn got hit. Some of us were on patrol, and some of us ran toward the house to grab more fire extinguishers, so we didn't get caught in it. I tried to lift myself and look over Tina's shoulder. The smoke was just a mild twirl of extinguished embers now, and as we approached the barn, I could see the devastation. My movements made Tina stagger, and she slapped my uninjured thigh. I resigned to being carried ass up and held onto her waist so I didn't swing around. Quentin cried quietly, but I wasn't sure if it was because of what had happened in the field or because of the horses. Donna obviously thought it was the latter because she spoke in a kind voice. Hey, little fawn, it's okay. The horses got out somehow, and the blast was on the opposite side of the barn from the goats, so everybody's fine. Jeremy wasn't at the barn yet, and Nick didn't go in when he saw the horses hightailing it for the back pasture. The Wolverines swept the barn area after the fire got put out, so that's where we're meeting up. That gas is all gone." "Oh, thank goodness," he said. However, when we arrived, it seemed like somebody had been hurt after all. There were 2 unfamiliar red pickup trucks, overturned and set up like a barricade, and 3 Wolverines stood guard over a small cluster of family members. The atmosphere was grim and desperate. Mom and Andrew worked like crazy on a broken figure lying on the ground. Dad stood nearby wearing only some sweatpants. He must have shifted at some point. He was inconsolable. Kara and Jenna holding him and crying. "Fucking fuck," Donna said. "Is that Danny?" "Riley took a bullet," Tina said at the same time. "Can you wait, Riley?" Mom asked, her voice thick with emotion. "Yeah," I moaned through the pain of Tina setting me on the ground. "It's not too bad. Won't even need you once I can shift." "What happened?" "Danny was in the barn when it blew," Andrew said, not looking up from his desperate examination of Daniel. I couldn't bear to look at my brother's body on the ground. Honestly, he looked dead. He was a mass of blood, and his legs bent at angles they shouldn't. His chest barely moved, and my recovered ears could pick up a distinct rattle in his shallow breath. "He must have led the horses out," Jenna sobbed. "Nobody else went in, and Nick swore they were all in stalls earlier. But then the explosion knocked part of the wall and hayloft down onto him. When Dad sniffed him out, he was crushed so badly we were sure he was dead." "Is he going to make it now?" I asked, willing the answer to be yes. Mom took a long, shuddering breath. "Maybe." The Wolverines and the rest of my family members managed to catch or kill 17 hunters. Because of the initial chaos and the smoke and gas smells covering everything else, it was difficult to determine how many there had been. A few of us, including several of the Wolverines, had been injured. I was the only family member to be shot, but not so badly that a quick shift couldn't fix it. Except for poor Daniel. Danny was in a coma. An unusual thing for a shifter. They put him in the downstairs guest room of the big house, hooked up to machines and fluids and catheters. Andrew arranged it, and my parents shelled out a lot of money for home health care products the same day. They couldn't send him to the hospital because not all human medicines work on shifters, and our rapid healing would raise questions. The injuries to his head and pelvis were so severe that Andrew wasn't positive he would survive, even once he'd been hooked up to all the equipment. Once it was less hectic, my brother Christopher, Daniel's twin, planned to come down from Wisconsin with his wife and true mate Amanda to visit, but they had kids, so they didn't want to risk it until the hunter threat was definitely over. "We're going to bring in a council cleanup crew," Sharona told us at a family meeting that evening that included all the Wolverines, once they were certain no more attacks would come that day. "They'll dispose of the bodies and captured hunters, as well as the vehicles, so that no difficult questions come up with the human police and local government. The council will also fund all the repairs needed for your gates, outbuildings, and other property damage. This is what your paranormal support taxes are for, after all, so you might as well take advantage. We were here to protect you, and we didn't succeed as we had hoped, so we will take responsibility. The good news is, a Wolverine unit will be permanently based in Narston from now on, since we can't be certain the threat is entirely eliminated, even though Daryl Scott, Roswell Mitchell, and Brody Cunningham have been removed from the picture. That doesn't mean no other hunters will target your clan. You're on the radar now, unfortunately," Nikki said. "Who will be part of the Wolverine unit? Any of you?" Dad asked. "I've elected to stay, though I'll be staying with Kim, rather than with the rest of the unit," Nikki said with a wink at Kim. Kim blushed. If this was what true mates could do to one of the triplets, I'd burn incense to every deity I could think of to make them send mates for the other two as quickly as possible. There will be another 11 staying in town. We've already started the process of buying up some of the available houses, though the housing market does leave something to be desired, Sharona added. For now, however, I don't imagine you have to worry about a follow-up attack. Judging by the vehicles and scent markers, there were not many that escaped. Knowing that we are prepared for them will be a deterrent, and we'll continue to patrol your territory on a regular basis. It's not your job to police the humans in your territory, but we won't discourage your involvement, Nikki said. Damn straight you won't discourage it, Donna said. They about killed our Danny, and they shot Riley. If anybody comes around here with less than wholesome intentions, they're going to find themselves on the fucking wrong end of my teeth. You have every right to protect your clan. I would just encourage discretion, Sharona said. How do you discreetly rip out someone's throat? Kara asked. Nick stepped up and put an arm around her. Kara made inappropriate jokes when she was nervous or upset. I know this has been difficult for your family, Nikki said. And I'm sorry to say that yours is not the first or the last clan or paranormal group to be affected by human hunters. But our hope is that we can prevent further problems in this area, and that our experiences here will help us in preventing similar attacks in the future. We've managed to recover an undetonated gas canister, so we'll be able to send it to a council-run laboratory for analysis and possible antidote development. It will be difficult to relax for a while, I'm sure. Counseling can be provided for any of you that may need it. I've already filled the forms to have your family reimbursed for Daniel's medical expenses as well. Now you've got a Council Wolverine in the family, you can expect things to get done. Nikki's expression was grim and determined, but also a little smug. She was tough and seemed to be just right for Kim, but she was almost scarier than the triplets, and I was a little uncertain about having her at Susilauma forever. Still, she was handy. Riley, Quentin whispered in my ear. Yeah, babe? Is it over then? What about Harley and Geraldine? They're on our radar, Nikki said, and Quentin jumped. He apparently still wasn't used to being surrounded by shifters who could hear him even if he whispered. If they come within 50 miles of here, we'll know. Oh, okay, he said, snuggling into my arms and making himself small. I hugged him tight. Any other questions? Sharona asked. The meeting ended soon after. Mom and Dad were anxious to be with Daniel. Andrew hadn't left his side, and most everybody else just wanted to rest. The remaining Wolverines went out to patrol the perimeter or write reports or whatever they did. Let's go take a shower, Quentin murmured into my shirt. Good idea, babe. I stood and pulled him to his feet, and we went to go wash off that whole horrible day. Chapter 26. Quentin. I was so tired. I reeked of blood, dirt, sweat, and that sickly sweet gas. Echoes of the sounds from the day. Explosions, gunshots, screams, throats being ripped out, bounced around in my brain and tortured me. I could feel my hands trembling off and on, and I felt cold. I just wanted a hot shower and to snuggle with Riley. In the hall bathroom, Riley got the water going while I stripped and threw my borrowed clothes into the hamper. I knew where the towels were, so I grabbed a couple for myself and Riley and set them on the counter. It was already starting to get steamy in there, and it felt nice on my goose-bumpy skin. You go ahead and get started, and I'll join you, Riley said, stepping aside so I could climb in and get rinsed and shampooed. Through the glass door, I watched him strip, his corded muscles and tight butt flexing in the yellow glow of the vanity bulbs. I looked at his thigh, where the bullet would have been. He'd managed to shift not long after we joined up with the rest of the family, his body ejecting the bullet with a plink on the gravel. There was no mark to indicate where the injury had been. My heart suddenly felt too small, my lungs unable to draw air, and the room spun. I sagged against the tiles of the shower stall and began to slide to the floor, gasping for air. "Baby, what's wrong?" Riley was in the shower instantly, kneeling in front of me and rubbing my arms, his face tortured with worry. You could have died today. You got shot," I panted. "But I didn't. I'm right here. I didn't die. It's okay, babe," he said, pulling me into a tight hug as the water caressed our skin. "I want you to claim me," I blurted, almost as surprised as Riley was. Riley seemed unable to reply, and I hoped it was from shock and not because he didn't want to. "I could have lost you today before I even had you completely. You've been so good to me and so humble, letting me top you every time, and me always denying you the chance to bite me, even though I bit you without permission. I already know I love you, so what's stopping me besides stupid fear? I know you'd rather die than hurt me, so I've really got no excuse. Baby, I don't want you to feel like you have to." He began, but I cut him off. "No, I want it, but maybe we're too tired right now. It's been a long, bad day," I conceded. I didn't really want to put it off, but I was exhausted, and his weariness was obvious too. "After everything that happened today, my wolf and I are both really anxious to stake our claim and make you ours. But you're kind of right. Maybe a 20-minute nap first?" he said with a wry grin. "Deal. Shower, nap, snack, sex," I said. "Don't think I didn't notice you threw a snack in there. I've got a box of crackers under my bed, I think." "Good enough, but once you bite me, I'm gonna want ice cream." "Baby, I will bring you one of each flavor from the Mootown Depot, if you just let me claim you first." He laughed. "Let's get soapy," I said, levering off the floor and grabbing for his butt cheeks to pinch them. He laughed again and reached for the shampoo. I woke to a persistent, pleasant sensation between my legs. I groggily turned to Riley's bedside alarm clock, but the red letters were fuzzy and my eyes wouldn't focus. I was still so sleepy, but the hot mouth around my cock and the lubed finger in my butt were kind of insisting on my attention. I moaned and squirmed and heard Riley chuckle further down the bed. "I didn't get enough nap," I whined, but I grinned so he'd know I was teasing. "You can sleep again once I've thoroughly worn you out," Riley said before engulfing my cock in wet heat again. He slurped and sucked, his fingers moving in and out of my butt, and I writhed from the building orgasm. "Too good. I won't last until the sex part," I said, trying to grab his hair and pull him off my cock. "You don't have to. Who says you can't come twice?" Riley answered. He added a second finger to my butt and attacked my dick like it was his last meal. I yelped and panted, thrashing my head on the pillow and gripping the sheets as my legs trembled and my balls began to tighten, the tingle of pleasure swelling and filling my whole pelvic area. A rush of electricity made every muscle in my body clench, and I came down Riley's throat, biting back a scream that turned into more of a long whine. I was panting by the end, and my dick felt almost painfully sensitive, but Riley wasn't finished with me. He carefully pulled his fingers out of my butt, sat up, flipped me over, and pulled me across his lap. The position felt awkward, like he was going to spank me rather than have sex with me. I said as much, and he chuckled and squirted some more lube on his fingers.
This just seemed like an easy position to prep you without putting stress in your body. Plus, I like the view,
Riley assured me. I tried to relax, but I still squeaked and tensed when 3 fingers squeezed their way into my butt. Before my orgasm, he'd already had 2 in there, so I don't know why it burned so much.
The first time is always a little uncomfortable. It'll get better, I promise,
Riley said. I could feel that I tensed up around him, so he must have felt it too. I tried to will my butt muscles to relax, but I was nervous, and I kept feeling like I wanted to poop. His fingers didn't feel good anymore, and my dick was soft.
Baby, blow out a breath like a horse,
he said. What?
It's something my mom and some of my sisters say. They're midwives, help women deliver babies. They got it from some book by some midwife. But they say a loose top means a loose bottom. If your jaw and mouth are tense, your pelvic muscles are going to be tense too, and that includes your anus. Blow out a long breath through your lips and let them flap while you do it, like a horse.
That sounds silly.
Just try.
I obeyed, filling my lungs as full as they would go and then slowly pushing it out, letting my lips move with the flow of air through them so they made a sound like a boat motor. I did it a few times and felt myself relaxing. Suddenly, Riley's fingers weren't so painful anymore. He twisted and quirked them, stroking something inside me, and my dick went from soft to half-hard in a millisecond.
Feel better?
Riley's voice was smug. Do it again, I said. He did, and I was suddenly very interested in doing more sexy things. I looked over my shoulder and gave him what I hoped was sincere bedroom eyes, while I wiggled back, pushing my butt in the air to meet his fingers, and he used his free hand to rub gentle circles into my lower back. I rocked my hips, and my dick rubbed against Riley's thigh while he stroked the place inside that felt so good. Before I knew it, I was moaning into my pillow and gripping the sheets, another orgasm building from deep inside me. Not just the friction on my dick. Riley was scissoring his fingers now, too, and even though it still burned, more stuff was feeling good than feeling bad.
Baby, are you ready for me to claim you?
Riley asked in a husky voice that dripped pure eroticism. Yeah, I stammered, too caught up in what was happening to my body to be scared anymore. Riley pulled his fingers out again and slid out from under me. He lifted my hips a little and put a pillow under them, then draped himself along my back, his hot skin sending prickles of excitement through my whole body. His cock rested in the cleft of my butt, and he began to hump me slowly. The lube between my cheeks letting his cock glide between them and massage my opening. The whole time, he held my shoulders and sucked up stinging little kisses all over the back and sides of my neck.
Chapter 27. Riley. At long last, I was going to claim my gorgeous mate. My wolf was whining in my mind, practically drooling with need. He'd been put on hold long enough. Now was the time. He was ready to get to it. I gently slid back enough to line my cock up with Quentin's hole, then pushed steadily until I breached the 2-layered rings of muscles with a gentle pop. Quentin gasped, but I waited until I felt him relax again before I began to cant my hips in soft, short thrusts. Despite my wolf's prodding, I was anxious not to hurt him. Not only was he an anal virgin, he was my true mate, and nothing was more important for a shifter than cherishing a true mate. I wanted this to be good for him.
"Oh, Riley,
Quentin moaned, forcefully pushing his ass up to meet me until I was finally balls deep in his gorgeous little body. It was my own personal Christmas in June.
Quentin supplied the scent of the treats, and his willing submission to being claimed was the best gift ever, not to mention his perfect peach of an ass that hugged my cock so snugly. "I'm going to move, baby. Let me know if it hurts," I whispered in his ear before giving the lobe a nip. He moaned again and rocked his ass up in encouragement. Not like I needed any encouragement. Keeping my upper body plastered to his, covering his cheek and neck and shoulders with kisses, I flexed my hips to gently move in and out of his moist heat. I'd loved having Quentin top me up until now, but I was a born pitcher, and this was by far the best moment of my life. "You feel so good, babe. I love you so much. So glad that you're mine," I growled. My orgasm was approaching fast, and I could already feel my top and bottom canines getting longer and sharper, ready for the mating bite. "Riley, I can't. I need—" "I've got you, baby." I wrapped one arm around his chest, lifting him up slightly, and gave one long, vigorous thrust, my hips audibly slapping against his ass cheeks. I came, filling him with my spunk, and clamped my teeth around the base of his neck where it met the shoulder. Breaking skin and tasting his iron vanilla cinnamon blood, Quentin shrieked and threw his head back, and I felt his channel slam around my cock as he trembled, his own orgasm spilling onto the pillow under his pelvis. We lay there for a full minute, vibrating against each other, until I finally unlatched my teeth and licked the claiming bite to close the wound. I gently slid my cock out of Quentin's ass, and he whimpered as I did it. I grabbed his chin and tilted his head so I could kiss the tip of his nose. "I'm going to clean you up, and then I'm going to snuggle you to pieces," I promised. He smiled at me and cuddled into his pillow with a contented sigh. "I can feel your feelings now," he whispered. "You love me, and I belong to you for real, forever." "Forever is a long time to love you," I whispered back, patting his cute little ass and dropping kisses on his closed eyes. "And I'm going to enjoy every second of it." Chapter 28. Quentin. 1 month later. It was July 2nd, and I was so excited I could hardly keep still. The Susilauma clan was planning a big week-long 4th of July blowout, and there was going to be fireworks and a bouncy house for the kids, but Patty said I was small enough to use it too. I'd never been in a bouncy house, and I couldn't wait for it to get set up. Joseph had told me it would be getting delivered while I was at the library. Loretta, the head librarian and the only person to draw a salary at the volunteer library, gave me a long, suffering look, and I stopped my bouncing knees. "Quentin, honey, why don't you go reshelve that cart there? Once that's done, you can leave for the day," she said, indicating a rolling cart full of recent returns. I volunteered at the Narston Public Library every Monday and Wednesday from noon to 3. Then I would head over to the Susilauma Auto Repair Garage to sit in the office and read or study. I was going to try to take the SAT test so that I could enroll in Southern Illinois University the following year and take a few classes. Riley was always telling me he was really proud of me. I still wasn't sure what I'd do if I'd earned a degree, but it was nice to have the option. Frank and Patty told me that since I was their son by mating, they'd pay for any classes I wanted to take. I tried to tell them I'd earn the money myself, but they insisted that it was time for some parents to treat me right, and it was going to be them. I had cried in their arms, but I didn't tell that part of the story to the other people. My mornings were spent working with Nick, learning how to train the horses. The new barn was almost completed. Nick and Joseph had picked a metal kit barn with bright red siding. The last barn had come with the property and had been all ancient wood, so it had burned too quickly. Nick admitted it had always been something he'd worried about, and after what happened to Daniel, who was still unconscious and hooked up to all kinds of machines and bags and stuff in the big house. Nick wasn't taking any chances with wood siding again. The contractor company putting it up was owned by a beaver shifter from a couple towns over who came recommended by the representative council. He was a nice man, and his workers were doing excellent work, or so Joseph said. Riley sometimes whined about how he wished I'd become a mechanic so we could work together, but he was pretty easy to distract. I just had to flick open the button of my pants and he'd get over it quickly enough, and I'd get bent over something just as quickly. I was getting really strong ab muscles thanks to all the sex I was having. We had our own one-bedroom off-grid cabin now, so I wasn't so worried about his family hearing us. Donna called it an earth ship, but I didn't know why it was a ship since it didn't move. Once I got all the books shelved, I called a quick goodbye to Loretta and sprinted down the sidewalk to the garage. Cole and Riley were rotating some tires while Yuri changed somebody's oil. Riley turned and grinned at me as soon as he scented me, or heard my footsteps, or whatever wolfy thing he did that let him know I was there before a regular human would have noticed. "Hey, babe, your backpack is in my locker, and Yuri brought some donuts for a snack," he called. "Try to stick to just 2. The rest of us would like to have some," Cole called after me, and I blushed. "Cole," Yuri said. His tone held a warning, but he had a smile on his face. "I'm just saying, the guy's a bottomless pit," Cole muttered, but he was laughing. "Just for that, I'm taking any jelly filled," I teased him back. At 17, Cole was the closest person at Susilauma to my own age, and he and I were becoming good friends, though Riley sometimes growled if we were having too good a time and he was feeling neglected. "No, please, leave me one," Cole called. I just shrugged and headed into the back office to get my books. I wouldn't really eat Cole's favorite. Yuri always brought the jelly kind especially for Cole, and I preferred chocolate iced anyway. I'd just gotten settled at the small table in the break room with a hot chocolate and a Long John donut when Riley popped in to chat. "Last chance to study, then it's party time for the rest of the week," he said with a grin. He technically still had work the next day and the days after the 4th, but I didn't because the library would be closed, so I'd be spending most of my time at the farm, playing with the kids. I'd probably still study, but I wouldn't cut into our time together by doing it when he was around. "Yeah, I'll do my best," I said. "Oh, I know that, babe," Riley said, giving me a kiss and heading back to work. With the party in mind, I threw myself into studying until Riley was suddenly finished with work. I had unconsciously eaten another 2 donuts, but I had managed not to touch the jelly ones, so Cole wouldn't be annoyed with me later. Back at Susilauma, I was sitting at a picnic table, impatiently watching the bouncy house inflating when Joseph approached me. He had a big manila envelope in his hands and a gentle look on his usually stern face. Joseph was kind of scary, in a different way than the triplets had originally been, but I knew he was caring. He didn't have any medical training, and he still spent a lot of time helping take care of Daniel, so Patty and Frank could have breaks and Andrew didn't feel guilty leaving to work in town. "Good evening, Quentin. I understand you're looking forward to the, festivities," he said, cocking an eyebrow toward the bouncy house. "Yeah, I've never been to a 4th of July party I wasn't crashing," I said. "This came in the mail for you today. The return address is from Missouri," he said, handing me the big envelope. I took it and stared at it. Riley arrived just then with a plate of sugar cookies, iced white with red and blue sprinkles. "What's up, babe? You look like you've seen a ghost." He put an arm around me. "In a way, he has. That envelope is from his birth family's home region." Joseph said, sitting across from us. "Should I open it?" I whispered to Riley. "Might as well. You're going to have to sometime," Riley said, planting an encouraging kiss on my cheek. With trembling fingers, I undid the metal clasp and tore open the envelope. I dumped the contents onto the table and stared. The top paper was my birth certificate, with the Missouri state seal pressed into it and everything. Garrett Quentin Williams, it said. Born on October 15th, 1998, in Cochise, Missouri, to Bambi Vonda Williams, nee Arete. Age 26, and Floyd Albert Williams, age 34. "My birthday is October 15th, I said. "Not Halloween?" Riley seemed outraged. "Those hunter assholes told you your birthday was on Halloween?" Joseph asked, disgusted. "Yeah, just another dig at me being a shifter freak, I guess," I said, trying to secretly wipe away the tear that was trying to escape my eye. I was sure both of them saw anyway. "Doesn't matter. It just means you'll be 20 all that much sooner," Riley said. "And you'll be able to get a driver's license and such, now you have your birth certificate," Joseph said. "Yeah." "What else is in there?" Riley prompted. The next page was a typewritten letter. "Dear Garrett, my name is Florin, and I'm your cousin on Bambi's side. My mama is Bambi's older sister, Jolene. Grandma Chandra had a wicked sense of humor. I wish you could have known her. Grandpa Bud was buying himself a bag of peanuts when Grandma filled out Bambi's birth certificate, and he about spit when he saw what she'd named your mama, so the story goes. Your name, Garrett, is Grandpa Bud's middle name, and Quentin was your daddy's daddy. After your parents passed and you went missing, I was 13, and my family was on vacation in Georgia at the time of the tragedy. I helped with cleaning out your family's house. Mama took the important papers and some photographs, just in case you ever turned up, so I just sent them along with this letter. I still have some albums I'll send along in a bit. They're on that old acid paper, so I'm scrapbooking them for you to make sure the pictures last longer, and so that I can label all the folks in the pictures for you. I'm so glad you're alive, honey. You have no idea. I met you when you were just born, and you were the cutest thing, with those big brown eyes. Your mama called you Baby Brown Eyes instead of Garrett, and your daddy called you Buddy-O. I don't know why. I think it just popped into his head one day and stuck. He was always giving folks nicknames that didn't match their Christian names at all. He called me Florence Olivier, like the actor Laurence Olivier. But my name is Florin, not Florence. Floyd was just silly like that, always making folks laugh. Bambi was the happiest bride in the world at their wedding. I was the flower girl, and he was grinning from ear to ear the whole time. They were true mates, of course, and you could just tell they were really perfect for each other. I hope we can visit each other someday. The council told me you're true mated to a wolf shifter, but I'll try not to be scared since he obviously hasn't eaten you. My mama and I'd love to sit down with you and tell you some stories about your mama and daddy. Bambi and Floyd were real good people, and I'm sure you're a good boy too. I've stuck my business card in here. I do sewing and alterations and all, so you can email or call me if you like. I'd love to hear from you, honey. Much love and a lifetime of missed kisses. Florin Zammeet. I was crying by the time I finished the letter. I would definitely call Florin, maybe tomorrow morning after I'd had some time to digest everything, and let her know I was happy and ask questions about my family. Riley held me tight, and Joseph kept his hand on my papers to make sure the summer breeze didn't fling them away. The remaining papers were my parents' marriage certificate and a small stack of photos. The top one was a couple on their wedding day. My parents. Mom was a petite, lovely young woman with soulful brown eyes, a radiant smile, and elegantly styled brown curls, wearing a long, sweepy wedding gown with sheer bell sleeves and holding a spray of pink and yellow flowers. Dad had a lopsided grin, an unruly mop of reddish blonde hair, and brown eyes that twinkled even in a photograph. Andy was maybe 5 inches taller than Mom. I stared at them, amazed at how mine they looked. "You look just like your mom," Riley whispered. "I can see some of your dad too, though," Joseph added, looking at the pictures upside down from across the table. "They're beautiful," I said, still staring. "Like you," Riley said. He let me just sit, looking through the pictures for as long as I wanted. There was even one of my mom, positively glowing, lying in a messy bed, looking disheveled in a pink nightgown, holding naked baby me and grinning triumphantly at the camera, while my dad sat next to her with his hand over his eyes, obviously crying. I was still attached to the umbilical cord, so the midwife must have snapped this photo just minutes after I was born. "I'm so glad you have these, babe. But the kids are getting rowdy and food is arriving out here. Maybe we should get your pictures safely tucked away in the cabin. We'll buy some frames the next time we're in town," Riley suggested. He was right. In the time I'd been looking at my pictures, the bouncy house had gotten set up, the crew had left, and the kids had started lighting colored smoke bombs and black snakes and other daytime, not-too-dangerous fireworks. I took a deep breath and put all the papers and pictures back in the envelope. "I can put those in your house for you," Joseph said. "Why don't you kick off your shoes and join the kids? I know you've been wanting to." "Thanks." I smiled and ran to do as he suggested, pushing my sadness down and focusing on how happy I was to have a point of contact with my past and a brighter future than I ever thought possible. Chapter 29. Riley. Quentin was hopping around, his curls rising and falling as he launched himself from one end of the bounce house to the other. I could hear his laughter louder than any of the kids, and felt a sudden warm glow of gratitude that he was mine. How he turned out to be such a kind, pure, joyful man after being raised by that Hunter family was not something I could understand, but it was something I'd forever be thankful for. "He is very sweet, innocent despite his hardships," someone said behind me. I turned to see Nikki and the triplets watching Quentin through the mesh opening on the side of the inflatable castle. "He is that," Donna agreed with Nikki. "If you're gonna be an honorary triplet, you'll have to vow to protect that little fawn, and even our Riley here." "What's important to Kim is important to me. Susilauma is my home now, and I'll protect everyone here," Nikki said with calm assuredness. Yeah, protecting everybody is great," Tina said, pointing at Quentin. "But we take special care of our baby boy." "Got it," Nikki said with a grin. "That's enough, girls," Kim said, putting an arm protectively around Nikki. "Sheesh, True made it and now she's all whiny and shit," Donna complained. "Doesn't mean I can't beat your behind," Kim ribbed. Speaking of protecting Quentin, is there any news about his fake mom and sister and the doctor that was experimenting on him? I asked Nikki, who was still the council's liaison for our situation. "Yes, actually," Nikki said. "I told Joseph, but he didn't want to bring it up at your party. A council troubleshooter managed to locate and bring in Harley Mitchell and Geraldine Scott. They're being held in a council detention center and waiting trial for all the murders of paranormals they've committed. I'm afraid Dr. Joseph Heibels is in the wind right now, though we've got several teams tracking him. I can't imagine he'd try to come here on his own. He was never a boots-on-the-ground kind of man. He let other people do the dirty work and spent his time in the lab, from what we've learned. And the local threat? Are there more hunters likely to come here? Not at the moment. We've been monitoring their dark web activity, and they're quiet about Susilauma, Quentin, and the Scots for now. That's something at least, I said. Even with the permanent Wolverine presence in Norriston, I still had a hard time sleeping some nights, or letting Quentin out of my sight at any time. I forced myself to allow him the freedom to live his life. I wouldn't be like the false family of his growing up years, yet I'd be glad when I knew for sure there was no threat to his safety at all. Quentin is perfectly safe, Riley. I have vested interest in this clan now. I won't let you fall through the cracks of the Paranormal Representative Council's bureaucracy. You'll all be protected, Nikki promised. Plus, the triplets are now a quad, and nobody would dare mess with them. Jenna came up beside me from the other direction and put her arms around my waist. Damn straight, girl, Tina replied. So, Rye, you're gonna have a lot more holidays as a mated man. How's your first one feeling? Amazing, I admitted, turning my attention back to the here and now and my adorable, childlike maid. Quentin tried to do a flip, but ended up face-planting into the vinyl. I almost ran to check on him, but his peal of laughter let me know he was all right. My nieces and nephews were teasing and tickling him, and a few of them tried and failed at flips as well. You've got a great mate, Rye. I'm really happy for you. Hopefully mine shows up soon, Jenna said. We'll all get a turn someday. Good thing we live so long. Gives us plenty of time to find them, Tina said. All of us that have found our mates have been pretty lucky. I'm not even 30, and Kim is well under 100, I said. Kim growled at me, and I laughed. Well under 100. By half, she clarified. Yeah, Jenna teased. You're just jealous of us smooth-skinned young'uns. She ran the back of her hand down her cheek, pretending to luxuriate in the texture of her own skin. As one, the triplets launched themselves forward, and the next thing we knew, Jenna and I were pinned to the ground. Donna on Jenna, Tina on me, and Kim in the middle, being tickled within an inch of our lives. I'll save you, Riley, Quentin shouted, coming out of nowhere, jumping on Tina's back and tickling her armpits. Kim yanked him off and threw him down between Jenna and me, and he was immediately reduced to a wiggling, kicking, giggling mess. What's this? 3-on-3? That's hardly fair when one of the threes is the triplets, Cole shouted, joining the group and coming to our defense. He met the same fate as Quentin. Kara joined the battle, followed by Jeremy and several of my nephews and nieces. No matter how many of us there were, we couldn't get a leg up on Tina, Kim, and Donna. Okay, Nikki's amused, calm voice said from above us all. If you want there to be anything left of them to tease later, you better let them go for now. All three of the triplets jumped to their feet, posing with their fists on their hips and their legs apart, looking like triumphant military statues. That's right, children. Time to learn which side your bread is buttered on, if you want to survive through the week, Donna teased. The Susilauma side? One of my nephews shouted, though I didn't see which one. Everyone burst out in good-natured laughter. Very true. Now, let's see how the grill masters are doing with those burgers and dogs, Jeremy said. After all that not winning, I'm famished. Me too, Quentin said. You're always famished, Cole said, putting an arm around Quentin's neck. Part of me wanted to growl and be jealous, but only a small part. The rest of me was on cloud 9 that Quentin had found a place he belonged, and that it was here, with my family, and with me. I joined them, walking on Quentin's other side and slinging my own arm across his shoulders. I looked down and saw Quentin watching my face, his eyes shining. This was what true mates were for, to bring each other happiness like neither had ever known before. No matter what hard times were behind us or ahead of us, I had Quentin and that meant I could be happy in any circumstance. I leaned down and kissed him, breathing and tasting vanilla and cinnamon, the warmth of the summer sun sweetening his scent and making him pliant beneath my lips. "I love you," I murmured against his lips. "Oh, you guys are so sappy." Cole laughed, breaking away and heading toward where Yuri stood, manning a grill. "Thanks for loving me," Quentin said, slipping his arms around my waist. "And for being so patient with me, and for being you. I love you too." "Tonight, we're going to be so cliché," I promised. "How so?" "I'm going to make love to you under fireworks." "There's going to be fireworks tonight? It's not even the 4th yet." Of course that's what you latch on to. Yeah, we plan to do fireworks every night of the party. Every night? Yep. Well, he gave me a saucy look and traced my nipple through my shirt with a thin forefinger. "I guess that means we'll be making a lot of cliché love." "Count on it," I said, yanking him up for a blazing kiss that put the July sun to shame. The end. This has been Dear to My Heart, The Susilauma Wolves, Book 1. Written by Whit Valentine. Narrated by John York. Copyright 2018 by Whit Valentine. Production copyright 2018 by Whit Valentine.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.